Chapter 1238. In the distance, Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men quickly cleaned up the scene. Hundreds of golden needles were inserted into Dong Zhang Shou's body, which gradually turned transparent. It was as if the needles and threads could no longer be seen. Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men gently manipulated the invisible threads, but Dong Zhang Shou was like a marionette, moving according to Gu Ming's will. Fourth Prince is controlling Dong Zhang Shou? What is he doing? Shangguan Hen said in surprise. I'm not sure, Gu Tang said with a frown. Didn't His Holiness forbid anyone from interfering in the battle between the 2 masters of longevity? Why? This won't do. I have to report this to His Holiness. Shangguan Hen took out a Guqin figurine. It's no use, Uncle Shangguan. If my guess is correct, they have already set up a formation in this part of the East Sea. Nothing can be transmitted out. In fact, from the outside world, this part of the sea is incomparably calm, without a single ripple. As for the battle just now, no one on the outside could see it clearly. Gu Tang said solemnly. It can't be. Shangguan Hen said in shock. Using the Guqin figurine to transmit a message, it was as if the Guqin figurine had suddenly become useless. How can it be? How can Fourth Prince control Dong Zhang Shou? Shangguan Hen said solemnly. All of you have underestimated Gu Ming. Gu Ming was an important subject of Empress Ji. Mr. Wu Xing obtained Empress Ji's trust in the shortest time possible. Even Empress Ji suffered a great loss in his hands. Gu Tang said in a deep voice. But he is Fourth Prince. What does he want to do? He has clearly violated His Holiness's order. Since we can't transmit a message, we have to return immediately. We have to report everything to His Holiness. Shangguan Hen said in a deep voice. No! Gu Tang shouted. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Tang in confusion. Uncle Shangguan, this is the reason why I asked you to come. Actually, I already knew that there was something wrong with Fourth Prince. However, Fourth Prince is very smart and I don't have any evidence. Old Fourth definitely has a big scheme. If we go back and report now, we will definitely alert the enemy. Gu Tang said. You're saying that this area is already filled with longevity arrays. As soon as we leave, the longevity arrays will be activated and the Fourth Prince will know? Shangguan Hen's expression changed slightly. Yes, I don't know what Old Fourth's scheme is, but I have a feeling that he wants to harm Father. He is extremely intelligent and has considered all aspects without any flaws. Now, this is a rare opportunity, so we must wait patiently. I want to know what his scheme is. Don't alert the enemy. Once that happens, all my years of observation will be for naught. He will hide even deeper and cause even more damage in the future. Gu Tang pleaded. Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Tang in surprise. Third Prince, when did you begin to suspect the Fourth Prince? When our family was still mortals, the Qing Emperor killed Mother and stole her soul. Old Fourth and I endured the humiliation and followed the Qing Emperor to leave Father. At that time, I thought that Old Fourth was like me, wanting to find a way to save Mother. Later, we followed the White Emperor to protect Mother and find a way to contact Father. But who would have thought that Old Fourth left us midway? I guess that Old Fourth might not have the same thoughts as me. He might have simply recognized the traitor as his father. Later on, in the Netherworld, with the help of Sacred Father, my soul was taken away. Fourth Brother had plenty of time to return it to Sacred Father, so that Sacred Father could rebuild my body. However, he held my soul captive. What did he want? All the way until Holy Father defeated Matriarch Ji with an overwhelming victory, only then did Old Fourth release my soul. I guessed that he might have some other schemes, but Matriarch Ji was defeated too quickly, so he took the opportunity to switch sides to Holy Father. Gu Tang said solemnly. What scheme is it? Shangguan Hen asked solemnly. I don't know, that's why I asked Uncle Shangguan to help me. Gu Tang looked at Shangguan Hen. Alright. Shangguan Hen also said solemnly. Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen stood quietly in a secret place on the island, waiting. At this moment, Gu Ming and the 8 black-robed men disappeared from the sea. Only the controlled Dong Zhongsho was left standing quietly on the sea. This wait lasted for 6 days. Whoosh! In the distance another ray of light flashed. It was a man in a black and white robe who flew not far from Dong Zhongsho. Is that the unborn man? Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. It's the real unborn man. Gu Tang nodded. Should we remind him? Shangguan Hen frowned. No, wait first. Gu Tang shook his head. According to the letter, the unborn man had arrived at this sea area 1 day in advance, and was ready to check the surroundings. However, he suddenly found that Dong Zhongsho was already standing on the sea, waiting for him. The unborn man suddenly became alert. Dong Zhongsho, you're quite early, the unborn man said coldly. At this moment, Dong Zhongsho's eyes were bloodshot, but he could not make a sound. Looking at the person in front of him, he suddenly understood that this person was the real unborn man. Early? Didn't you set the time? You've gone too far, don't pretend you don't know. Dong Zhongsho shouted in his heart. Dong Zhongsho's heart was full of resentment. In the distance, the unborn man thought that Dong Zhongsho had set up an ambush and carefully looked around. Sure enough, like Dong Zhongsho, he did not find anything unusual. Dong Zhongsho, you're really confident. You actually asked me to meet you alone, do you know? The unborn man said coldly. However, before he finished speaking, he saw Dong Zhongsho suddenly make a move. He waved his hand. Suddenly, white snow began to fall from the sky. Soul dispelling winter snow? You're not going to say anything to me and just attack? Very well, I want to see how strong your shou xiu is. The unborn man snorted coldly. As he spoke, the unborn man waved his hand. Suddenly, rolling heat waves came out of nowhere and rushed toward the endless snow. Soul-scorching summer heat. Boom! The heat waves collided with the snow, and the void trembled violently. The unborn man and Dong Zhongsho began their shou-dao duel. In the blink of an eye, gusts of black wind came out of nowhere and surrounded the two in the middle of the battlefield. The two immediately fought fiercely, and the people outside could not see what was happening inside. Dong Zhongsho is being controlled. Is it the 4th prince who made him attack? Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. However, Gu Tang's face was as cold as water. At this moment, Gu Ming had already made Gu Hai break his promise with Zhuo. Ha ha ha, Dong Zhongsho, is this all you've got? Break. The unborn man suddenly laughed loudly. Boom. The surrounding seawater suddenly rolled up into a circular wave, and the black wind around them was swept away. Immediately, the two people fighting inside were revealed. The unborn man won. Large bloody holes appeared all over Dong Zhongsho's body, and the unborn man even poked a big hole between his eyebrows. You lost, Dong Zhongsho. The unborn man laughed excitedly. At this moment, Dong Zhongsho's whole body was destroyed by the unborn man. It seemed that he only had one last breath left, but his mouth opened and he could speak again. Liar, the Dahan's celestial empire went back on its word. Liar, unborn man, you will all die a horrible death. Dong Zhongsho shouted resentfully. What? The unborn man was confused. Burn my 3 souls and sacrifice my shou-dao. Spread my voice to Zhuo's ears, Dong Zhongsho shouted resentfully. As he spoke, large amounts of green flames burned around Dong Zhongsho. Burn your 3 souls and sacrifice your shou-dao? Are you crazy? Even if I take your shou-dao, you won't die, and you still have a chance to reincarnate. You will be destroyed in both body and soul. The unborn man was shocked. However, Dong Zhongsho looked at the unborn man with great resentment. His Holiness, this old servant died unjustly. I beg His Holiness to avenge this old servant. This old servant was wronged, this old servant died unjustly. The Dahan Celestial Empire did not keep His Holiness's promise and ambushed this old servant, killing this old servant. This old servant was wronged, wronged, wronged. His Holiness, this old servant was wronged. Dong Zhongsho's cries were extremely shrill. Dong Zhongsho's 3 souls burned, and his cries seemed to reach the 9 serenities of the Tongtian Celestial Empire. You are crazy, Dong Zhongsho, you are not as strong as others, but you are still pestering us endlessly. The unborn man was shocked and angry. However, even though he was shocked and angry, the unborn man had no intention of stopping. He suddenly stretched out his finger and pulled out Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao. A mass of white energy, like a snowball, was held at the tip of the unborn man's finger. As soon as this snowball-like energy appeared, it suddenly scattered like snowflakes. What? Your Shou Dao was damaged? Once it is taken out, it must be smelted, otherwise it will scatter. Are you crazy? You actually destroyed your Shou Dao? The unborn man exclaimed. I didn't destroy it, you destroyed it. Unborn man, His Holiness will avenge me. His Holiness will kill you all. Ah, if you want me to die, none of you will live. Dong Zhongsho screamed shrilly. Under the burning of his 3 souls, Dong Zhongsho's soul was in chaos. Boom! With a loud sound, the energy in his body actually blew Dong Zhongsho's body into pieces. You! The unborn man's expression changed. He didn't understand why Dong Zhongsho was so angry that he would rather destroy his Shou Dao and burn his 3 souls to die together. No, I must immediately refine Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao. Otherwise, everything will be useless. The unborn man's expression sank. He stretched out his hand and put Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao into his glabella. 1. The unborn man's body suddenly emitted rings of light in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Ignoring Dong Zhongsho's shattered body, the unborn man immediately sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea and began to refine Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao. In the distance, at the edge of a hidden island, Gu Ming watched the unborn man refine Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao with a slight smile. Everything is going according to my plan. Later, the unborn man will be reborn as Fushi. The 8 of you immediately go and arrange it. Don't make any mistakes. Gu Ming said in a deep voice. Yes. The 8 black-robed men immediately dived into the sea. On another island, Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen looked at each other. Is Gu Ming helping the unborn man? Shangguan Hen frowned. I don't know, but I always feel that it's not that simple. That Dong Zhongsho's Shou Dao was probably destroyed by 4th brother. He was forcing the unborn man to quickly fuse with his Shou Dao without any time to think. What is 4th brother trying to do? Gu Tang said with a complicated expression. Chapter 1239. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. It had been quite some time since Skeleton Gu Hai came to the mortal realm from the netherworld. At this moment, Mo Yike hurried in with Montez. There were 2 other women in the upper study. They were Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, and Hichu, who had transformed into the little golden dragon, were sitting cross-legged on a side table. When Mo Yike entered the upper study, everyone frowned slightly. However, their expressions turned solemn as they looked at Gu Hai again. His Holiness, I have something to report. Mo Yike said anxiously. Oh? Mr. Mo, there's no harm in speaking. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and Montez in confusion. Yes, just now, I asked Lord Meng to gather information. I also found a letter in the unborn man's longevity hall. Mo Yike said solemnly. You searched the longevity temple without reason? Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Although the Dragon Clan sisters did not recognize the unborn man had been constantly lowering himself to protect the 2 girls over the years. He wanted to obtain the 2 girls' forgiveness. In the end, the 2 girls finally acknowledged the unborn man. After all, blood was thicker than water. He was still their father. Please forgive me, Empress. This concerns His Holiness's safety. I had no choice but to do this. Mo Yike immediately bowed. My husband's safety? Long Wanqing's expression changed. She didn't blame Mo Yike anymore. What kind of danger is my brother-in-law in? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but I ask His Holiness to look at this letter. Mo Yike handed over a letter. It was the letter that the unborn man had received from Dong Zong Shou. Gu Hai took it and looked at it. His Holiness, I have always felt that there is something wrong with the unborn man. The 8 Meridians longevity cultivator seemed to be hiding a huge secret. However, the unborn man kept it a secret. Back then, when I captured Nangong Shou and the others, they said that the unborn man gathered the 8 Meridians and wanted to harm His Holiness. That was why I kept an eye on him. This time, the final confrontation between the 2 longevity masters has reached the most critical moment. This subject has no choice but to offend them. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. We know. They want to revive Fushi. Gu Hai nodded. Revive Fushi? The Long sisters were slightly stunned. The little golden dragon on the side table suddenly trembled and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. At that moment, Gu Hai's gaze inadvertently glanced at the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon immediately turned its head away, not daring to look into Gu Hai's eyes. His Holiness, when I opened the path of Hungry Ghost's reincarnation, I realized that the unborn man could have opened it immediately, but he didn't care about His Holiness' safety and insisted that we capture 2 longevity masters for him. That was when I started to suspect the unborn man. He is not what he looks like on the surface. Mo Yike said solemnly. The Long sisters frowned and looked at Mo Yike. It was obvious that they wanted to defend the unborn man. However, when it came to Gu Hai's safety, the 2 women suppressed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Mr. Mo, you're very observant. But people don't always change. Perhaps the current unborn man is different from the past? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Mo Yike frowned slightly. Since Mr. Mo is here, let's listen together. Gu Hai said with a smile. Listen. Mo Yike looked puzzled. Yes, brother-in-law. Why did you call my sister and me here? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Hichu, who was sitting on the side table. Hichu, what do you think I'll ask you? Gu Hai said with a smile. Uh-huh. I don't know. His Holiness, what are you asking me for? Hichu said with a flattering smile. The Long sisters looked at Hichu with a puzzled expression. Hichu, are you hiding something from me? Long Wanyu stared at him. No, definitely not. Hichu shouted immediately. Hichu, you were Fushi's servant in your past life. You know about the birth of the 8 meridians, right? You know about the process of reviving Fushi, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. I don't know. Hichu wanted to defend himself. You don't know? Are you going to know when my consciousness is erased and replaced by Fushi? Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned cold. As soon as Gu Hai opened his mouth, everyone's expression changed. He was clearly trying to kill Gu Hai. As for Hichu, he knew the secret, but he refused to say it. Hichu, what my brother-in-law said is true, right? You better tell me obediently. Otherwise, I will immediately take back your dragon body and separate your body and soul. Do you believe me? Long Wanyu stared at him. At this moment, if anyone dared to harm Gu Hai, Long Wanyu would fight him to the death. I don't know. Hichu braced himself and said. You still won't say it? You still won't say it? You want to die, right? Don't think that I won't dare. If you dare to harm my brother-in-law, I will make you pay with your life. Long Wanyu was so angry that she reached out and made a magic sign. Hichu's golden dragon body suddenly trembled, as if it was no longer under Hichu's control. No, little ancestor, I am innocent. Hichu was so scared that his whole body went soft. Then you still won't say it. Long Wanyu glared at him. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu said bitterly. Don't talk nonsense. Long Wanyu said angrily. Hichu looked at Gu Hai with a fearful expression. His Holiness, how do you know? Don't worry about how I know. Tell me everything you need to say. Gather your 8 meridians and tell me how to inject Fushi's 7 souls into my body, Gu Hai said coldly. At this moment, Hichu couldn't resist at all, so he could only confess. Master Fushi had also studied providence back then. In fact, all the rulers and ministers of the Dahan have a faint connection to the Sea of Providence. They are protected by providence and can allow providence to surge into their bodies through this connection. His Holiness has a connection to the Sea of Providence, and the unborn man also has a connection to the Sea of Providence. In other words, the unborn man can connect to His Holiness through the node of the Sea of Providence. He can summon Master Fushi's 7 souls and inject them into His Holiness's body through this connection. Then, Fushi's consciousness will possess His Holiness and transform His Holiness, finally turning His Holiness into Fushi. Hichu said softly. What? Bastard, Hichu, are you courting death? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Long Wanyu glared and roared, wanting to attack Hichu. I am innocent. It has nothing to do with me. Hichu immediately shouted in horror. Long Wanyu flew into a rage. It turned out that the 8 meridians had actually buried a bomb here to deal with Gu Hai. No wonder the unborn man cared so much about gathering the 8 meridians. He was completely using Gu Hai's trust in him to frame Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's expression also turned ugly. Her eyes were filled with anger. The good impression she had of her father instantly disappeared. No wonder the unborn man was so anxious about the 2 masters of life during the hungry ghost's reincarnation. He didn't even care about His Holiness's safety. Perhaps, in his eyes, His Holiness's safety is not a problem at all. Mo Yike also glared. His Holiness, I will immediately summon Kong Xian and Mosquito Dauren to capture the unborn man. Montez was also anxious and angry. Don't be anxious. Gu Hai shook his head. But everyone was incomparably anxious. This was because the unborn man was already fighting with Dong Zhongshu. The result would be out soon. When the time came, the unborn man could suddenly attack from hundreds of millions of miles away. It was impossible to guard against. One had to know that this was Fushi's 7 souls. Fushi was an expert on the same level as Jiang Chun. Like you said, if Dong Zhongshu wins, he can instantly seize the body of the Qi? Gu Hai asked. Yes, yes. Hichu nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and stop the unborn man. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Don't worry, it's actually not that big of a deal. Gu Hai said with a smile. But don't worry. The unborn man was able to inject Fushi's 7 souls into my body because of this line. Now, he hasn't done it yet, so naturally, I can't force him to do it. Besides, Dahan's fate is mine. If I want to cut off the line of the unborn man, I can do it at any time, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. Everyone was slightly stunned. Hichu didn't tell me the method, so I was still a little worried. Now, the thing that I was most worried about has been solved. Next, let's wait patiently for the show. Gu Hai looked through the door in the direction of the East Sea. His Holiness had already arranged it. I was too meddlesome, Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Mo Yike looked at the Long sisters and suddenly understood everything. Empress Chen was not here, Empress Lin was not here, and Bingheim was also not here. Why did His Holiness only call for the Long sisters? It was obvious that the unborn man was related to the Long sisters. It turned out that His Holiness had known everything from the beginning. The East Sea. Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang were hiding on a secret island, watching the unborn man sitting cross-legged in the distance. On another island, Gu Ming was also waiting with narrowed eyes. When the unborn man was refining the longevity soul of Dong Zhongshu, countless golden lights were emitted from his body. The golden lights were in the shape of the 8 trigrams and spread in all directions. They seemed to carry an inexplicable heavy aura. After refining for a while, the unborn man's body suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. 8 meridians gather, the longevity Tao is revealed. Main Tao, come out! The unborn man shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a golden great Tao appeared, rushing up to the sky and down to the earth. The unborn man stepped forward and slowly merged into the main Tao. Buzz! The great Tao seemed to merge with the unborn man's body, and a terrifying power gushed out. That's the longevity Tao. 8 meridians gather, merging the body with the Tao. What a great ability! Gu Ming's eyes flashed with expectation in the distance. However, he saw the unborn man go silent and wave his hand. Rumble! The longevity Tao suddenly trembled and swayed rapidly. As it swayed, the sky suddenly darkened, and the scorching sun in the sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Gusts of chilly wind came out of nowhere, and countless colorful lights flowed along the longevity Tao. It was as if there were countless heavenly demons flying around, which made the hearts of the people palpitate. 8 meridians gather to accelerate the longevity Tao. Longevity Tao flows to connect to the ancient times. Ancient meridian, long river of time, longevity inheritance, ancestor Fuxi, come out! The unborn man suddenly shouted as he pinched a spell. Boom! The entire longevity Tao suddenly trembled, and then suddenly quieted down. Then, it suddenly dimmed. The colorful lights, chilly wind, and heavenly demons all disappeared, leaving only the great Tao standing quietly in the East Sea. A blue light ball strangely appeared in the unborn man's palm. There seemed to be 7 small dragons of different colors swimming in the light ball. Fuxi's 7 spirits. In the distance, Gu Ming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt excited. On the other side, Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang seemed to have guessed something when they heard the unborn man's spell. Fuxi? The 7 small dragons in the light ball in the unborn man's palm are Fuxi? Shangguan Hen looked on in disbelief. On the other side, Gu Ming's eyes were full of anticipation. He seemed to be praying in a low voice. Quick, quick, follow your luck and throw it out. Quickly throw it out. Chapter 1240. The unborn man merged with the great Tao of longevity. He held a ball of light in his hand. The 7 little dragons swimming inside were Fuxi's 7 souls. At this moment, the unborn man's body was almost perfect after merging with the 8 souls of longevity. He was tall and sturdy, overflowing with rolling power. Grabbing Fuxi's 7 souls, a thin golden line appeared on the surface of the unborn man's body again. The thin line led to the limitless celestial capitals Sea of Providence. Haha, Fuxi, oh Fuxi, why is your 8 lifespan fate reversing corpse technique like this? Through the Sea of Providence, only your 7 souls can enter the Emperor's body. Why can't the other subjects do it? If possible, I would rather enter Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, or Shangguan Hen. Why can't it only be Gu Hai? Haha, why is it only Gu Hai? The unborn man fell into a state of bitterness. The line is connected. As long as I throw out Fuxi's 7 souls, I can instantly possess and transform Gu Hai. When Fuxi is revived, I can control Fuxi through the great Tao of longevity in my body. Fuxi's ability is much stronger than mine. He is also involved in the law of time. I can save Long Xiaoye without asking for help. Xiaoye has suffered so much for me. I should save her. Only Gu Hai's strength can make the transformed Fuxi the strongest. Only then can I save Xiaoye. I want to save Xiaoye. The unborn man suddenly trembled all over. The unborn man raised his head and looked to the north again. His whole body emitted a vicious aura. However, as he looked, the vicious aura around him suddenly dissipated. Haha, a month ago Wan Qing called me father. Wan Yu's attitude has also improved. Although they don't say it, the way they look at me has already recognized me as their father. They recognize me. They're going to recognize me. My daughter has acknowledged me. The unborn man suddenly paused. After the death of Long Xiaoye, the 2 daughters were all that the unborn man had. Back then, he had accidentally killed his daughter, Long Wanqing. The unborn man had lived in guilt for a long time. He had apologized countless times in his heart. All these years, he had accompanied his 2 daughters. He had finally obtained the forgiveness of his 2 daughters and the approval of his 2 daughters. At this time, would he kill his son-in-law? Ha 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 ha! The unborn man suddenly let out a burst of shrill laughter. Why did Gu Hai become his son-in-law? Why did he have to be her husband? If he killed Wan Qing's husband, he would definitely kill her. Can Wan Qing forgive me? If Gu Hai died, how was he going to answer to Long Wanqing? In the future, when Long Xiaoye was resurrected, how were they going to face each other? The resurrection of her mother was exchanged with her husband's death? Xiao Yu would definitely hate him. The unborn man fell into a very awkward and desperate situation. On one side was his beloved, Long Xiaoye, and on the other side were his relatives, Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. The choice was in front of him. Who should he choose? No, Fushi's 7 souls can't stay for too long. I have to let him take over my body. I have to do it quickly. The unborn man was anxious. In the distance, Gu Ming was anxious. What's wrong with the unborn man? At this time, you still can't bear it? What a joke. At this moment, it was not that the unborn man could not bear to do this to Gu Hai. Instead, it was because he could not bear to part with his kinship. The unborn man understood that as long as he did this today, his 2 daughters would never forgive him. Forever. What should he do? No, I let Xiao Yu down back then. I must let Xiao Yu come back to life. Even if I have to bear all the blame. The unborn man slowly became determined. But in the next moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. Before Long Wanqing was beaten to death by herself, she was resolute. Even as she died, she stupidly said, "My father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. However, one day my father will come back. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us. He will not let us suffer the slightest grievance." Ha 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 ha. The unborn man laughed bitterly again. He killed Long Wanqing with his own hands, and in the end, it was Gu Hai who saved her. When Long Wanqing was resurrected, the unborn man swore that he would never let Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu suffer any grievances again. He didn't want them to suffer any grievances, but he killed their true love? No, I can't do that. I can't do that. They are my daughters. I have let them down once. I can't let them down again. The unborn man whispered bitterly. But what about Long Xiaoye? Didn't he save her? Thinking of Long Xiaoye, the pride of Long Wanqing kept echoing in the unborn man's mind. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. One day my father will come back. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. All the memories finally stopped at the words Long Wanqing said a month ago. Father? Father? Ha 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 ha. Under the hood of the unborn man's robe, 2 lines of tears slid down his face. My good daughters, I won't let you suffer any grievances. I said, even if I die, I won't let you suffer any more grievances. Not even a little bit. The unborn man trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Xiaoye, I tried my best this time. Don't blame me. I was the one who let you and your mother down. Today, let me atone for my sins. As long as you are fine, nothing else matters. Right? I want you to be fine. The unborn man's voice was choked with sobs. The unborn man talked to himself for a while. In the distance, Gu Ming was anxious, but he could only wait patiently. Then, he saw the unborn man gently waving the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. After you are reborn, your consciousness will replace mine. No one can control you. I only have one request. Please do your best to revive Long Xiaoya so that they can be reunited. As long as they are safe and sound, my life and death are no longer important. I am willing to atone for my sins with my own body. Please grant my wish. The unborn man knelt down. Then, he gently threw the 7 fragments of Fushi in his hand. Buzz! The 7 fragments of Fushi disappeared in an instant and entered the unborn man's body. However, to Gu Ming, who was in the distance, it looked like he had given the 7 fragments of Fushi to Gu Hai. This was because the 8 lifespan fate reversing corpse reversing technique only had 2 choices for the 7 fragments of Fushi. If it were not for Gu Hai, if it were not for him, how could the unborn man commit suicide? It's done. Gu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Do it! Gu Ming suddenly yelled. Boom! Above the East Sea, monstrous waves suddenly surged. In an instant, it seemed like 8 chains rushed out from the bottom of the sea and headed straight for the unborn man in the sky. The unborn man chose to sacrifice himself and put the 7 fragments of Fushi into his body. As soon as it entered his body, the unborn man suddenly trembled and felt the invasion of Fushi's consciousness. His 7 fragments merged with Fushi's 7 fragments almost instantly. So fast, the unborn man exclaimed. It was a fusion. It was as if Fushi's 7 souls were his own power. Strangely, it was like 2 drops of water coming into contact and fusing together. It should be known that every cultivator's physical body had its own characteristic. It would take a long time to refine other physical bodies. Even if one's own physical body were to refine other physical bodies, it would not be so easy. However, the 7 fragments of Fushi and the unborn man's 7 fragments merged in such a strange instant. It was as if they were originally of the same origin. At the same time, the 7 fragments between his eyebrows instantly surged into his 3 souls, as if it was baptizing the consciousness of his 3 souls. Ah! The unborn man's head was stimulated and painful, as if a large amount of memories were surging in. However, at this moment, 8 chains suddenly rushed into the sky and tied up the unborn man, whose head was in pain. These chains? They contain the power of the 8 meridians of longevity path? How is this possible? There's a longevity array at the bottom of the sea? The perfect 8 paths? The unborn man exclaimed. However, after just one exclamation, the unborn man held his head in pain. This was because Fushi's consciousness was forcibly invading his body and forcibly transforming him. Ah! The unborn man screamed in pain. Gu Ming flew into the sky and immediately arrived near the unborn man. When he saw the unborn man screaming in pain, he thought that he was struggling against the 8 chains. Ha 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 ha, unborn man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now, under the 8 trigrams chaos lock, you can't move. Gu Ming laughed. You, 4th prince? Gu Ming? Why are you here? The unborn man stared at Gu Ming in pain with his eyes wide open. Why am I here? I'm here because I want your great path of longevity. Gu Ming said in a low voice. What? The unborn man exclaimed in pain. When the 8 veins of longevity cultivators gather, they can activate the great path of longevity and merge it with their bodies. Through this great path, you can control Gu Hai, right? Gu Ming sneered. How do you know? The unborn man screamed in pain. Back then, I followed Empress Ji because I wanted to use my 8 veins to control her. Unfortunately, the 8 veins I mastered were imitations, just like the longevity cultivators Tsang Jie learned. They are not orthodox. Only your 8 veins are orthodox. Our 8 veins are unable to gather the great path of longevity and control Fushi. However, if you can, then I can. Gu Ming said coldly. You want to steal my great path of longevity? Ha ha, that's impossible. The great path is merged with me. You can't take it away. The unborn man screamed in pain. No, I have the divine path deprivation of the 5 main veins of the sorcerer tribe. Did you forget that I exchanged for the divine path deprivation from Empress Ji? I can take your great path of longevity, Gu Ming said confidently. So you knew? Why didn't you tell Gu Hai? He is your father. He treats you like his own son. You knew that he was in danger, but you didn't tell him. You even wanted to use him to control the Dahan Celestial Empire and Fuxi? The unborn man said in shock as he held his head. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Look at my divine ability, deprivation, Gu Ming shouted. 1. Gu Ming's glabella shone with a dazzling golden light. When the golden light appeared, it rushed toward the unborn man like a tsunami. Rumble. When the golden light entered the unborn man's body, the Tongtian's great path of longevity shook. Then, it slowly left the unborn man's body and was forcefully pulled out by Gu Ming. Through this great path of longevity, Fuxi and the Dahan Celestial Empire would be under his control. Gu Ming immediately revealed a ferocious expression. Chapter 1241. Divine Path Deprivation. This was one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. It was the most bizarre branch that could directly deprive the other party of their powerful abilities. The great path of longevity trembled slightly and was forcefully stripped from the unborn man's body. Ah! The unborn man let out a cry of extreme pain. It was not the pain of the great path of longevity being stripped from his body, but the pain of Fuxi's consciousness entering his 3 souls. Ka, 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 ka. The unborn man's robe suddenly made a crisp sound and strangely cracked open. Slowly, the unborn man's skin was exposed. Not only his robe, but the unborn man's skin was also cracking. His body was densely covered with crack. It was even more so on the unborn man's face. Dense spiderweb-like cracks made it impossible to see what his face originally looked like. Not only that, but there seemed to be traces of golden light in the cracks under his skin. Ah, ah, ah! The unborn man cried out in pain. His entire body cracked like an egg-shell cracking open, as if a new life was about to be born from the inside of his body. Not far away, Gu Ming frowned slightly. The stripping of the great path caused such damage to your body? Ah, if you're in pain, then go ahead. Gu Ming ignored the unborn man who was in pain and slowly pulled the great path of longevity closer to him. Looking at the great path in front of him, Gu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Through this great path, he was about to be able to control Fuxi and the Dahan Celestial Empire. Just as Gu Ming was about to explore the great path, suddenly, a golden light rushed up from the sea not far away. Who is it? Gu Ming's face darkened. It was Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen who were on the island in the distance. The 2 of them had been hiding in the dark and quietly watching everything. They even heard the conversation between the unborn man and Gu Ming. Bastard 4th brother, so he already knew that the unborn man wanted to kill father. Gu Tang's face suddenly changed, revealing a ferocious expression. 3rd prince, hold on to it. If you're in danger, just smash it and wake it up earlier. I'll stop Gu Ming. Shangguan Hen placed a dragon egg in Gu Tang's hand. 8 cracks had already appeared on the dragon egg. With a single step, Shangguan Hen transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. Shangguan Hen's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Gu Ming in an instant and threw a punch at him. Shangguan Hen. Gu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Boom! The punch landed 1,000 feet away from Gu Ming. 1,000 feet away from Gu Ming, an 8 trigrams barrier suddenly appeared. However, the power of Shangguan Hen's fist was too great. With one punch, the barrier suddenly cracked. Gu Ming, are you trying to rebel? Shangguan Hen glared at him and shouted. 8th Shou Tsung, stop him! Gu Ming shouted. Yes. Suddenly, 8 black-robed men rushed out from the bottom of the sea and appeared in front of Gu Ming in an instant. Almost at the same time, they formed a spell. The shadow of a golden lotus appeared in the void. The golden lotus appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Shangguan Hen in an instant. Humph! Shangguan Hen snorted coldly and threw another punch. Under the 8-9 mysterious arts, Shangguan Hen's entire body was like a divine weapon. The power of this punch was too great. With a boom, more than half of the golden lotus shadow was destroyed. Continue! Gu Ming shouted. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, more golden lotuses appeared in the void and trapped Shangguan Hen. Boom! 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 Shangguan Hen's strength was extremely strong. With each punch, the golden lotuses around him exploded. The void was also torn into countless pieces. However, the 8th Shou Tsung continued to use the life path spell and finally stopped Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen? Haha, you are powerful, but unfortunately, we have already set up a life path spell array around this area. My 8th Shou Tsung can continuously draw power from heaven and earth. Their strength is not as strong as yours, but in the life path spell array, even if you are invulnerable, you can't escape. Gu Ming sneered. Traitor, you are the 4th Prince of Dahan, second only to His Holiness. You are above everyone. What do you have to fight for? You want to plot against us? What did His Holiness do to you? Shangguan Hen shouted, glaring. Haha, you don't understand. There are many things that you don't know. Gu Ming sneered. Let me see. Gu Hai should have been transformed by Fushi now, right? Gu Ming slowly activated the life path. 4th brother. A loud shout suddenly rang through the East Sea. Gu Ming suddenly turned to look at Gu Tang, who was flying not far away. Gu Tang? I was wondering how a reckless man like Shangguan Hen could be hiding here. It turns out that you have been keeping an eye on him all along. I have long found out that you are suspicious of me, so I have been guarding against you. But you still want to go against me in the end? Haha, after today, I can order the Dahan to convict you of treason. Gu Ming said coldly. Why? 4th brother, tell me, why did you betray father? Father and mother used to be so good to you. Has your heart been eaten by a dog? Gu Tang said angrily, holding the dragon egg with 8 cracks. Why? Ha 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 ha, do you think I am really Gu Ming? Gu Ming sneered. What did you say? Gu Tang was shocked. That's right. I used to be Gu Ming. I was Gu Ming until I was taken away by the Azure Emperor with you. However, it wasn't until I came to the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty that I realized that I wasn't just Gu Ming. The moment 8th longevity appeared, I realized that I was the chosen messenger of the heavens. I should be the ruler of this world. What father? What mother? They are all fake. My real identity is the master of the world. Gu Ming sneered ferociously. Master of the world? You are crazy. Gu Tang said blankly. Gu Ming was delusional enough to say that he was the master of the world? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I am just following the will of the heavens today. I will destroy whoever goes against the will of the heavens, no matter who it is. I will create the biggest situation and control the vast world. I will burn the world's fate and sacrifice it to the heavens to open a way back. When the heavens regain control of the immortal world, I will be the master of the world. From then on, I will have the sky above my head and step on the heads of all living things. Gu Ming said with great excitement. The messenger chosen by the heavens? You are the dog of the immortal of 6 paths? Gu Tang stared at him. The immortal of 6 paths? The immortal of 6 paths is nothing. Gu Ming sneered. What? Gu Tang did not understand. None of you can stop me. The Dahan Celestial Dynasty? I will show you what it feels like to be a traitor of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. Watch as I use the Longevity Great Tao to get Gu Hai to order the Dahan officials to kill Shangguan Hen and Gu Tang. What do you think? Gu Ming guffawed with the joy of victory. As Gu Ming laughed, he slowly drove the Longevity Great Tao. The Longevity Great Tao is indeed strange. I can't drive it immediately. It looks like it will take some time. Gu Ming frowned slightly. How dare you be disrespectful to father? You and I are brothers. From now on, all ties are severed. Gu Tang shouted angrily. Gu Tang took out his saber and hacked at the barrier 300 meters away from Gu Ming. Boom! 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 Although Gu Ming's attacks were not strong, they slowly broke the barrier, immediately enraging him. Humph! Gu Tang, you really overestimate yourself. Did you forget my strength? In the past, I was Mr. Starless. It was not the sun, the moon, or the stars. Instead, it was the power bestowed to me by heaven. I grasped the power of 10,000 stars. If I am the stars, there will be no stars in the world. Gu Ming snorted coldly. As Gu Ming shouted coldly, he waved his other hand. Buzz! In the distant starry heavens, hundreds of millions of stars immediately gave off dazzling starlight. Then, they gathered into a gigantic starry heavens palm and smashed towards Gu Tang, instantly arriving above him. The starry heavens palm contained vast might. Under its horrifying might, space shattered. It looked like this palm would crush Gu Tang. Third Crown Prince, Shangguan Hen, who was trapped by 8 Shou Tsung, exclaimed. However, at this moment, a 9th crack suddenly appeared on the dragon egg in Gu Tang's hand. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the dragon egg. Then, a suction force appeared, and the shell of the dragon egg immediately shattered, sucked into the azure light inside. The azure light gave off a vast dragon might that soared into the sky. A 30-kilometer-long azure dragon seemed to appear out of nowhere and immediately charged at the starry heavens palm. Boom! Crack! Crack! The vast dragon might instantly tore apart that gigantic starry heavens palm. What? Ao Xing? Didn't you turn into an egg? You woke up at this time? Gu Ming's expression changed. When Gu Tang saw Ao Xing, he was immediately overjoyed. Supreme Ao Xing, quick, catch this traitor and save my father! Gu Tang shouted. Roar! The 30-kilometer-long azure dragon suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were filled with a murderous aura as it slammed into the barrier protecting Gu Ming. Boom! The cracks on the barrier suddenly burst out again. How can this be? This is so troublesome. Ao Xing woke up at this time? It looks like only by merging with the great path of longevity can I control Gu Hai quickly. Gu Ming's expression darkened. As he spoke, Gu Ming stepped into the great path of longevity. Buzz! He used the divine path deprivation and merged with the great path of longevity in an instant. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Ao Xing, Shangguan Hen, Gu Tang, from now on, you are all traitors of the Dahan Celestial Empire. Look at me. What? What's wrong with this great path? I can't sense anything? No, I can't get out. Bastard, I can't get out. This great path of longevity is a trap? Gu Ming suddenly exclaimed. Trap? Gu Tang, Ao Xing, and Shangguan Hen didn't understand. Lord Angel, what's wrong with you? The 8th great path of longevity also didn't understand. I can't get out. What great path of longevity is this? Heavenly Master, save me! Gu Ming exclaimed. At this moment, another strange voice suddenly came from Gu Ming's body. You locked this immortal's soul guide? Fushi, you actually found this immortal's soul guide. This great path of longevity is fake? Gu Tang and Shangguan Hen's faces darkened. The strange voice in Gu Ming's body called itself this immortal? Immortal? The immortal of 6 paths? No, that's not the voice of the immortal of 6 paths. Shangguan Hen said blankly. However, when everyone was confused, the unborn man, who was not far away and was shrouded in golden light, made a strange voice. Of course the great path of longevity is fake. There is no great path of longevity at all. It's just a cage that I specially built for you. After 800,000 years, I finally found your soul guide. Once you enter this cage, your soul guide will have no chance to escape even if it wants to. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1242. Of course, the great Tao of longevity is fake. There is no great Tao of longevity at all. It's just a cage I made for you. After 800,000 years, I finally found your soul. Once you enter this cage, your soul won't even have a chance to escape. Ha 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 ha. The sudden burst of laughter made everyone's heart tremble. Almost at the same time, they all looked in the direction of the unborn man. The unborn man's skin cracked, and countless rays of golden light shot out from the cracks. The golden light was so dense that it seemed to have formed a large cocoon. At this moment, it was slowly cracking open. Ka 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 ka. The large cocoon slowly cracked open, and a new hand slowly stretched out from within. The unborn man's skin immediately scattered, falling to the ground with a rustling sound. Ka 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 ka. Like a bird breaking out of its shell and breaking out of its cocoon to become a butterfly, a new person was slowly born in the unborn man's body. A new person who tore open the unborn man's shell and slowly crawled out of his body. The golden light slowly dissipated, and the fragments of the unborn man's body were slowly torn apart. The 8 chains that bound the unborn man immediately collapsed when the person in the unborn man's body waved his hand. How can this be? The 8 longevity lock has collapsed? The 8 longevity follower said in surprise. Without hesitation, the 8 lifespan servants drove the lifespan ritual array. The many golden lotuses that surrounded Shangguan Hen immediately surrounded the unborn man. However, when these strong lifespan Tao dermic lotuses touched the unborn man, they strangely scattered. They couldn't trap him at all. All longevity arrays were suddenly immune to him. Useless? Why is the longevity array useless against you? The 8 longevity follower exclaimed with wide eyes. Boom! However, at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was the skeleton Gu Hai, the Long sisters, Hichu, Mo Yike, and Montez. Father, are you all right? Gu Tang immediately asked in surprise. I'm fine. Lil Tang, you were in too much danger this time. Gu Hai looked at Gu Tang with relief. Father, you knew all about it? Gu Tang asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Just now we saw everything clearly with the help of the statue. I didn't expect you to come here and risk your lives. Fortunately, you're fine. From beginning to end, the unborn man never chose to betray the Dahan celestial empire. Dahan is fortunate. I am very gratified. If the unborn man didn't put Fushi's 7 souls into his father's body, then where did he put them? Gu Tang's expression suddenly darkened. Suddenly, everyone looked at the person who walked out of the unborn man's body. Fushi? Have you become Fushi? Unborn man, you chose to commit suicide? You lunatic! Gu Ming, who was trapped by the longevity Great Tao, was shocked and enraged. Shut up! Another voice of 30 came from within Gu Ming's body. Heavenly Master, I didn't expect him to, he actually. Gu Ming was shocked and enraged. Fushi? You're really patient. You set up a trap for so long? Just to lure me into your trap? 30's voice came again. The person who climbed out of the unborn man's body put on a golden robe with a wave of his hand. Yes, if I didn't do that, how could I lure you into my trap? Your soul guide can follow the path of the great Tao and escape. No one can catch it. Jiangchen tried once, but he couldn't. You can imagine why. That's why I passed down the longevity Great Tao and turned it into the 8 meridians, Fushi suddenly said with a smile. You purposely spread the 8 meridians? So, you knew that I was secretly studying your longevity Great Tao? You knew that I would comprehend the longevity Great Tao. No wonder the 8 longevity followers couldn't condense the longevity Great Tao after 800,000 years. It was all fake. It was a trap set by you. 30 said coldly. That's right, Fushi said. The reason I passed down the 8 meridians of the longevity cultivation to you was so that you could secretly learn it. You seem to have learned it quite well. Unfortunately, I was the one who created it, and only I know its essence. The great Tao of longevity is not a single great Tao, but 64, corresponding to 64 hexagrams. Although 30's face could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel his anger. Gu Ming could not struggle or escape. He could only stare at Fushi's trap. Whoosh! Suddenly, another stream of light rushed in, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Jiang Chun, Shangguan Hen said with a sullen expression. Jiang Chun suddenly arrived. He also looked around in shock. Seeing that Gu Ming was trapped, Jiang Chun suddenly narrowed his eyes. 30? Has your soul seed been found? Ha 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 ha, back then, I thought that you and Fushi perished together. It turns out that you were tricked by Fushi. Jiang Chen's sudden arrival made Gu Hai's face fall. Is he really Fushi? Master! Hichu shouted in surprise. Hichu immediately flew over excitedly. Fushi smiled and twisted his body. Unfortunately, my current cultivation is not at the peak of the heavenly palace. I can only wait for some time to improve it. That's because your cultivation is my father's. Fushi, you took over my father's body. My father's consciousness was destroyed by you? Long Wanqing said with tears in her eyes. You killed my father? Long Wanyu's eyes were red as she spoke with hatred. When Gu Hai showed them the scene in the infinite celestial capital just now, the Long sisters were still angry with the unborn man. However, when they saw the unborn man choose to sacrifice himself, the Long sisters completely accepted this father of theirs. They still remembered their mother's words. Your father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters, he went to a faraway place. But one day your father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, your father will avenge us. No matter who he is, your father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Their mother's words were vivid in their minds. All these years, in order to not let them suffer any grievances and to please them, father worked hard without complaint. However, just now, father died? His consciousness was completely destroyed? Although father did it willingly, it was Fushi in front of them who killed father. Long Wanqing immediately burst into tears. Long Wanyu's eyes also reddened. Fushi looked at the Long sisters and saw the hatred in their eyes. Instead of feeling guilty, he gradually smiled. Wanqing Wanyu, you are finally willing to call me father. Huh! The Long sisters quivered. What did Fushi say? I am the unborn man and I am also Fushi. The unborn man is the unborn. His birth, his rebirth, is me. From the beginning, he was for me today. Fushi said with a smile. What is born? What is unborn? I don't understand. Long Wanyu said with reddened eyes. Haha, Wanyu, you are the reincarnation of heaven. Do you really think that I have the means to possess someone without a soul body? Do you really believe it? Fushi said with a smile. Long Wanyu's expression immediately froze. Fushi is the unborn man, and the unborn man is Fushi. Back then, I sealed all my memories in the 7 souls, erasing the memories of the 3 souls. The unborn man's 3 souls are the reincarnations of my 3 souls. I didn't possess the unborn man, but the unborn man had an additional memory of Fushi. He is me and I am him, Fushi said with a smile. Jiang Chen's expression changed. I understand. No wonder back then, when you and 30 strand of consciousness perished together, I couldn't find your soul fragments at all. I wanted to understand the situation of your battle, but I couldn't find them. Unborn man. Gu Hai looked at Fushi in surprise. Fushi nodded. I am the unborn man. It's just that I have an additional memory of Fushi. I am also Fushi. You can see it as my 3 souls reuniting after many years of reincarnation. You are my father, Long Wanqing said blankly. Before I cultivated my life, Xiaoye painted a portrait of me, Fushi said with a smile. Long Wanqing hurriedly took out a scroll. Back then, mother stared at the portrait every day. When the scroll opened, the appearance of the unborn man in front of his life cultivation was immediately revealed. After careful comparison, The Fushi in front of her was exactly the same as the one in the portrait. Really? Long Wanqing said in surprise. How can you be sure that he is the 30th soul seed? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Fushi. Of course it was my deduction. Otherwise, do you think I would easily perish together with a wisp of divine sense? I calculated until today, I calculated that the 30th soul seed, I calculated that the day when the 8 meridians of life cultivation reunites is when the 30th soul seed is trapped. Therefore, I created the great Tao of life and set up an 800,000-year trap. Today's scene, as early as 800,000 years ago, I have deduced it, Fushi said in a deep voice. You also touch the law of time? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. I am different from you. The law of time you touched is the past. And the law of time I touched is the future. That's why I can see today. That's why I set up this trap, using more than half of my cultivation in exchange for the 30th soul seed being trapped. It's worth it. Fushi sighed. Fushi, you bastard. You took advantage of me. Long Wanyu wiped her tears and shouted. Fushi looked at Long Wanyu and felt slightly bitter. After all, Long Wanyu was his daughter in this life. Back then, I just disagreed with you. You turned me into your daughter? Why? Long Wanyu wiped her tears. Fushi smiled bitterly and said, It's not my fault. It's a coincidence, a coincidence. Coincidence can't be changed now. Then what about my mother? Long Wanyu shouted. Fushi took a deep breath and solemnly said, Xiaoye is my true love. I will think of a way to save her. It's good that you remember. When mother comes back, see if I don't let mother pull your ear. Long Wanyu shouted. Fushi smiled bitterly and nodded. Clearly, after reincarnating once, the unborn man's emotions could be considered to have all been taken over. Long Wanyu also looked at Fushi with an extremely complicated expression. Mother said back then that father was an unparalleled hero, no one in the world could stop him? Did it count now? Father was the unborn man, but also Fushi? Was he an unparalleled hero, no one in the world could stop him? Gu Hai looked at Fushi at this moment and did not know how to straighten out his relationship with him for a moment. Taiwa was Fushi's sister. Long Wanyu was Fushi's daughter. This relationship seemed to be getting more and more chaotic. Chapter 1243. The unborn man was Fushi? His 3 souls and 7 spirits were all unborn man, and his consciousness was also that of the unborn man. It was just that he had an additional memory of Fushi. Naturally, everyone was relieved. However, for Gu Hai, he could not bring himself to call Fushi by that name. Gu Hai, I have to thank you this time. Fushi looked at Gu Hai. Me? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. Although I can predict the future is ultimately changeable. I have been predicting for a long time, but I could not deduce a perfect path until I saw you 800,000 years ago. With you as the coordinate, I carried out a retrograde deduction and finally found this opportunity. Fushi said solemnly. With me as the coordinate, you carried out a retrograde deduction? Then, you chose this time in the lineage of longevity cultivators to arrive at the unborn man's generation and let everything go according to your deduction? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Long Wanyu could also predict the future. The Long Wanyu's prediction technique was like this. However, the time that the Long Wanyu saw was very short and could not be compared with Fushi's prediction that spanned 800,000 years. Fushi nodded. Then, what should I call you in the future? Unborn man? Fushi? Gu Hai frowned. Just call me Fushi. The unborn man was just a process. Now that I have returned, I will naturally be Fushi. Fushi said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Okay, now let's talk about how to deal with the 30 soul seeds? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Gu Ming, who was trapped by the great path of longevity. Fushi flipped his hand. Whoosh! The 8 chains that had previously bound Fushi instantly bound the 8 great longevity warriors. Who could control the longevity array better than Fushi? Heavenly Master, save me! The 8 longevity followers cried out in alarm. There's no need to beg him. 30 years old soul is in another immortal dome. This is just a soul guide. If it was before, you could still use the great Tao to escape. However, in my cage, there is nowhere to run, Fushi said coldly. Gu Hai, Fushi, Jiangchen, Long Wanyu, and the others all looked at the trapped Gu Ming. Fa father, I know I was wrong. Gu Ming looked at Gu Hai with fear in his eyes. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Tang glared at him and said, Gu Ming, what's the use of knowing you were wrong? You just wanted to kill father. No, you planned to kill father for a long time. Dong Zong Shou's death was the first step. You want us to forgive you? Dream on. I won't forgive you. Neither will big brother, second brother, or mother. Although Gu Tang was Gu Hai's adopted son, he cherished this family very much and would not allow anyone to destroy it. Gu Hai was the pillar of the family. At this moment, anyone who wanted to destroy this pillar would be everyone's enemy. Gu Tang did not compromise at all. Gu Hai's expression was slightly complicated. After all, Gu Ming was once his adopted son. Back then, he called him father in a childish voice. Gu Hai, you don't have to feel sorry for him. The soul seed is planted in a person's body. It starts from birth. He probably knew his mission when he was a child. He was just playing with you guys, Fushi explained. Gu Hai's expression was slightly complicated. Can you remove the soul seed from his body? Yes. Not only can you remove the soul seed, but you also have to remove the 7th soul between his eyebrows. That soul that has the divine Tao deprivation, Fushi said. While speaking, Fushi touched the longevity great path. The longevity great path shook violently and a surge of energy entered Gu Ming's body. Ah! Gu Ming screamed in pain. Gu Tang, Mo Yike, Montez, and the Long sisters were expressionless. Only Gu Hai's face flashed with a trace of pity. Boom! After 2 hours, Gu Ming was forced out of the longevity great path in pain. But Jiang Chun immediately grabbed it. Don't worry. 30 years soul seed is still in this cage. Right now, he's just a pure Gu Ming, Fushi said with a smile. Jiang Chun checked carefully. All of his abilities are gone. All of his cultivation was destroyed by you? Jiang Chun said with narrowed eyes. Fushi nodded. He belongs to Gu Hai. Let Gu Hai deal with him. Jiang Chun nodded and threw Gu Ming to Gu Hai. Gu Tang immediately caught it. Gu Ming? I'm going to take you back and tell mother, big brother, and second brother that you've been hiding in the Gu family since you were young. Your mother was killed, but you remained indifferent, and even recognized the enemy as your father. Only when your father was strong and prosperous did you turn back, but it was to kill your father, to take everything from him. We will put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Tang gnashed his teeth as he shouted. At this moment, Gu Ming was paralyzed. All of his cultivation was destroyed. He had nothing left. Now that he knew his fate, he didn't struggle. His eyes were empty and his heart was dead. Little Tang, Gu Hai said after a moment of silence. Father? Gu Tang looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Forget it. Gu Hai shook his head. Father, he wants to kill you, Gu Tang said anxiously. At the side, Gu Ming also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai said, Forget it? After all, we're father and son. Although you have bad intentions, I don't want to kill you. However, from now on, our relationship as father and son is over. From now on, you're demoted to a commoner. Little Tang will send you to a place where no one knows you. You can live on your own. From now on, we'll never see each other again. Gu Hai sighed. Gu Tang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Letting Gu Ming go so easily? He was the one who wanted to kill his father. Gu Tang was still angry, but since Gu Hai had given the order, he could only nod in anger. Gu Ming looked at Gu Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Gu Hai to let him live. Suddenly, Gu Ming felt a lump in his throat. At this moment, Gu Ming felt that when Gu Hai said those words, he lost the most precious thing in his life. This thing was more precious than controlling the Dahan Celestial Empire. This thing was more precious than controlling the world. This thing was more precious than being the #1 expert in the world. At this moment, he was gone. However, he had only himself to blame for this. Gu Ming was too ashamed to call Gu Hai father. He could only kneel down in front of Gu Hai with red eyes and kowtow 3 times. Solemnly, he kowtowed 3 times. Everyone thought that Gu Ming was thanking Gu Hai for not killing him. Only Gu Ming knew that this was the only time in his life that he sincerely kowtowed to his father. However, this was also the last time. He was no longer qualified to call Gu Hai father. Gu Hai didn't look at Gu Ming anymore. On the other side, everyone looked at 8th longevity and the Great Path of Longevity again. In the Great Path of Longevity, there was a colorful light ball that kept changing shape. It was number 30's soul guide. Song, are you going to go against me now? Back then, this world was given to you by me. Number 30's soul guide said in a low voice. Long One, you said with a complicated expression. Number 30, are you back to purify the world? Purify the world? Don't worry. As long as you are obedient, I will let you live. Number 30 said lightly. You really want to purify the world and destroy all living things? Why? Long One, you glared at him. Purify the world? It is to gather power and achieve eternity. Number 30 said in a low voice. Eternity? Everyone frowned. That's right. The immortal dome lives in nothingness. When it is born, it will be destroyed. 1,000,000 years? 10,000,000 years? Or hundreds of millions of years? There will be a moment of destruction. That is not eternity. Do you think that I left the immortal dome because I felt bored here? No, I saw through the immortal dome. The immortal dome is weak, facing the nothingness. It will be destroyed one day. Rather than being destroyed by the nothingness, why not be destroyed by me? I want to create an eternal era of the immortal dome. An eternal existence, an ancient immortal dome, higher than the nothingness, can exist for eternity. And I will exist for eternity. Number 30 said coldly. If you kill all living things, you can make the immortal dome eternal? Long One, you asked in disbelief. No, I found another immortal dome and controlled it. There are 2 immortal domes, one yin and one yang. I want to fuse the 2 immortal domes together. As long as the 2 immortal domes fuse, they will produce a mysterious power, similar to how humans reproduce and multiply endlessly. They will be able to produce more immortal domes, not those small immortal domes with flaws, but true grand immortal domes. At that time, they will use the nothingness as nourishment and multiply endlessly. At that time, when one immortal dome is destroyed, I will still have other immortal domes, and the other immortal domes will multiply endlessly, creating eternity. Number 30 said. Your idea is good, but why do you want to purify the world? Long One, you didn't understand. Do you think it is easy to fuse 2 immortal domes? No, it is not easy at all. Between the 2 immortal domes, there is not only distance, but also time, dimension, and countless other things. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Number 30 said coldly. You want to kill all life when you return? That's right. All life has a mysterious power, and that is the 3 souls. Only by using the 3 souls of life in the 2 immortal domes can I fuse the 2 immortal domes together. Hence, all life in this immortal dome must die. At most, I will leave a few people alive for you. The same goes for the other immortal dome. I have ordered a group of subordinates to monitor the lives there, shattering the heavens and earth, so that they can't interact with each other. I have imprisoned them on various planets. When the time comes, as long as I want to purify the world, I can instantly wipe them all out. You are crazy. Long One, you glared. I am crazy? All life will be destroyed sooner or later. Rather than dying in the nothingness, why not be killed by me? When the two immortal domes fuse, I will create a new batch of life and rebuild the world from the ashes. Number 30 said coldly. After that, you will become the ruler of the eternal immortal dome? Gu Hai said coldly. And Number 30 said coldly. Rather than dying in the nothingness, why not be killed by you? Do you think all life is just your toy? No, everyone has an equal personality and the right to decide their own life and death. You do not have the right to decide the life and death of others. Their personality is the same as yours. There is no difference between high and low. That is the recognition of the heavens and earth. You are only strong, but you are not the heavens and earth that nurtures all life. You cannot represent anyone, and you cannot decide anyone. You want to purify the world? As long as we listen to you, we will be able to live on? No, I, Gu Hai, refuse to cooperate with you. Moreover, from this moment on, I will stand on the side of all life. Although they are not strong enough and their status is not high enough, their personality is the same as mine. They are my brothers and sisters. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with them and do my best to resist your atrocities. I, Gu Hai, declare war on you. Gu Hai said coldly. Good Gu Hai, I did not misjudge you. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed loudly. Gu Hai ignored Jiang Chen and continued to look at number 30's soul guide on the great Tao of longevity. Ah, you are Gu Hai? You speak of righteousness, but what is the use? When I come back, can you escape from me? I hate people like you the most. Oh, right, in the other immortal dome, I also met someone called Pangu. Do you know how I killed him? Ha 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 ha. Number 30's voice was cold. Chapter 1244. 30's soul seed was controlled. He also stated the reason for purifying the world, but how could they let him do as he wished? Long One Yu glared at him. Gu Hai declared war. Jiang Chen was happy, but Fushi's expression was gloomy. It's useless even if you object. In this world, strength is everything. You set up a scheme to trap my soul seed, but do you think this is the end? I will return when I have to. At that time, you won't even have a ticket to board the ship. 30's tone was cold. You! Long One Yu glared at him. Ticket? Forget it, we can't talk to him. Let's see how we should deal with this soul seed. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Give it to me. Jiang Chen said. Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu frowned. Give it to Jiang Chen. Fushi said. Why? Jiang Chen didn't do anything when he caught 30. Why should we give it to him? What if he can't resist 30's temptation and is persuaded? What if he releases 30's soul seed? Long Wan Yu frowned. In this world, anyone can be persuaded by 30. Jiang Chen won't. Jiang Chen and 30 will fight to the death. Fushi said with certainty. What's the reason? Long Wan Yu was puzzled. I promised Jiang Chen not to reveal it. Now is not the time. Fushi smiled bitterly. What's so hard to say? Long Wan Yu said gloomily. Wan Yu, listen to Fushi. Gu Hai nodded. Fushi exhaled softly. Jiang Chen stepped forward. He looked coldly at the trap 30. Jiang Chen? Have you forgotten your name? As a general, as a subject, you dare to go against your emperor? 30 suddenly said coldly. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. Rebel against the emperor? You think too much. I am me. It has nothing to do with you. I used the name Jiang Chen just to remind myself that I can't relax my hostility toward you for even a moment. As he spoke, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. Boom! The towering great Tao of longevity was instantly crushed into a ball, and Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. Heavenly Master! The 8th longevity follower cried out in alarm. The 8 of you will also die. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he clapped his other hand. Boom! Kaka. The 8 show followers were instantly annihilated by Jiang Chen's slap. That strange annihilation caused Shangguan Hen and Ao Xing's eyelids to twitch wildly. This method, if it fell on me, would I be able to block it? I will go back first. 30 soul seed, if I extract any useful information, I will give you a copy. Jiang Chun turned his head and looked at everyone. Okay. Fushi nodded. Whoosh. In an instant, Jiang Chun disappeared into the horizon. Fushi looked at the sea below and waved his hand. Rumble! From the bottom of the sea, a huge island suddenly floated up. Huashu Island? Master, Huashu Island, woo, I see Huashu Island again. Hichu, who was beside Fushi, suddenly cried. Hichu, why are you crying? Fushi smiled and comforted him. Master, you don't know, in the 800,000 years you were not here, I was so unlucky, and never stopped. Hichu said with a hint of lingering fear. Unlucky? Being unlucky is not necessarily a bad thing. At least you are still alive now, right? Fushi said with a smile. Alive? Even if I am alive, I can't be so unlucky. I will follow you from now on. I will never leave you again, Master. Hichu immediately shouted. Follow me? Is your life not good now? Fushi said with a smile. Not good, following them, I have had enough of those unlucky days. Hichu shouted. Hichu, what did you say? Long Wanyu glared. Hichu looked at Long Wanyu and was a little scared. However, when he looked at Fushi, he immediately became brave. Heavens, in any case, I'll follow Master from now on. Following you has never stopped. Only by following Master can I live a peaceful life. I won't be unlucky anymore, Following Master, let's see who can do anything to me. Who dares to hurt me? Hichu immediately shouted. Just as Hichu shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, a hand appeared out of thin air, instantly grabbing the river diagram in its hand. The palm was so powerful that even with Hichu's physical body, he was in so much pain that his eyes were about to pop out. What's going on? It hurts, it's so hot, I'm going to be burned to death. Master, save me! Hichu instinctively shouted. Don't shout, I am beside you, Fushi said with a wry smile. He too turned his head, only to see that Fushi was also stuck by the flame-like palm just like him. Master is also trapped? Hichu! What are you doing? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows in surprise. At some point in time, he suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A flaming energy palm instantly grabbed Fushi and He Tuesday. At this moment, he glared at Gu Hai with eyes full of anger. Gu Hai, what about the promise you made to me? He said angrily. Promise? What did I promise you? Gu Hai asked in confusion. He waved his other hand, and Dongzong Shou's voice sounded from the void. His Holiness, this old subject died unjustly. I beg His Holiness to avenge this subject. This old subject was wronged, this old subject died unjustly. The Dahan Heavenly Court did not keep His Holiness's promise and ambushed this subject, causing this old subject's death. This old subject was wronged. His Holiness, this old subject was wronged. Dongzong Shou's final scream was a plea for help from Yi. Gu Hai, you and I agreed that only Dongzong Shou and the unborn man were allowed to fight, and no one else was allowed to participate. I left the capital because I trusted you, but you went back on your word? You killed my subject and caused his resentment to skyrocket. He would rather burn his 3 souls to avenge me. What did you promise me? Yi stared at Gu Hai. Wait, Yi, there are some things you don't understand. This is Fushi, an 8-meridian longevity cultivator. He was born for Fushi. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. At the same time, he quickly described everything that happened before. That's right, Yi, don't be impulsive. Let go of my father. Long Wanyu shouted. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. Boom. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red clouds, and Yi's eye of heaven shone down. Everything that happened before quickly replayed in the form of an illusion. Gu Hai's words were all true. 1. Yi put away the eye of heaven. He coldly looked at the crowd and was slightly silent. Dongzhang Shou didn't have good intentions, he wanted to manipulate you. Fushi was held in Yi's hand, and he endured the pain and explained. Fushi's cultivation was gone, and he was only left with the strength of an unborn man naturally. He was no match for Yi. That's right, Yi, I will give you an explanation. Let go of Fushi first. Gu Hai also persuaded. He stared at Gu Hai for a while, and finally revealed a cold smile. No. What? I don't care what Dongzhang Shou's motive is, but he did not betray me. Why should I convict him? On the contrary, Gu Hai was previously a member of the Dahan, but he interfered in the Battle of Shou Shishir. You already knew about it, but you did not stop him. Haha, this is Gu Hai going back on your word. You went back on your word, he said coldly. Went back on my word? Gu Hai's face darkened. Isn't that right? What did you say? You broke the promise. No matter what the excuse is, no matter what the reason is, a monarch will not go back on his word. But you did not do it. You could have stopped me, but for your own selfish reasons, you went back on your word. How can I trust you? He glared at him. If you think so, then you can look for me. Let go of Fushi first. Gu Hai said in a low voice. No, Fushi? He is the one who committed this sin. Of course, I will look for him. He is Fushi? Fushi is good too. He killed Dongzhang Shou and killed one of my officials. We will settle this score slowly. It just so happens that the place I am going to needs him. Yi's voice was filled with murderous intent. Wait! Gu Hai shouted. However, he did not trust Gu Hai anymore. He reached out and pulled the void. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void and he stepped into it. The gate to the netherworld can only be opened by Shou Shishir and those who have reached the peak of the gods? He wants to go to the netherworld? Long Wanyu's face darkened. Humph! He snorted coldly. He grabbed Fushi and Hichu with his flaming palm and stepped in. Hichu's whole body was burning. At this moment, he was in extreme pain. His face was uglier than crying. Why am I so unlucky? He had just found a big backer, but now he found that his bad luck was still the same. He was innocent, but because he relied on his master, he was involved and his life was in danger. He disappeared in an instant. Stop, let go of my father. The Long sisters were anxious. Gu Hai stopped the two girls. Husband, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Brother-in-law, why are you stopping me? Long Wanyu also said anxiously. You two go back first. I'll go after Yi. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yi's attitude made Gu Hai very worried. This time, it was indeed his fault, and Yi was right to blame him. Gu Hai was worried that he would blame others because of him. After all, Yi's strength was too terrifying now. His Holiness will go with you. Shangguan Hen shouted. No, you and Ao Xing protect everyone and return to the court immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The two answered. His Holiness, be careful. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Gu Hai looked at Gu Ming and said to Gu Tang, just do as I said. Gu Tang looked at Gu Ming and nodded. He got off easy. Father, don't worry, I'll send him to a safe place first and then tell Mother, Big Brother, and Second Brother. You go, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Not far away, Yi's open door to the netherworld was shrinking rapidly. Now it was only half the height of a person. Gu Hai stepped forward. Whoosh! Gu Hai entered the netherworld. He chased after Yi's footsteps in an instant. The entrance also disappeared in an instant. Everyone's eyes flashed with worry. They prayed for Gu Hai, hoping that Gu Hai would return soon. Gu Ming kept his head down, his eyes red. Although he knew that he had nothing to do with Gu Hai, there was a trace of worry and blessing in his eyes as he looked in the direction Gu Hai left. This unfilial son is unworthy of a son. I wish father a long life. Gu Ming lamented in his heart. Chapter 1245. At the entrance of the shrine, Jiang Chen grabbed 30 soul and stepped back. There was a large light screen at the entrance of the shrine. It was the image of the East Sea that Jiang Chun had previously cast. Although Jiang Chun had gone to the East Sea, Long Outyen and the others were still watching the image at the entrance of the shrine. In the image, Hui suddenly appeared and grabbed Fushi and Hichu. God, is that really Fushi? Fushi was caught? Long Outyen was surprised. He is Fushi, but it's not that easy to catch him. Even I may not be able to catch him. Jiang Chun shook his head. But there was a voice in the light screen just now. Isn't Fushi's cultivation level the unborn man's cultivation level? His current strength is too weak, right? Long Outyen said blankly. Have you forgotten Fushi's deduction ability? Jiang Chun shook his head. Huh! The most powerful thing about longevity cultivation is not to increase one's lifespan, but to deduce the future. In order to catch 30 soul, Fushi could deduce as long as 800,000 years. Do you think he can't deduce the appearance of Hui? Jiang Chun said affirmatively. Then why was he caught by Hui? Long Outyen was surprised. He has his own plans. Jiang Chun looked slightly puzzled. As he spoke, Jiang Chun stepped into the seizing shrine. I have something important to do in seclusion. No one is to disturb me. Jiang Chen's voice came from the shrine. Quang! The door of the shrine closed with a bang. In the underworld, Gu Hai chased in the direction where Hui left. This time there was a conflict with Hui. Gu Hai didn't want to drag others into it. After all, Hui's destructive power was too great. As soon as he entered the underworld, Gu Hai immediately saw a flash of light in the distance. Gu Hai instantly chased over and arrived at the South Sea in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at this place, Bai was nowhere to be seen. At this place? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. This place is so familiar. Wasn't this where the underground Blood City used to be? The sea region where the Torch Dragon's heart was located? The auras of Bai, Fushi, and Hichu have disappeared here. Have they entered the sea? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Stepping forward, Gu Hai entered the seabed. However, the speed of the Ho was too fast. He could not find any trace of the three for a while. Gu Hai immediately entered the depths of the sea, the underground space where the Torch Dragon's heart used to be. The underground space was still huge, but now it was as empty as a field. Only the rolling lava was left. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a golden dragon scale near the earth flame magma. These are Hichu's dragon scales? It seems that Meng really came here? What are you looking for? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Last time, he did not check carefully and thought that it was just the Torch Dragon's heart absorbing the earth fire. But now it seemed that it was not that simple. Gu Hai stepped into the depths of the earth fire. The earth fire burned the earth and rocks, forming magma. The earth fire did not stop, and the magma area was huge. Soon, Gu Hai caught up to the center of the earth fire. He thought that the underground was getting hotter, but the closer he got to the bottom, the colder it became. Gradually, the magma disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strange blood sea. It was a huge blood sea. The previous earth fire was formed by the energy evaporated from the blood sea. How could there be a blood sea underground? Gu Hai looked around. However, the Scarlet Sea was too vast. Furthermore, the Scarlet Sea was surrounded by earth and stone. Occasionally there would be some caves leading to other places. Although they were only occasional, the Scarlet Sea was so vast that there were countless caves. There were too many forks, and Gu Hai did not know where to go. Blood? Blood? Gu Hai's face sank. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Hai stepped forward and quickly retraced his steps, returning to the sea outside. Chong Ming, quickly come to us, Gu Hai said. With Gu Hai's current strength, it was easy for him to send his voice anywhere. He arrived at the Eternal Een capital in an instant. Chong Ming was at the blood-robed guard headquarters, listening to the reports of his subordinate. Suddenly, Gu Hai's voice rang out and Chong Ming shivered. "My lord, the situation is as such. My blood-robed guard needs to continue. a subordinate said respectfully. Chang Ming waved his hand, stopping the subordinate from speaking. This official is going out. You all continue to discuss. Chang Ming stepped out of the hall. "Milord, we need you to decide on these documents." Whoosh! Chang Ming ignored him and rushed out, following Gu Hai's voice. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the South Sea. Paying respects to His Holiness, Chang Ming respectfully said. "Follow us." Gu Hai stepped into the South Sea. Chang Ming did not ask any questions and quickly reached the bottom of the sea. Surprised by the underground space he had come to last time, he was quickly brought to the magma layer and then to the Blood Sea. "This is?" Chang Ming said in shock. Chang Ming immediately closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. A look of shock appeared on his face. "His Holiness, this is the heart-blood of the Torch Dragon. No, it should be the blood of the Torch Dragon that has been diluted countless times." Chang Ming cried out in excitement. "Qi just captured Fuxi and Hichu and brought them here. Can you cultivate the blood to find their whereabouts?" Gu Hai explained. "Fuxi?" Chang Ming said in shock. "Unborn man is Fuxi and Fuxi is unborn man," Gu Hai said. Chang Ming was flabbergasted. Although surprised, he did not ask any questions. "This subject will try." Chang Ming immediately nodded. Closing his eyes, Chang Ming sensed the Blood Sea, and the divine mark on his brow trembled. Chang Ming immediately opened his eyes. "How is it?" Gu Hai asked. "I don't know why, but I suddenly have a very familiar feeling." Chang Ming frowned. "Familiar? You?" Gu Hai said in shock. "His Holiness, wait a moment. The Blood Sea is everywhere, and there are countless passages. This subject should be able to find it." "Wait a moment," Chang Ming solemnly said. Gu Hai nodded. "You captured Hichu and Fuxi and headed directly to the underworld. They arrived at the South Sea, passed through the Earthfire area, and directly arrived at the Blood Sea. Where is this? The Blood Sea, what a huge Blood Sea! Although Hichu was afraid of you, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him." "Fuxi, you don't seem to be afraid of me?" Yu narrowed his eyes at Fuxi. Fuxi's expression was calm, and he was not nervous. "It's already like this, what's the use of being afraid?" Fuxi smiled slightly. Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Fuxi. "Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? That's why I'm not afraid?" Fuxi shook his head. "I didn't say that you don't dare to kill me. You should have something to ask of me, but you don't want Gu Hai to know your purpose, so you deliberately fell out with Gu Hai, right?" "Something to ask of you?" As expected of Fuxi, you can predict things like a god. "You also predicted this? Since you've deduced it, you should know what I'm going to do." You looked coldly at Fuxi. "I won't know until you tell me." Fuxi shook his head. "I want to find the Earth's core divine fire, but the Blood Sea runs through the Tongtian and is endless. I've been looking for it for days and nights, but there's no end. You know the art of divination, you can predict whether it's good or bad. Help me find it. Earth core divine fire." Fuxi frowned slightly. "What? Is there a problem?" Ho asked coldly. "You're the one begging me, not the other way around." Fuxi smiled. You think I don't dare to kill you?" Bai glared at him. "I can predict whether it's good or bad, and help you find the Earth's core divine fire. Other than me, no one else in the world can do that. Since you're begging me, you should at least have a begging attitude. Let me go first." Fuxi smiled. "Fuxi, do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Bai looked coldly at Fuxi. Fuxi smiled. "The primordial chaos around me corresponds to the 64 hexagrams. Only when my whole body is in good condition can I perform the divination. If one part of my body is damaged, the divination won't work. I can't help you with the divination even if I want to." Fuxi was threatening Bai. He was sure that Bai would not be able to find the Earth's core divine fire. Bai stared at Fuxi and finally smiled coldly. Fine. I won't touch you now. It's fine. I'll touch him, okay? Bai suddenly looked at Hichu. Hichu! I'm innocent, Hichu said pitifully. Bai let go of Fushi. He grabbed Hichu with one hand and tore with the other. Ah! Hichu screamed. In the midst of his screams, Bai tore off a large piece of dragon scales and scattered them in all directions. The immense pain of having his dragon scales torn off caused Hichu to tear up. Great Yen His Holiness, I'm innocent. It hurts. Master, save me! Hichu looked at Fushi and cried. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed by Long Wanyu's side. Why was he so unlucky? Fushi saw Hichu's pain and smiled bitterly. Fushi, I'm not begging you. You have to help me find the Earth's core divine fire. Now, start the divination, Bai said. As he spoke, he tore off the dragon scales again. Ah! Hichu screamed again as another large piece of dragon scales was torn off. Master, I'm going to have my scales removed. Save me! Hichu cried bitterly. An unexpected calamity was also brought upon by one's own actions. He too was grief-stricken. Why was he so unlucky? Once the dragon scales are gone, I'll tear off his claws and horns. I'll pull out his tendons and bones, Bai threatened. He too's eyes widened, revealing a terrified expression. This woman was a psychopath. He was finished? Master, I beg you. He's not begging you. I beg you, please hurry up and perform the divination. I can't take it any more, Master. Hichu cried in despair. Fushi looked at Hichu, then at Bai. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. You don't have to tear off his dragon scales. I'll take you away. Bai looked at Fushi and finally nodded. At Fushi's request, Bai also released Fushi's seal. After all, in Bai's eyes, Fushi could not escape from the palm of his hand. Fushi waved his hand gently and a 64 hexagrams pattern seemed to appear in his palm. The 64 hexagrams slowly rotated. It was very mysterious and there was nothing on it. Fushi pointed in a direction and Bai led the two of them into the Blood Sea. They entered a passage at the bottom of the Blood Sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Gu Hai also found a dragon scale that Bai threw out from the outside world. He chased after it into the Blood Sea. Unfortunately, when Gu Hai arrived, Bai and the other two had already left. Deep underground, in an area filled with black fog, there was only a faint light in the black fog. In the light, a hunchbacked old man with messy hair walked slowly with a snake-headed walking stick in his hand. There was a lantern hanging on the snake head of the walking stick. If Black Impermanence was here, he would definitely recognize him. When he went to the Blood Underground City to curse Gu Hai, it was this hunchbacked old man who led the way. This old man was the divine envoy who led the way in the Blood Underground City. Everyone thought that he had died in the Blood Underground City. Who would have thought that he would appear here? The hunchbacked old man slowly walked to the entrance of a dark main hall. He looked up. He saw the words 9-een Hall written on the plaque of the main hall. Master! The hunchbacked old man respectfully knelt at the entrance of the 9-een Hall. Come in. A voice came from the main hall. Yes. The hunchbacked old man got up and slowly stepped into the main hall. There was a throne in the main hall. A man was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed. The man was not an outsider. He was the sect leader of the Join sect, who was on the same level as Jiang Chen, Bai. Bai was sitting on the throne. He seemed to be cultivating with his eyes closed. The hunchbacked old man knelt down respectfully. Master, just a moment ago, Bai entered the underground again, and this time, he seems to have found two helpers. Bai did not open his eyes. Instead, he smiled. It's good that she's here. Now, we're just waiting for her. Master, she wants to find the Earth core divine fire. The underground passageways are complicated. Do you need me to guide her? The hunchbacked old man asked respectfully. There's no need for that. With Bai's strength, the helper he found must be extraordinary. She'll find the Earth core divine flame. Besides, when I gave her the skill, I told her everything. Come, let her do it herself, said Bai with a smile. Yes, the hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Chapter 1246. In the world of the living, Dahan's celestial dynasty, in an extremely remote city. Outside the city, in a remote town. In a small courtyard in the small town. The small courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the door frame was broken. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants occasionally gathered here. Obviously, no one had lived here for a long time. Gu Tang stood at the entrance of the small courtyard with Gu Ming. Just now, you saw that I've completed the household registration for you. The owner of this house has been missing for decades. He probably won't come back in this lifetime. From now on, you can live here. No one can find you, Gu Tang said in a low voice. Gu Ming looked at Gu Tang. He did not care about the surrounding ruins and nodded lightly. Now that your cultivation has been destroyed, we won't stop you if you want to recultivate. Because of Father's benevolence, we let you live. I hope you know what you're doing. Don't use Father's name to swindle people again, Gu Tang said in a low voice. Gu Ming nodded in silence. Gu Tang's eyes flashed with discomfort, but he still turned and walked away. Beside Gu Ming were some identification documents. Everything else was empty. Gu Tang did not leave anything for him. However, Gu Ming did not resent him. Instead, a sense of guilt grew in his heart. In the side room of the small courtyard, he found some rusty tools and cleaned up the grass in the courtyard bit by bit. This work lasted for a day and a night. The dilapidated courtyard was slowly being cleaned up, and everything was now in good order. After everything was tidied up, Gu Ming faced the north. Solemnly, he knelt down and bowed 3 times and 9 times in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. After the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, Gu Ming began to carefully pack his things. Suddenly, Gu Ming's whole body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted, and he stopped moving. Heavenly Master? It's you? You're fine? Gu Ming was surprised and immediately knelt down. A ray of 7-colored light flowed slightly in Gu Ming's body. It's me. They thought they caught my soul seed, but after a mistake, how can I not have a backup plan? 30's voice sounded again in Gu Ming's body. Yes, Gu Ming said, trembling all over. There is now a spare strand of this immortal's soul guide in your body. Unfortunately, it is much weaker than the previous strand. It doesn't matter that your cultivation was crippled. This immortal will help you recover soon. From now on, help this immortal monitor the world. Wait for this immortal's return. Jiang Chen, Fushi, Tsang, Gu Hai? Don't even think about escaping. Humph. A cold snort exploded throughout the small courtyard. Yes, Gu Ming replied with a shudder. The infinite celestial capital. In a large hall in the imperial palace, Chen Xianer, Lin Wanner Bingheim, the Long sisters, Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang gathered once again. He described everything that had happened in the East Sea. Bang! Gu Qin slammed his palm on the coffee table. Bastard Gu Ming! How dare he kill his own father? Gu Han was also instantly shocked and furious. What a close call! If not for his father guarding against the unborn man, he would have overlooked Gu Ming. It turned out that Gu Ming was not of one mind with his family from the very beginning. 4th brother? So that's how it is. I was only suspicious back then, but I didn't think too deeply about it. Siding with the Qing Emperor was like acknowledging a traitor as his father. Siding with the White Emperor was for power. Siding with Empress Ji and even returning to the Dahan was all for the sake of killing the emperor? Haha, we really underestimated 4th brother's bottom line. Gu Han was also shocked and furious. Little Tang, where did you hide that evil creature? Tell me, I want him to regret being born into this world. Gu Qin glared. At this moment, Gu Qin seemed to have lost his mind. Among his 4 sons, Gu Qin's talent and intelligence were not as good as his 3 younger brothers. However, Gu Hai valued Gu Qin the most because he was calm and steady. Guqin was also most grateful to his father. Not only did his father raise him, but he also taught him everything. It was just that he was slow. However, his father had never despised him. He had always placed him first and even risked his life to save him. He could never bear to scold him when he made a mistake. However, Gu Ming wanted to kill his father. How could Guqin take it? With such good self-control, he instantly flew into a rage. Gu Han was also eager to try. Like Gu Tang, after learning the truth, the first thing he did was to teach Gu Ming a lesson. The group of empresses was naturally furious. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. He had almost killed Gu Hai. Who wouldn't be angry? That's enough. Chen Xian opened her mouth. When Chen Xian spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Chen Xian was also very sad. She did not expect that the son she had watched grow up would do such a disgraceful thing. Mother! Guqin and Gu Han frowned. Forget it, our husband has already forgiven him. Don't worry about it anymore. Little Tang, you don't have to say anything about Little Ming's position. He is not benevolent, but our family cannot be unrighteous. After all, he was once your younger brother. Chen Xian sighed. Guqin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang's expressions froze. Although they were still angry, they could only sigh in the end. Our husband said that the fate of father and son with Little Ming is over. Let it be. Don't disturb him in the future. After all, he was with you during your childhood. After all, he was once your younger brother. Chen Xian sighed. Chen Xian was naturally very angry, but after all, that was her adopted son. How could he do such a disgraceful thing? Chen Xian was also very disappointed. At this moment, Gu Hai had already made his decision. Chen Xian also felt that this was the best. Long Wanqing, Lin Wan'er and Bingheim looked at each other. In the end, they did not say anything. However, this unborn man has made me look at him in a new light. In the past, our husband had already seen through his disloyal heart. However, at the last moment, he actually stopped it. Wanqing, this father of yours really cares about you two sisters. Chen Xian looked at Long Wanqing and said, Yes, my mother said that my father is an unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. So it was all true. Long Wanqing nodded and sighed. Since Fuxi can grasp a trace of the law of time, then he can definitely revive your mother. Lin Wan'er thought for a moment and said, Yes, according to reason, but now our husband is worried about our safety and won't let us follow him. I don't know. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Sister, don't worry. Since father is Fuxi's reincarnation, then there is nothing to worry about. Long Wanyu shook her head. Huh! He is a person who can calculate 10 steps before taking one step. He can calculate from 800,000 years ago to today. How can there be danger? I have the ability to foresee good and bad luck. Do you think he doesn't? How can he not feel that we are going to catch him? He must have felt it. However, he jumped in himself, which means he is sure. Long Wanyu shook her head. Are you confident? Long Wanqing asked doubtfully. Don't worry, he will definitely be fine. His ability is not just strength. Long Wanyu said affirmatively. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded and suppressed the worry in her heart. Underworld, at the bottom of the South Sea. Deep underground, in the Blood Sea. Under Fuxi's guidance, the three of them passed through a tunnel in an instant. Passing through a tunnel was nothing to Ming. The key was that the tunnel was very long. Along the way there were countless forks in the road. If not for Fuxi's guidance, it would have taken Ming a long time to find this road. In the depths of the tunnel, the speed was naturally not as fast as the outside world. Ming shuttled for 3 full days before stopping. He stopped in another underground space. The underground space was extremely large, and it was extremely hot inside. It was as if a huge sun was buried here. The terrifying heat hit them in the face, and even Fuxi could not stand it. Ming waved his hand and a light circle surrounded Fuxi and Hichu to protect them. This is the divine fire of the Earth's core? What a terrifying heat, it is like the sun, Hichu said in surprise. That's right, the divine fire of the sun was recorded correctly. There is indeed a divine fire in the Earth's core. However, it is a pity that the Join sect is not here. Ming's eyes flashed with expectation as he looked at the sun-like fireball in front of him. Fuxi squinted his eyes and said, "There are 12 of these fireballs. It seems that we have found the wrong place." "That's right, I need this fireball." Yu immediately shook his head. Fuxi smiled bitterly. He did not explain. "Wait, you said there are 12? You calculated that there are 12 similar places?" Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. Do you have a way to collect them? Let's go to other places as soon as possible," Fuxi said solemnly. "All right, wait here." Ming nodded. Ming stepped into the sun-like fireball as he spoke. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble! Rolling flames rushed into Ming's mouth. Hichu was shocked by the terrifying inhalation and exhalation force. "Crazy, she is really a monster." Hichu was shocked. Ming turned his head and looked at them. Hichu's expression changed and he immediately corrected himself. "Diyen, His Holiness is really powerful. I was praising you. You are awesome." Ming turned his head away in satisfaction. Fuxi looked at Hichu beside him and said, "Hichu, I found that you seem to have dropped something after not seeing you for so many years." "What did I drop?" Hichu looked at Fuxi blankly. "Integrity," Fuxi said solemnly. "Hichu. Master, Hichu is bitter, you don't know. I can't help it. I have had enough all these years. What's the use of integrity? I am so unlucky because I have integrity." Hichu was so sad that he was about to cry. "Maybe." Fuxi shook his head. Underworld, in the underground blood sea. Chongming sensed for a while before he opened his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. "His Holiness, I did not find any trace of Ming, Fuxi, or Hichu. However, I sensed a strange place. There seems to be something calling me." Chongming frowned. "Calling you?" Gu Hai was surprised. He was counting on Chongming to find Ming. Why did something call Chongming? Did Chongming have anything special? "I am not sure what it is. It seems to be something that belongs to me, but it has a feeling of sadness," Chongming said strangely. Gu Hai frowned and finally said, "All right, let's go take a look." "Okay." Chongming nodded and led the way. Gu Hai and Chongming did not follow Ming's path. They entered another tunnel and quickly traveled underground. Chapter 1247. Yang Realm. Great Yen Dynasty, Primitive City. Because of Ming's order, all the officials were not allowed to participate in the Battle of Shoushi. Therefore, they were not very clear about the Battle of East Sea. Ho Yi and Xing Tian were in charge of taking over the 1,000 cities of Wanshou Taoism. Everything was in order. In the imperial court, there was a group of loyal officials handling the matters. Only very important matters would come to the Jing Wei. In front of the window, the Jing Wei was combing his hair in front of the mirror. Suddenly, the Jing Wei's pupils constricted and he turned his head. "Who is it? Come out." The Jing Wei stared and said, "Buzz." Not far from the Jing Wei, there seemed to be a bunch of water vapor that suddenly appeared. The water vapor slowly condensed and turned into the appearance of a little girl. "Ingo." The Jing Wei's eyes suddenly widened. It was Ingo who had taken over his body. "Back then, Jiang Lianshan could not bear to see you suffer, so he separated your soul from your body and made me. I thought that because of Jiang Lianshan's pampering, you became a useless person. Who would have thought that you obtained the body of the vermilion bird? Your cultivation has reached the complete deity stage?" Ingo walked over. The Jing Wei looked at Ingo coldly. "You almost killed me when you tricked me last time. Why are you here again?" "Nothing. I just want to tell you that Dong Zhang Shou was killed by Gu Hai." Ingo laughed. "Whether he dies or not, my sister will deal with it." Ingo, why are you looking for me again when my sister is not here? Don't tell me you have some secrets to tell me? The Jingwei said coldly. Can I look for you if I don't have any secrets? You should know that you and I are one. Ingo's smile hid a trace of conspiracy. One? Who do you think you are? You are just a new spirit formed by my body. You are just a vassal of my body. Do you think you are worthy to be one with me? The Jingwei sneered. But I am the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe is reborn and we need you. Ingo slowly became serious. Sorcerer tribe? The sorcerer tribe is already extinct. You are talking about the sorcerer tribe? Ingo, stop dreaming. With my flesh body you can live freely for a while. My sister will take back my flesh body for me. Jing Wei glared at Ingo. Take back the body? No, you're wrong. It's not that she wants to take back my body, but that I want to take back what belongs to my shaman tribe from her body. Ingo laughed. Something from the witch tribe? The Jingwei stared at him in confusion. The shaman tribe has the 4 great zombie ancestors: earth, fire, wind, and water. However, you don't know that the seeds of the 4 great zombie ancestors can grow separately. When they reach their peak, they can fuse together. When the 4 great zombie ancestors fuse into one, even Jiangchen won't be a match for them. I have the water zombie ancestor seed, and Wu has the fire element. Therefore, I came looking for you. Ingo said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, you want to steal my sister's zombie progenitor seed? Ingo, aren't you too naive? Even Yuanshi Tianzuan is not a match for my sister, and you? The elite guard sneered. That's right, Hui's strength is beyond my expectations. However, Hui is not without weakness. At the very least, you are her weakness. Ingo sneered. You want to take me down and threaten my sister? The Jingwei glared at him. Why not? Ingo stretched out his hand to grab the elite guard. The elite guard also glared at him and struck out with his palm. Boom! The power of the great perfection deity stage was incomparably vast. The collision of water and fire instantly caused a huge explosion. In an instant, the elite guard's palace exploded. Princess! Immediately, a large number of guards cried out in alarm. However, they saw that the elite guard and Ingo were already high up in the sky. The 2 of them brazenly attacked again. Rumble! The 2 of them struck out with their palms, shaking the heavens and the earth. The rumbling shockwaves tore the void apart. The surroundings of the antiquity city suddenly shook. I have waited for a long time. I finally confirmed that Hui is not in the imperial court before I came. Jingwei, you have nowhere to run today. Ingo laughed loudly. Ingo, do you think you can take me down? The elite guard glared at him. Don't expect Gu Hai. A few days ago, on the Eastern Sea, Gu Hai had a falling out with Hui. I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, do you think I would come to you at this time? Ingo sneered. Screech! The elite guard let out a loud cry and soared into the sky. Boom! Immediately, the elite guard slammed into a strong barrier and couldn't escape. I have already set up a water zombie barrier around the entire antiquity city. You can't escape. Surrender obediently and avoid physical pain. Ingo said coldly. Don't even think about it. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a huge battle broke out in the sky above the antiquity city. The huge battle naturally attracted the attention of all directions. Ho Yi and Xing Tian, who were conquering the cities in the south, immediately heard the news and turned their heads. It's Ingo? How dare you? Ho Yi and Xing Tian rushed over. In an instant, the 2 of them arrived outside the barrier. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them heavily attacked the water zombie barrier but couldn't break it. Ingo, you are courting death. His Holiness will definitely destroy your divine soul when he returns. Ho Yi glared and said angrily. However, within the water zombie barrier, Ingo didn't care at all. Because Ingo knew that since he was here today, he must take down the elite guard. Once he took down the elite guard, he would win. Even if we returned, he wouldn't dare to attack. This was his only chance. Infinite celestial capital. The ministers of the Dahan also received the news instantly. They all went to the square of the soaring palace hall and looked at the distant Dongfang. We left the imperial capital, and Ingo is causing chaos in the antiquity city? Long One Yu frowned. Mother, should we do something? Gu Han frowned. Chen Xian was silent for a while and finally nodded. The Dahan and the Great Yen have always been friends. There was a misunderstanding during the longevity master battle, and the Dahan has let the Great Yen down. This is a good opportunity to make up for it. Han, you represent the Dahan Celestial Empire and take Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, Shangguan Hen, Ao Xing, and Divine Scorpion to provide support immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, the group of ministers replied. Mao Tianyun, Hudu, you two go and help too. After all, this trouble is caused by my father. Long One Yu said. Yes. Mao Tianyun and Hudu answered. Boom. In an instant, the 9 great perfection celestial palaces of the Dahan Celestial Empire rushed out and headed for the Antiquity City. In an instant, the 9 experts arrived at the Antiquity City and emitted a fearful aura. Guhan, Ho-I and Xing Tian were alarmed. Under the orders of the Divine Empress, we are here to provide support to the Antiquity City. Generals, how should we cooperate? Guhan asked. Ho-I and Xing Tian's eyes lit up when they heard that the 9 experts were here to provide support. Break this water zombie enchantment first, Ho-I said. Okay. Hong. The 11 experts attacked almost at the same time. Their power was so great that even the water zombie enchantment shook violently. Inside the enchantment, Ingo had already suppressed the elite guards. When he saw the experts outside, his expression changed. People from the Dahan Celestial Empire? Didn't Gu Hai fall out with we? Humph, what do you know? Continue. Gu Han shouted. Hong. There was another loud sound. Suddenly, the water zombie enchantment shook and twisted strangely. Continue. The 11 peerless experts shouted again. Ingo, who had been full of confidence, suddenly showed a sullen expression. In the underworld, in the Blood Sea underground, Gu Hai followed Chong Ming through a tunnel. Although there were many forks in the tunnel, Chong Ming's feeling grew increasingly stronger. However, they did not take many detours. 3 days later, the two arrived at the entrance of a pitch-black cave. The Scarlet Sea actually feared the black hole, not daring to get close. It's in there. His Holiness, Chong Ming said excitedly. Be careful, Gu Hai said gravely. Yes. The moment Xiao Chen stepped into the cave, a horrifying dragon might rushed at the two. The two's hair stood on end at nearly the same time. Under this dragon might, the two felt like the heavenly might had descended. No, this was even more horrifying than the 6 paths immortal. From the outside, the interior was pitch black. However, at this moment there was some light inside. There were 3,000 tree images of various colors in the surroundings, leading in all directions. 3,000 great Tao? How is that possible? Gu Hai's expression changed as he said in disbelief. This was a miniature version of the 3,000 great Tao. Furthermore, the strange thing was that they were upside down. The tree heads were down and the roots were up. There was a huge space around them. The roots of the 3,000 great Tao were inserted into the ground in all directions, while the heads surged towards a huge object in the center. It was a huge dragon, a golden dragon that was 5,000 kilometers long. The dragon might that made the two's hair stand on end earlier was emitted by this golden dragon. The top of the 3,000 great Tao was connected to the golden dragon, but the roots led to the earth and stones in all directions. At the same time, streams of light surged into the golden dragon's body from all directions. This golden dragon is extracting the power of the 3,000 great Tao? Extracting the power of the world? Gu Hai said in surprise. The golden dragon closed its eyes as if it was sleeping. That's it. His Holiness, I have a familiar feeling, Chang Ming said as he pointed at the golden dragon. Let's go and hide first. Gu Hai pulled Chang Ming and instantly hid in a corner. Just as the two of them left, a large number of moths flew past from all directions. They seemed to be patrolling the entire huge space. A familiar feeling? Do you know what this is? Gu Hai asked. I'm not sure. Chang Ming shook his head. Gu Hai flew to the bottom and took a closer look. He found that the golden dragon was sleeping, but its mouth was slightly open, leaving a thin gap. He could vaguely see the scene inside its mouth. A ball of green flames was slowly burning. In that slightly closed mouth, there seemed to be a candle flame? Gu Hai immediately had a guess in his heart. That's impossible. Didn't it die a long time ago? Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. However, if it wasn't for it, where would such a powerful aura come from? The 3,000 great Tao continuously supplied it with power? His Holiness, you recognize it? Who is this golden dragon? Chang Ming asked curiously. Torch Dragon. Gu Hai said solemnly. Torch Dragon? That's impossible. Didn't the Torch Dragon die a long time ago? Moreover, the former underground blood city was formed from the Torch Dragon's heart. Although this golden dragon is sleeping, it seems to be intact? Chang Ming said with a hint of confusion. I'm not sure, but this time, you did bring me to a very mysterious place. Torch Dragon? Is someone trying to revive the Torch Dragon? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Underground, 9 Temple. Sitting on the throne, Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Oh? 2 rats sneaked in ahead of time? Qi's face darkened. Chapter 1248. Under the ground. Hui was sucking in the sun-like earth core divine fire. Hichu stared at it from the side. The 64 hexagrams floated in Fushi's palm and changed rapidly. It seemed to be calculating the future. Looking at the 64 hexagrams in his palm, Fushi's expression changed slightly. Great peace? Gu Hai's appearance really helped me a lot. Rumble. After a loud noise, the sun-like earth core divine fire was swallowed by Hui. At this moment, Hui's body was surrounded by golden light. The surface of his body seemed to have formed a spherical barrier. On the spherical barrier, there was a pattern similar to an eye. Fushi, this is the third one. You said there were 12, where are the others? Hui stepped forward. Hui, the spherical barrier around your body seems to have an outline? Hichu asked curiously. Like the sun? Hui smiled confidently. No, it looks like an eyeball? Hichu asked curiously. Eyeball? Hui raised his eyebrows. Puzzled, Hui looked at Fushi. Solemnly, Fushi nodded his head. Fushi, do you know something? Hui frowned. Did your cultivation technique come from Hui? Fushi asked curiously. Yes, Hui gave me the divine fire-sun transformation technique. When cultivated to the peak, I can transform into the sun. Hui did not hide it. Do you think I would give you such a big gift on the first time I met you? I'm not your relative. Why? Solemnly, Fushi asked Fushi. Hui narrowed his eyes. Hui was not stupid to be able to establish a great empire. After thinking for a while, he understood a lot. This divine technique is indeed wonderful. The more I cultivate, the stronger I become. I feel like I am immersed in it. However, when you mentioned it, I felt that Hui might not be a good person. Hui nodded. Hui has been waiting for you, Fushi said. Hui narrowed his eyes at Fushi. This is what I deduced based on known reasons, Fushi explained. Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fushi in confusion and asked, Did you let me catch you on purpose? Hichu looked at Fushi in confusion. Fushi nodded. He didn't hide anything. Why? Bai said coldly. I can predict that being captured by you will allow me to quickly return to my peak, returning to my past strength, or even stronger. Fushi didn't hide anything. You recovered because of me? Bai asked in a deep voice. That's right. However, I still can't figure out how to recover. Everything depends on that qi. Solemnly, Fushi said. Fushi, if you can predict the future, then tell me, who is Zhua? What is the Jiuyin sect? Zhua asked curiously. Qi is closely related to Torch Dragon. As for the specific situation, I can only deduce in detail when I see qi. After all, this qi is too mysterious. Fushi frowned. How is it mysterious? His understanding of Torch Dragon is unparalleled. Even 30 and Song don't know it as well as he does. However, Torch Dragon is the first spirit in the world, 30 is the second, and Song is the third. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Qi to know more about Torch Dragon than Song. However, there are many secrets that Song doesn't know, but Qi does. He can even control the remaining power of Torch Dragon to curse all gods. Fushi frowned. Is Torch Dragon the reincarnation? Bai asked curiously. Not really. If we're talking about the reincarnation of Torch Dragon, there is someone in the world who is more similar, but it's definitely not Qi. Fushi shook his head. Is there really a reincarnation of Torch Dragon? Bai's eyes lit up. Song Tian, he fell in the void in the past. Isn't there a chance for him to be resurrected in the end? This kind of initial spirit has its own mark of the world. If Song Tian can be resurrected, what's so strange about Torch Dragon being resurrected? Fushi shook his head. Then who do you think is the reincarnation of Torch Dragon? Bai asked curiously. The one favored by the heavens, Chong Ming. Fushi did not hide it. Chong Ming? A subject of Gu Hai? How is that possible? Bai's face darkened. Who was Chong Ming? Bai had never taken him seriously. Was this person who suddenly appeared the reincarnation of Torch Dragon? He shouldn't be the reincarnation of Torch Dragon. There should be something missing, but only he has this possibility. Fushi explained. Why? Because you haven't heard of the one favored by the heavens? Fushi said. Chong Ming? Now that you mention it, I remember. This person is extremely lucky, which is why he is called the one favored by the heavens. He can pick up a Dharma treasure when he falls, and a numinous treasure when he is injured. However, this is just good luck, right? But in Gu Hai's hands, isn't he still defeated time and time again? It's not the same. Gu Hai's strength is not because of luck, but because of his calculating ability. As for Chong Ming, it's all because of luck. It was as if the 3,000 great Daos were protecting him. The 3,000 great Daos did not recognize anyone. Only the immortal of the six paths who controlled the immortal origin could mobilize it. The immortal of the six paths used the immortal origin to mobilize it. But Chong Ming, although the 3,000 great Daos did not provide much protection, it was passive. Other than those who comprehended the great Daos and the immortal origin of the six paths, who else could have the same benefits as him? Even the reincarnation of the heavens can't do that. Fushi shook his head. Bai raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Since Bai has chosen you, he will find you sooner or later. And there shouldn't be much time left. If you want to resist, you'd better hurry. I'll take you to absorb all the divine fire of Earth's core. Fushi said solemnly. Bai deliberately let me absorb the divine fire of Earth's core. Do I have to do what he wants? Bai frowned. You have to absorb the divine fire to resist. Otherwise. Fushi shook his head. Bai's expression changed. He suddenly understood that no matter what Bai's purpose was, the most important thing was to be strong. Bai looked at Fushi and suddenly bowed to him solemnly. Mr. Fushi, I've offended you before. I hope you don't take offense. His Holiness of Great Yen is too polite. I also need to borrow your strength in order to return to my peak. Fushi smiled faintly. You two have reconciled? He too was at a loss, and there was a hint of depression in his voice. If you had made up earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Let's go to the next place, Fushi said. Whoosh. The three of them quickly passed through the underground tunnel. In another space underground, skeletons Gu Hai and Chong Ming stood under the feet of the 10,000 miles golden dragon and carefully examined it. The golden dragon is sleeping with its eyes closed? No, this golden dragon's eyes are sunken. Although its eyes are closed, it doesn't seem to have any eyeballs. Is it a blind giant dragon? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Chong Ming, on the other hand, placed his hand on the golden dragon's body. Buzz! Chong Ming's body trembled. Chong Ming, what's wrong with you? Gu Hai was puzzled. I feel that it's sad. Chong Ming said with a blank expression. Sad? Gu Hai was curious. Yes, it seems to be in pain, but it's very close to me. It's talking to me, but I don't understand. Chong Ming said blankly. Gu Hai imitated Chong Ming and placed his hand on the golden dragon's body. However, there was no feedback like Chong Ming. Gu Hai pondered for a moment, then looked at Chong Ming in surprise. Was Chong Ming related to the torch dragon? Chong Ming, you used to be blessed by the heavens, right? Gu Hai recalled. That's all in the past. This official's luck is good, but good luck is not necessarily a good thing. This official has suffered many losses in the past. Chong Ming said with a bitter smile. But no one can be lucky for no reason. Perhaps there's a reason for your good luck. Gu Hai pondered. How is that possible, No, His Holiness, I understand the Golden Dragon's confession. Chong Ming's eyes lit up. Oh? What's the confession? Gu Hai asked curiously. In the void, the immortal sky was born. There was no yin and yang. In the chaos, there was an initial spirit called the Torch Dragon. Its breath was summer, and its breath was winter. When it opened its eyes, it was day, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. After the ancient times, the Torch Dragon was lonely. Its body transformed into all things. Its left eye was the sun, and its right eye was the moon. Its body became the earth, its muscles became the mountains and rivers, its blood became the lakes and seas, and its hair became the stars. Its 3 souls became the 3,000 great Tao, its 6 souls became the 6 paths of reincarnation, and its 7th soul, the divine spirit, became the demons, and began to shape the divine Tao. With its body, it cut the chaos, divided yin and yang, and set the universe. Chong Ming closed his eyes and recited carefully. Gu Hai's face suddenly sank, because Gu Hai knew this sentence. These words were recorded in the Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's Handbook of Inheritance. It was the sound that Yuanshir Tianzuan heard from underground. The sound that Yuanshir Tianzuan heard from underground in the past was made by this golden dragon? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. At the same time, in the world of the living, Gu Hai's original body, who was cultivating in the immortal dome of the ancients, suddenly opened his eyes. So the power that Yuanshir borrowed from the earth's core came from that golden dragon? Gu Hai's original body's eyes suddenly lit up. Flipping the scroll in his hand, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a look of anticipation, and he immediately stood up. Whoosh! Gu Hai's original body stepped out of the immortal dome of the ancients. In the underground, Chong Ming recited the words that the golden dragon told him. Gu Hai was surprised. Rumble! It was the huge golden dragon head that suddenly turned its head, as if it was looking down at Gu Hai and Chong Ming from above. The sleeping golden dragon moved? Gu Hai's face darkened. The golden dragon looked down, but its eyes were sunken, and it still had its eyes closed. Rolling dragon power swooped down. Chong Ming suddenly trembled, as if he was repelled by a strong force. Along with Gu Hai, they looked at the huge golden dragon together. The golden dragon's eyes were closed, as if it was still sleeping. However, on its head, in front of the dragon horn, stood a man in a blue robe at this moment. The man was none other than Qi, whom Gu Hai had seen in the past. Qi stood on the dragon head, looking down at Gu Hai and Chong Ming. It was as if this huge dragon head was under his command. Oh? I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Gu Hai? Qi saw Gu Hai, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Dahan's celestial empire, Gu Hai, greets the sect leader of the Juin sect, Gu Hai said solemnly. The skeleton Gu Hai now had the strength of a complete deity. Even so, when he saw Qi, he felt extremely dangerous. How did you find the candle dragon? Qi looked at Gu Hai, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. One had to know that this place was not that easy to enter. Gu Hai's inexplicable arrival made you exceptionally solemn. You're saying that this huge golden dragon is called the Candle Dragon? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. That's right. It is the divine beast of the Juin sect, the Candle Dragon. Now that you know about it, can you tell me how you came in? Qi said coldly. Chapter 1249. That's right. He's the guardian of the Juin sect, the Candle Dragon. Now that you know who he is, can you tell me how you came in? You said coldly. Chong Ming looked at you worriedly. Although Chong Ming had reached the peak of the gods, he still felt that you was dangerous. There are many forks in the underground. We were just lucky to have come here. Since this is the territory of the Juin sect, we won't disturb you. We'll leave immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Luck? You found this place with luck? No one has come in for tens of thousands of years. You're just too lucky. You want to leave? Do you think the Juin sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? You said coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, a swarm of moths rushed over, blotting out the sky and filling up the entire void in an instant. The moths surrounded Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai, as if they would attack at any time. Master, please forgive me. I've failed in my duty. I didn't notice them coming in. At this time, a hunchbacked old man suddenly knelt down under the dragon's head. The divine guide of the underground blood city? It's you? Chong Ming's eyes widened in surprise. The hunchbacked old man knelt down as if he was waiting for you to punish him. These two people came to the Juin sect, but your moths didn't notice them. You've failed in your duty. You said calmly. Yes. The hunchbacked old man said with fear. You made a mistake, so you have to solve it yourself. Yu Zhenghai said solemnly. Yes. The hunchbacked old man immediately turned his head and looked at Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai. Gu Hai looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked, Yu Zhenghai, you want to keep us here? My Juin sect is not a place you can just barge in. The secrets here shouldn't be known to the outside world. Since you're here, you can't leave. Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said no more. The hunchbacked old man commanded a large number of moths to attack Gu Hai and Yu Zhenghai. Blood sea. Chong Ming snorted coldly. Boom. A roiling sea of blood appeared out of nowhere, protecting Gu Hai and Chong Ming. The moths, on the other hand, continued to charge into the blood sea. They kept sucking in the blood sea's water, consuming a huge amount of the blood sea. Rumble. The blood sea was visibly shallower. Guide Oracle? Why are you here? Didn't you die in the underground blood city? What do you have to do with the Juin sect? Chong Ming said angrily. Why can't I be here? I was originally a member of the Juin sect. As for the underground blood city? You don't know that my master lent the torch dragon's heart to the Magi back then. I've been guarding the torch dragon's heart in the underground blood city. I didn't expect that the torch dragon's heart would be destroyed by you not long after I left. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. The hunchbacked old man sneered. You lent it to the shamans? Why? Chong Ming was puzzled. The Juin sect doesn't need to explain anything to you. You barged in yourself, so you can't blame anyone. The moths at night sleep in the world, the hunchbacked old man shouted. 1. All the moths' wings flashed with a silver light. The light penetrated the blood sea and charged at Gu Hai and Chong Ming. When the silver light came into contact with Gu Hai, it suddenly disappeared. After all, Gu Hai's body was filled with the power of nothingness. Any spell could be nullified. Chong Ming wasn't so lucky. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and he swayed from side to side as though he was drunk. Chong Ming. Gu Hai patted Chong Ming's shoulder and a gush of nothingness energy gushed out. Boom! Chong Ming suddenly jolted awake. Illusion! Chong Ming was surprised. Huh? You didn't fall asleep under my sleeping moths? The hunchbacked old man was shocked. On the dragon's head, Bai Ye's eyes narrowed. He hadn't been able to tell what the black energy Gu Hai had released was. Humph, just a moth? What are you? Come out! Chong Ming shouted, his embarrassment turning into anger. Boom! With Chong Ming as the center, billowing black energy appeared out of thin air and condensed into millions of bats. As soon as the blood-colored bat appeared, it charged towards the moths. Screech! 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 The bats were ferocious and savage. Now that Chong Ming's cultivation base was in the great circle of the God Legion, the bats' power was boundless. The bats pounced on the moths, and in the blink of an eye, all the moths in the crypt were caught and devoured. Screech! 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 Eating my babies? Can you even finish them? The hunchbacked old man waved his hand. Bang! Millions of moths flew out again. However, more and more vampiric bats appeared, and they began to slaughter the moths even more ferociously. Although some of the bats' wings were bitten off by the moths and fell to the ground, most of the moths ended up as food for the bat. In an instant, the moths were forced to retreat. The bats had the upper hand. You want to stop us, old hunchback? You're still far from it. Chong Ming laughed loudly. Impossible. My sleeping moths have illusory forms. Ordinary people can't touch them. They're dream moths, illusionary moths. How could these bats kill them? Master? The hunchbacked old man looked at Bai Yi in shock. That's right. Sleeping moths? They don't have a physical form, but they were eaten by these bats. It's strange. It seems the bats are the problem. Bai Yi nodded. We just arrived, and you won't suffer any losses. I hope the two of you can take a step back. We'll take our leave, Gu Hai said. With that, he prepared to leave with Chong Ming. Where do you think you're going? The hunchbacked old man anxiously controlled the moth. However, the moths were completely restrained by the bat. They had no effect at all. Master, I'm useless. The hunchbacked old man said bitterly. You are useless, but no one is leaving today, Bai Yi said coldly. As they spoke, strange sounds came from all around them. Caw caw caw, caw caw caw. For a moment, the entire underground space seemed to be filled with the sounds of countless toads. Rolling toads seemed to have emerged from the ground. They were densely packed. There were even toads hanging from the walls of the cave. Toads! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He saw all the toads suddenly open their mouths and stick out their tongues. Rip! The hundreds of millions of bats in the underground space were instantly caught by the long tongues of the toads. With a pull, they were all swallowed into the toad's mouth. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single bat left. What? Chong Ming's expression changed. Master is amazing. The hunchbacked old man knelt and flattered. The surrounding moths also disappeared under the hunchbacked old man's control. Gu Hai and Chong Ming's expressions darkened as they looked at the surrounding toads. There seemed to be some silver liquid in the lumps on the toads' bodies, shining with silver light. Lunar poison ice toad? Chong Ming's expression changed. You know it? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes, legend has it that a type of poisonous toad was born on the moon. Its poison is so strong that anyone who comes in contact with it will die. Even those who go to the heavenly palace can't stand it. However, every time the lunar poison ice toad appears, it is just a flash in the pan. How can there be so many of them here? Chong Ming said worriedly. Lunar poison ice toad? Maybe they are illusions like your bats. Gu Hai said. Then I'll try again. His Holiness, I'll lead the way. Chong Ming shouted. Boom! The rolling bats appeared again. This time, they suddenly pounced on the group of toads. Caw caw caw. This time, the toads didn't stick out their tongues. Instead, silver liquid shot out from the lumps on their bodies like arrows. Pust 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 pust. Instantly, all the bats that came in contact with it were annihilated. Moreover, the silver venom flew toward Gu Hai and Chong Ming, as if it was going to drown them in the venom. Blood Sea, come out! Chong Ming's expression changed and he waved his hand again. Rumble! The rolling blood sea appeared out of thin air again, blocking the silver venom. However, the silver venom was too powerful. In just an instant, it contaminated the blood sea and turned it silver. Whoosh! The void was instantly corroded, tearing apart areas of black holes. The blood sea turned into a silver sea. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down toward Gu Hai and Chong Ming. Chong Ming's expression changed. He immediately turned into a giant bat and protected Gu Hai under his bat wings. Ah! Chong Ming screamed. His bat wings were being corroded rapidly. The venom was terrifying and powerful. His Holiness, leave now. Chong Ming shouted in pain. I don't want to leave now. Humph! Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Gu Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a black gas shrouded Chong Ming and blocked all the silver venom. Oh! You squinted his eyes. What kind of black gas is this? It has the power to decompose? Juin sect leader, since you are so overbearing, then I'll offend you. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Gu Hai stomped his foot. With Gu Hai's foot as the center, the ground suddenly turned white. Whoosh! In an instant, the ground of the cave was transformed by Gu Hai's strange power. Puss! Suddenly, a bone spike emerged from the ground and pierced through the head of the lunar poison ice toad. What? Yu's face darkened. Pust. In the cave, up and down, left and right, all the soil and stones were turned into bones. The ground was transformed into a sea of bones. Billions of bone spikes emerged from the sea of bones and pierced through all the lunar poison ice toads in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire cave turned into a cave of bones. All the lunar poison ice toads in the cave of bone spikes were killed instantly. Gu Hai was really angry. He turned his bones into the ground. The hunchbacked elder screamed and tried to dodge, but his legs were still pierced. He managed to escape to Yu's back. Other than the candle dragon, the entire cave was filled with bone spikes. Even Yu's surroundings were filled with bone spikes. However, when the bone spikes reached Yu, they strangely avoided him. It was as if there was a mysterious power protecting Yu and no one could get close to him. The lunar poison ice toads, who were arrogant just a moment ago, were completely silent. Bone spikes. Gu Hai's bone spikes now had a mysterious power and were extremely powerful. Chapter 1250. The bone spikes stopped 10 feet away from Qi. Each of them was filled with killing intent as they approached Qi's face. However, they missed each other and could not go any further. Not far away, Chong Ming was being corroded by the poison, and he looked like he was in pain. Gu Hai was really angry. He glared at Qi and the hunchbacked old man behind him. As he took a step forward, the bone world descended and its power was unstoppable. All the lunar poison ice toads were stabbed to death in an instant. They were not stabbed through their bodies but directly killed. The power of the void crushed their souls. Qi was shocked and furious when he saw the death of the lunar poison ice toads. This was the first time Qi was so angry. The hunchbacked old man beside him trembled and did not dare to say a word. Good move, good move. Gu Hai, you killed all the disciples of the Juin sect? Qi said coldly. Juin sect disciples? These toads? Gu Hai said coldly. Toads? That's right, it's them. You killed all my disciples. Ha, good. Let's see how you can walk out of my Juin sect today. Qi said coldly. Originally, I came to your Juin sect by mistake because I was looking for someone. I have already said many times that I will leave immediately. However, you are so aggressive and want to kill me again and again. Now, I don't want to leave anymore. Qi, I want this candle dragon. Gu Hai said coldly. As he said that, the bones under Gu Hai's feet suddenly rose and formed a huge bone mountain. It slowly lifted Gu Hai up to Chi's height, and they looked at each other at eye level. You want to take my candle dragon? Do you know that your hands will be ruined? Chi sneered. Ruined? Gu Hai frowned. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible power that was eroding his hands. However, Gu Hai's hands contained a power of nothingness. When that invisible power came into contact with the power of nothingness, it immediately dissipated. It was the same for Chang Ming. An invisible force suddenly corroded his hands, causing them to fester. However, this festering was not serious. It was just that some of the skin had been broken. Curse. Gu Hai's expression darkened as he looked at you. In the past, at the entrance of Yuanshi Palace, Ho had established his absolute position with just a curse. Even the vermilion bird's supremacy was no match for him. Now, Bai was cursing both of them. Gu Hai looked at them with a gloomy expression, but Yu's expression changed. Impossible, how can you be fine? Gu Hai's hands were fine. Although Chang Ming was also injured, the effect was not great. Did the curse fail? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Disbelief flashed through Yu's eyes as he turned to look at the hunchbacked elder. Your hands are rotting, you said in a low voice. Ah! The hunchbacked old man immediately let out a miserable cry. As he screamed, his hands rotted at a visible speed. In just an instant they had rotted down to the bones. Master, please spare me, please spare me. The hunchbacked elder kowtowed in pain. Your hands have recovered, you said again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rotting hands recovered in the blink of an eye. Thank you, master, thank you, the hunchbacked elder said in horror. The speed of the curse caused Chang Ming to feel a chill in his heart. Gu Hai's expression was solemn, and Yu's expression was even more solemn. The fact that the hunchbacked elder was cursed meant that there was no problem with his curse. The problem was with Gu Hai and Chang Ming. The two of you are indeed different. No wonder you dare to intrude into my Join sect. Yu narrowed his eyes. It seems that your curse is useless? Gu Hai sneered. I will find the problem. Rotting hands, rotting whole body. Yu said again. Boom! Once again, an unknown force surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai had the power of nothingness in his body, so he naturally blocked it all. Chang Ming's body started to itch rapidly, and his skin was slowly breaking. His Holiness! Chang Ming was anxious. The curse is useless against Gu Hai. It's only effective against Chang Ming? Impossible, curse again. You said again. Rumble. That invisible power surged towards Chang Ming once again. However, at this moment, perhaps because the power of the curse was too strong, it caused the void to tremble. Faintly, traces of light appeared around Chang Ming. The light was in the shape of a big tree, but it was the 3,000 great Tao surrounding Chang Ming, emitting power and corroding Chang Ming. You can actually manipulate the power of the 3,000 great Tao like the immortals? Gu Hai's face darkened. His Holiness! Chang Ming shouted in pain. Huff! Gu Hai waved his hand, and a ball of nothingness wrapped around Chang Ming instantly, cutting off the strange curse. Gu Hai saved Chang Ming with a wave of his hand, but Yu suddenly became very serious. The curse that had always worked was ineffective today? All the living beings in the immortal dome have been nourished by the 3,000 great Tao, so no one can escape. No one can escape, but you can escape from the restriction of the 3,000 great Tao? Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is that all you can do? You. If that's all you can do, then get lost. I want this candle dragon. Gu Hai said coldly. As he said that, the surrounding bone spikes moved aside. The bone mountain that Gu Hai was standing on slowly moved towards the dragon's head, towards you. The power of the curse? It was ineffective. Yu opened his eyes wide and stared at Gu Hai, who surprised him. Back at the primeval hall, you didn't care so much about Gu Hai, but now, you felt like he was facing a great enemy. You controlled the Join sect. What was the Join sect? Maybe others didn't know, but you knew that his Juin sect was incomparable to all the other forces in the world. His Holiness of Great Yen? He was just a chess piece. You didn't care about Jiangchen, Yuanshi Tianzuan, or the immortal of the Six Paths. What were immortals? Manipulating the power of the 3,000 Great Tao? His control was much more advanced than theirs. Because of his high standards, you didn't care about anyone's provocation. That was why he could calmly watch everyone in the primeval hall. As long as his plan succeeded, even the 30 Great Tao was nothing. But today, Gu Hai's ability made you feel threatened. The curse was ineffective? How could this be? As long as it was a living creature within the 3,000 Great Tao, it would be impossible to escape. You watched as Gu Hai approached. Although he was cautious, he wasn't afraid. After all, the things that he had mastered were incomparable to others. Gu Hai only had some special abilities at most. Haha, you want my candle dragon? You're dreaming. Do you think that's all I can do? Gu Hai, you trespassed into the Juin sect today and killed all the Juin sect disciples. You asked for it. You said coldly. While speaking, you waved his sleeve gently. Roar! Although the candle dragon was sleeping with its eyes closed, it suddenly let out a dragon roar. As it roared, the 3,000 Great Tao on its back suddenly extended a branch and pointed vertically in a certain direction. A strange power suddenly emerged from the 3,000 branches. The power slowly condensed into a ray of white light, and a figure slowly condensed in the white light. It was a long-haired man in a white robe. Yuanshi Tianzuan? Chang Ming exclaimed. The figure that the 3,000 Great Tao condensed was actually Yuanshi Tianzuan's appearance. Gu Hai's face fell. That's right. That day at the Primeval Hall, I recorded the traces of the Primeval Lord of Heaven's aura. With the 3,000 Great Paths, I condensed an identical one. I wonder if you can take it? Ho sneered. Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in the distance with a gloomy face. Yuanshi Tianzuan twisted his head and strangely came to life. This wasn't the real Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was the condensation of the 3,000 Great Tao. However, the aura was exactly the same as Yuanshi Tianzuan's. Yu's strength seemed to be a little too strange. Kill him. You pointed at Gu Hai and said. Yes. Yuanshi Tianzuan replied. Hiss! Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately pulled out the premier sword. The moment the premier sword appeared, countless chaotic sword chi followed and shot in all directions, sweeping through the entire underground space. Rumble! Wherever the sword chi passed, all the bone spikes were instantly cut off. The space where the bone spikes were densely packed suddenly became empty. This is Yuanshi Tianzuan's power. Just the sword chi alone. Chang Ming's face fell. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were emotionless, only a murderous intent. The instant the primeval beginning sword appeared, the heavenly lord of primeval beginning rushed towards Gu Hai. He slashed with the primeval beginning sword in his hand, instantly slicing through the void. A sword edge slashed towards Gu Hai like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Gu Hai didn't dare hesitate and pulled out the Life Slayer saber. It collided with the premier sword's blade. Boom! With a loud bang, endless sword chi and saber chi collided. Under the huge force, the underground space shook. Yuanshi Tianzuan was extremely fast. He pulled out the sword edge and slashed again. Hiss! The sword was so fast that Gu Hai didn't have time to swing his saber. It was about to cut Gu Hai in half. Bian the hunchbacked old man sneered. Oh no! Chang Ming's expression changed. He wanted to use his body to block Gu Hai. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword was too fast. The moment Chang Ming moved, the sword edge was already in front of Gu Hai's face and was about to pierce it. His Holiness! Chang Ming shouted in shock. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was cold. He stretched out his right palm and suddenly shook it. A surge of black chi seemed to appear in Gu Hai's palm and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! The premier sword disappeared. Not only did the premier sword disappear, but so did Yuanshi Tianzuan. Even Bai and the hunchbacked old man disappeared in an instant. Where's Yuanshi Tianzuan? Where's Bai? Chang Ming was shocked. Here. Gu Hai looked at the center of his right palm coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Bai, and the hunchbacked old man were sucked into Gu Hai's void zone. The world of nothingness was boundless and boundless. The three of them were trapped in the black qi in Gu Hai's palm. Just a while ago, Bai was waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan to kill Gu Hai with one strike. Suddenly, a strong force appeared. Bai was dazed for a moment and realized that he had left the candle dragon's head and arrived at an unknown place. The black qi around him seemed to be tearing his body apart. The power of nothingness? This is impossible. No one can control the power of nothingness. Bai opened his eyes wide and looked at the power of nothingness around him in shock. Chapter 1251. The void zone in a palm was a world of void power that Gu Hai had comprehended through the Buddha land in a palm. In the past, Zhu Wuwu chased Gu Hai into the void and was completely killed by Gu Hai's void zone in a palm. At that time, the void zone in a palm was not perfect. Now it was much stronger than before. His Holiness, they were captured by you? That's Yuanshi Tianzuan, that's Qi. Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai's right palm in shock. Gu Hai kept his life slayer saber and looked at the huge candle dragon in front of him. A look of pity flashed across his eyes. When he executed the move just now, he was going to capture the candle dragon together with him. However, the candle dragon did not move at all and was not affected at all. Perhaps the candle dragon is really powerful? Gu Hai's expression flickered. He lowered his head and looked at the black gas in his palm. The power of void? That's impossible. No one can control the power of void. Qi widened his eyes and looked at the power of void around him in shock. As Qi was about to charge out with the hunchbacked elder, Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately slashed down with the primordial sword. Humph! Gu Hai snorted and the power of void in his palm started to spin rapidly. As it spun, the black gas seemed to condense rapidly and the power of void increased exponentially. The chaotic sword aura that leaked out from the primordial sword was instantly decomposed into nothingness. The terrifying decomposing power of void surged towards the three people inside. "Master, save me!" The hunchbacked elder shouted in horror. Countless moths appeared around the hunchbacked old man to resist the power of decomposition. However, even so, it was too late. The hunchbacked old man's skin was quickly melting away. It was the same for Yuanshi Tianzuan. The surging power of nothingness surged into his body and multiplied. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair and clothes began to rapidly disappear. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan was also extremely ferocious. The primeval sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a monstrous force. The sword soared into the sky as if it wanted to tear apart the void zone. 200 times the power of the void isn't enough. Fine, I'll shrink it even more. 500 times. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he clenched his fist. Rumble! He clenched his fist and felt a sharp pain. It was the premier sword. However, Gu Hai could sense that the origin sword was quickly disintegrated into nothingness. Ah! Yuanshi Tianzuan screamed from the inside. However, under 500 times the power of nothingness, he was unable to withstand it. He was about to be buried in the void zone. Gu Hai was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to loosen his grip. He continued to hold on for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He kept stirring the power of nothingness in his palm. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was no more movement in his hand. Gu Hai then quietly opened his right hand. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a loud bang and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the void zone. A ray of blue light shot out instantly. The moment Gu Hai opened his palm, Zheng escaped. At this moment, Zheng's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There were several wounds on his body, and he looked extremely pathetic. Under Zheng's big sleeve was the hunchbacked elder who was on the verge of death. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. It had been an incense stick's time and he was still alive? Zhu Wuwu was finished in an instant. How could Zheng hold on for so long? Did he escape? There would be endless trouble if he escaped. Gu Hai stretched out his right hand and prepared to use the void zone again. Candle Dragon, 3,000 Great Tao! Zheng suddenly shouted. Roar! The Candle Dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide. As soon as he opened his mouth, a terrifying suction force rushed towards Gu Hai and Chang Ming. Gu Hai's void zone also produced a suction force. However, the suction force of the void zone could not be compared to the Candle Dragon's mouth. As soon as the mouth opened, the suction force was so strong that Gu Hai and Chang Ming could not withstand it at all. Whoosh! In one mouthful, Gu Hai and Chang Ming were sucked into the Candle Dragon's mouth. Buzz! The entire cave suddenly became quiet. Zheng's hair was disheveled and he stood on the Candle Dragon's head in a pathetic state. He panted in shock. That was close. That was really close. If not for the Candle Dragon, I would have been defeated by Gu Hai today. Master, that power of nothingness was so terrifying. If you didn't use the Yuanshi Tianzuan to block in front of us, perhaps we would have. Fortunately, Master was there. Master used the Yuanshi Tianzuan to block the power that disintegrated us. That was why we could escape. What a terrifying power of nothingness. That was the Yuanshi Tianzuan and it was completely disintegrated. If we had waited any longer, we would have been in danger. The hunchbacked old man said in shock. Phew! That was really close. I underestimated the people of the world. A look of relief flashed across Zheng's eyes. They were eaten by the Candle Dragon. Will they escape too? The hunchbacked old man asked worriedly. The heaven and earth furnace is in the Candle Dragon's stomach. They can only wait for death and will be refined soon. A cold look flashed across Zheng's eyes. That's good, that's good. The hunchbacked old man exclaimed. 3,000 Great Tao, enter the Candle Dragon's body. Heaven and earth furnace burn the demon. Zheng shouted. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the Candle Dragon's stomach. It was burning Gu Hai and Chang Ming. Gu Hai and Chang Ming were swallowed by the Candle Dragon and naturally attracted the most powerful attack. It was unknown if it was a flame or a liquid. The two of them immediately felt as if they were being corroded and burned. It was extremely powerful. However, that was not a problem for Gu Hai. Gu Hai waved his hand and a rolling power of nothingness was released, blocking the strange power around him. Although he managed to block it, it consumed a terrifying amount of nothingness power. Buzz! 3,000 beams of light seemed to light up around Gu Hai and Chang Ming. It was as if the 3,000 Great Tao had formed a furnace that was burning the two of them and consuming the power of nothingness. Using the 3,000 Great Tao to create the heaven and earth furnace? What a Candle Dragon! Gu Hai's face darkened. At that moment, Gu Hai found it difficult to move under the immense power of the Candle Dragon. However, Gu Hai could not sit still and wait for his death. He held the Life Slayer saber in his hand and wanted to move it bit by bit. His Holiness, I heard the Candle Dragon's voice again. Chang Ming suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming in confusion. However, he saw that Chang Ming had extended his hand out of the range of the power of nothingness and touched the power of the heaven and earth furnace. Be careful! Gu Hai shouted. However, when Chang Ming extended his arm did not get corroded and burned by the power of the heaven and earth furnace. Instead, it seemed to have become transparent. This is? Gu Hai asked in surprise. His Holiness, I feel that I can form a connection with the Candle Dragon. It seems like it has something to say to me. Chang Ming said with a hint of anticipation. What did you say? The Candle Dragon seems to have some spirituality. I can form a connection with it. It needs my help, Chang Ming said. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming in surprise. Could it be that the candle dragon was related to Changming? Gu Hai pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Qi must think that we have died in the candle dragon's stomach. Continue to sense it. I will wait for you. Yes. Changming was delighted. However, in the next moment, Changming's expression changed. His Holiness, the power in the candle dragon's body will not harm me. However, to you, I can still hold on. Continue to sense it. The candle dragon seems to have immense power. If possible, it would be best if you could take it for yourself. Gu Hai said with anticipation. Yes. Changming immediately stepped out of Gu Hai's protective circle and immersed himself in the power of the heaven and earth furnace. He closed his eyes and sensed the connection between him and the candle dragon. Gu Hai sat down with his legs crossed and waited patiently. Gu Hai was happy for Changming to have such a great opportunity. Although the power of the void would be greatly depleted, he would be able to replenish it when he returned to the void in the future. Gu Hai was not in a hurry. Moreover, Gu Hai's actual body was on the way here at the moment. He would deal with Qi slowly. In the cave, the candle dragon slowly fell into a deep sleep again. Qi looked at the candle dragon's abdomen and heaved a sigh of relief. It was so close just now. As long as I can't refine the candle dragon, there will be a day when something unexpected happens. Right now, keep a close eye on Huey's location. If necessary, lead the way for her and find the group of Earth Core Divine Flames. Hui ordered solemnly. Yes, Master. My moth has been keeping watch, the hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Qi nodded and looked at the countless moon poison ice toad corpses around him. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble. All the moon poison ice toad corpses were swallowed by Qi. The Join sect disciples became Qi's food. The hunchbacked old man stood at the side and did not dare to say anything. The disciples of the Ninth Shade faction are all from my clan. Since they are all dead, there is no need to waste them. However, you bunch of slaves are really lucky. None of you actually died, Yun said coldly. It's all thanks to Master's luck. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Inform all the slaves in the other underground palaces to come back, Qi said. Yes, I will inform them right away, the hunchbacked old man said respectfully. Qi nodded. Qi swung his robe gently and the tattered robe was quickly repaired. The wounds on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His long hair was also slowly becoming soft and elegant. Just in case, I will wait here. With the candle dragon around, I will be invincible at any time. I will only wait for Qi to come. Qi sat on the candle dragon's head with his legs crossed. Yes. The hunchbacked old man bowed respectfully and quickly retreated. Underground, at a place where the Earth Core Divine Fire was, Qi swallowed another Earth Core Divine Fire that was like a sun. At that moment, the spherical flame barrier around his body became thicker and its outline became clearer. It looked more and more like an eyeball. Mr. Fushi, let's go to the next place. Qi looked at Fushi. Fushi looked at the 64 hexagrams on his palm and frowned. Master, what's wrong? Hichu asked curiously. I just did a divination and realized that Gu Hai has arrived at the Join sect ahead of time, Fushi said with a frown. Him? How could he have found it? Qi was surprised. I'm not sure. The hexagrams are very vague. Forget it, let's not think about it. If Gu Hai can go, he will be a great help to us. At the very least, Qi is very difficult for me to divine. He is very dangerous, Fushi said in a low voice. Didn't you say that you can recover to your peak by following me? Since you have already divined the future, what's there to worry about? Qi smiled. No, the future is changeable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to set up such a big plan to capture the 30-year-old soul. It's the same for us this time. There is a possibility of winning, but there is also a possibility of failure. We can't be careless. Fushi shook his head. Qi frowned slightly. Solemnly, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. Let's go to the next place." Fushi pointed in a direction. Swoosh. The three of them immediately went through the tunnel. Chapter 1252. The world was very big in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was very small in the eyes of some powerful experts. Ho was no longer in the imperial court, and Ingo was causing chaos in great desolate city. The commotion was not small in the first place. After the 9 Dahan experts joined the battle, it naturally attracted more attention. At the very least, the powerful experts quickly received the news. At the entrance of the Seizing God Hall, Long Outyen and the others frowned slightly as they looked at the Seizing God Hall. Jiang Chen was currently refining 30 soul seed. Naturally, he could not come out of closed-door cultivation. Since 30 could not come out, the others did not dare to casually make a move. The heavenly demon Holy Land in the Netherworld also quickly received the news. Bai Zizai brought Black Bai Wuchang into the world of the living. He stood in a remote mountain forest and watched the great battle in Dongfang. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The 11 experts finally broke through the water zombie barrier. Ingo, you are seeking death. Ho-E glared, and an arrow instantly shot out. The arrow was like a rainbow, instantly arriving where Ingo was. Boom! A water shield appeared in front of Ingo, blocking the arrow. However, Ingo also lost the opportunity to suppress the Jingwei, allowing the Jingwei to escape. Ingo, you cannot capture me. You want to use me to threaten elder sister? Dream on! The Jingwei shouted angrily. Whoosh! The 11 experts protected the Jingwei in the center as they looked at Ingo. Ingo's expression turned sullen. Gu Hai and Ho have already fallen out. You are still helping her? The matters of the Dahan and Great Yen are not up to you to decide. Gu Han said sullenly. Ingo's expression turned sullen. However, Gu Han looked at the Jingwei and said, Princess Jingwei, we are here on Imperial Mother's orders to provide assistance. You will be in charge of what to do next. Gu Han gave the decision to the Jingwei. This was the biggest concession he could make. This was also an absolute show of goodwill to the Great Yen dynasty. The Jingwei naturally understood this and felt extremely grateful. All right. Since that is the case, we will leave her behind. Although this Ingo used my physical body, there is no need to care. If we can kill her, we will kill her now. Leaving her in the dark will be a disaster sooner or later. The Jingwei shouted. All right. One of the experts answered. Boom. Mosquito Dauren immediately released countless black mosquitoes in all directions. Kong Xian's green light shone in all directions, illuminating the heaven and earth. Scorpio's poisonous fog filled the sky, blocking Ingo's path. Ho Yi's divine arrow was on the bow, and Mao Tianyun was connected to the heavenly fire. Each and every one of them looked ferocious. Ingo's expression changed. He seemed to be quite worried. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge gourd suddenly appeared in his palm. Soul-dispersing gourd. Everyone, be careful! Mao Tianyun shouted. A bunch of clowns who aren't even in the great circle of the God Legion want to fight me? When the divine sand comes out, the divine soul will scatter. Ingo sneered. Boom! Within the soul-dispersing gourd, countless golden divine sand suddenly emerged, forming a storm that surged in all directions. The black mosquitoes and poisonous fog were all torn apart. I'll go first. The elite guard glared and pounced forward. Jing Wei punched out, bringing with him endless flames. Under the flames, Shun Sha retreated and smashed into Ingo's fist. Boom! The void was torn apart. After all, Ingo was much stronger than Jing Wei. Jing Wei didn't achieve much, but Ho Yi's arrows interfered with Ingo time and time again. Although the group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection was extremely troublesome because of the divine sand, they still surged forward wave after wave. Boom! 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 The great circle of heroes besieged Ingo. For a moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boundless destruction. If Antiquity City didn't have a defensive formation, it would be in ruins at this moment. Ingo fought as he fled toward the East Sea. Under the great battle, sand and stones flew everywhere, making it impossible to see the battle clearly. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. They fought from Antiquity City to the East Sea entrance. Ingo's advantage was gone. Even with the soul-dispersing gourd, he was crazily suppressed at this moment. Zhu, what did you promise me? Why don't you come out? Ingo suddenly shouted anxiously. Obviously, Ingo couldn't take it anymore. Shriek. However, at this moment, above the East Sea, 3 huge vermilion birds suddenly flew out. The vermilion birds flew out of the sea like 3 blazing suns, instantly surging toward Ingo's battlefield. 3 vermilion bird supremes, 3 of them in the great circle of the gods. Chen Xian's expression suddenly changed. Sister Chen, let's go help. The 3 vermilion bird supremes are here. This is dangerous. Long Wanqing was also extremely anxious. While the empresses were anxious, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Don't worry, I'm here. Everyone turned their heads. They saw Gu Hai's main body, wearing a dragon robe, walking out. Husband. The women were pleasantly surprised. Brother-in-law, you're out of seclusion? So fast? Long Wanyu was also surprised. Gu Hai nodded, looked into the distance, and stomped his foot. Boom! Gu Hai instantly rushed to the battlefield at Dongfang. On the East Sea battlefield, a sandstorm soared into the sky. Ingo was suppressed by a group of powerhouses. At this moment, he was already injured all over. There was a divine arrow on his legs and shoulders. Although the soul-scattering gourd was strong, it couldn't stop the sea of powerhouses. He was about to be captured by a group of powerhouses, but at this moment 3 fierce roars sounded. 3 vermilion birds like the sun suddenly flapped their wings in front of Ingo. Another 3 in the great circle of the god. In an instant, the group of people in the great circle of the heavenly palace was blown away. Gu Han and the others' faces immediately sank. These 3 were not in the great circle of the heavenly palace. How were they supposed to defend against it? Are you so afraid of Gu Hai? You're only here now. Ingo looked at the 3 vermilion birds with a gloomy face. We came early and you easily got us. Can we still fulfill what we agreed on? Zhu Yi said coldly. Don't worry, I have no use for the elite guard. In the end, her body and Zhu Qiqi's body will be yours. Ingo shouted. On the opposite side, the elite guard's expression changed. Originally, they had a chance to suppress Ingo, but now there were 3 vermilion birds. What should they do? Retreat, the elite guard said without hesitation. Screech. Zhu Cixi immediately stood behind the crowd. Isn't it too late to leave now? Ingo sneered. 3 vermilion birds, do you want to be enemies with Dahan? Gu Han took a step forward and said coldly. The 3 vermilion birds' faces sank, and they seemed to be a little worried. Don't listen to him. Gu Hai and Zhao are not in the court, I saw it with my own eyes. Ingo immediately shouted. Before Zhu Yi could speak, Zhu Sanson immediately nodded and said, Big brother, this is indeed an opportunity, so what if we kill them? When we go back and hide, can Gu Hai find us? That's right, big brother, cultivation is everything. This group of brats, their cultivation is weak, kill them all, and we can collect some interest first. Zhu Cixi also shouted. Yes, Zhu Yi, Gu Hai is not here, are you afraid of them? Ingo immediately shouted. Zhu Yi frowned slightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed into the battlefield, and in an instant, a figure stopped beside Gu Han. His Holiness! Kong Xian and the others immediately looked happy. Greetings to His Holiness! Greetings to Dahan, His Holiness! Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. It was Gu Hai's body, who instantly arrived at the center of the battlefield. In the battlefield, the 3 vermilion birds and Ingo's expressions suddenly changed. Oh, the new commander of the Witch Clan? One of the commanders of the Monster Clan? I really didn't expect that the liches and monsters would be united against a common enemy. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Ingo, didn't you say that Gu Hai is not in the court? Zhu Cixi glared. You lied to us? Zhu Sansan also glared. Ingo also looked at Gu Hai blankly. Did they really lure him here? Didn't Gu Hai and Zhao become enemies? The three vermilion birds and Ingo all looked at Gu Hai warily. Gu Hai was no longer a pushover. He didn't even put Immortal Six Paths in his eyes. When he used the sky-splitting axe, even Immortal Six Paths Heaven's eye was instantly shattered. The three vermilion birds couldn't do that. At this moment, Gu Hai's murderous aura surged, and the three vermilion birds' expressions changed. Gu Hai looked at the four of them and said coldly, Vermilion birds, this is none of your business. Get lost. What did you say? Zhu Cixi glared. Gu Hai turned his head, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Zhu Cixi immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Let's go, Zhu Yi suddenly said. Zhu Sansan and Zhu Cixi's eyes flashed with resentment, but they still nodded. Don't go, Ingo said. Gu Hai is only one person. He's only forcing you to leave because he's afraid we'll work together. If you leave now, Gu Hai will come looking for you again. Can you stop him? Ingo's expression flickered. Let's go, Zhu Yi shouted. Ingo's words made sense. Gu Hai had planned to deal with 4 Peak God Legion experts at the same time. If they decided to take him down with them, it would be very troublesome. It was even more likely that a few of the officials would be defeated here. That was why he had forced the 3 vermilion birds to leave. However, the 3 vermilion birds had seen Gu Hai in the void not long ago. Not even the 3 of them had been able to wake Gu Hai. How were they supposed to fight? If it weren't for Ingo's incessant pleas, and if it weren't for Zhu Qiqi's corpse, the 3 vermilion birds wouldn't have bothered. Even so, they had watched for 3 days and 3 nights to make sure Gu Hai wasn't around. Now that Gu Hai was here, what else could they say? They left immediately without hesitation. Whoosh! The 3 vermilion birds flapped their wings and charged into the distant sea, disappearing in an instant. Ingo! How could Ingo have ever imagined that the 3 vermilion birds would be so cowardly as to flee after being scared by Gu Hai? That didn't make sense. Ingo's expression changed drastically. Now that he was surrounded by Gu Hai's group, he was surrounded by danger. Soul-dispersing gourd? Haha. I'll take that. Jingwei, it's time to take back your fleshly body, Gu Hai said. With that, Gu Hai waved his hand. A Vine World gourd appeared in his hand. Back in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, the Vine World gourd was restricted, but not anymore. Vine World, descend, Gu Hai said. Rumble. With the Vine World gourd as the center, countless vines shot out. Soul-dispersing divine sand. Ingo's expression flickered as he activated the soul-dispersing gourd. Rolling divine sand rushed out. The divine sand rushed toward Gu Hai like a sandstorm. However, as soon as the Vine World appeared, it sucked in all the divine sand like a green lung and digested it. Wood restrains earth. Ingo, your soul-dispersing gourd is an earth gourd, but you're a water zombie ancestor. You can't use its full strength. It's mine. Gu Hai stepped forward and grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. How dare you? Ingo glared and punched at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he flicked his finger. As soon as Pangu's axe intent appeared, a ferocious force tore through the void and collided with Ingo's fist. Rumble! Without any suspense, Ingo was sent flying by Pangu's axe intent. His original injuries were even worse. Many parts of his body were torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Smack! Gu Hai grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. Take it, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of experts immediately pounced on the severely injured Ingo. Chapter 1253. Take him down, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of experts immediately pounced on the severely injured Ingo again. Rumble! Without the soul-dispersing gourd and severely injured, how could Ingo be a match for them? Fortunately, this was the East Sea. The East Sea had boundless water, and Ingo was the water zombie ancestor. He could barely resist the tsunami. Gu Hai's main body held the soul-dispersing gourd and activated it slightly. Although Gu Hai's main body was only at the 9th tier of the Heavenly Palace, the power he controlled was enormous. Not to mention the power of Panga's axe, the ancient immortal firmament had been completely refined. The power of more than 700 great Tao was enormous. He activated it gently. A powerful force suddenly hit the mark of Ingo in the soul-dispersing gourd. Boom! With a loud sound, the mark of Ingo on the soul-dispersing gourd exploded, turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating. Puff! In the distance, Ingo, who was fighting in the middle of the battle, suffered a backlash and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai, give me back the soul-dispersing gourd. Ingo roared in grief and anger. Humph, the soul-dispersing gourd is not yours. In the East Spirit Flame Sea, I defeated Jiang Lianshan, the fire god. The soul-dispersing gourd should be mine. You took advantage of it. Now I'll return it to you. Gu Hai's eyes darkened. Whoosh! Gu Hai's earth god immediately sent surging power into the soul-dispersing gourd. At the same time, he burned the earth god's living soil, forming surging earth divine power to help Gu Hai quickly refine the gourd. With the help of the 700 great Tao and the earth divine power of the living soil. In just a short while, the soul-dispersing gourd was branded with Gu Hai's mark. It was completely refined. Buzz! However, at this moment, the soul-dispersing gourd suddenly trembled. It seemed to have formed a resonance with something. Buzz! The Vine World gourd at the side also trembled. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. Not only the soul-dispersing gourd and the Vine World gourd, but the immortal slaying gourd, the Arctic gourd, and the true fire gourd in his body also trembled. The 5 gourds had actually formed a resonance? Inside Gu Hai's body, the 5 gods activated the 5 gourds at the same time and arranged them in front of Gu Hai. Under the influence of Gu Hai's divine power, the 5 gourds resonated and emitted different colors of light. The golden light immortal slaying gourd, the green light vine realm gourd, the black light extreme chill gourd, the red light true fire gourd, and the brown light soul dispersing gourd. The light emitted from the 5 gourds actually intertwined with each other, as if they were fusing with each other. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal, forming a mutual cycle. In the distance, Bai Zizai, Long Aotian, Chen Xianer, Long Wanyu, and the others were all curious. Wanyu, are these 5 gourds related? Long Wanqing asked curiously. Yes, they are actually 5 gourds on a vine. Long Wanyu explained. They grew on a vine? The girls were shocked. Yes, after the 5 gourds grew, they each had their own wonders. However, they were not very powerful, so they were not ranked in the top 16 Dharma treasures of history. Long Wanyu said. Not very powerful? I don't think so. Long Wanqing said curiously. They are really not very powerful. They are only powerful because the user is powerful. However, speaking of which, they were extremely powerful Dharma treasures in their previous lives. Long Wanyu said. Previous lives? Yes, the 5 gourds grew on a vine, and this vine grew from a broken gourd. That gourd is the real treasure. I heard from 30 that the gourd was once Torch Dragon's treasure, but it was broken for some reason. 30 found the broken gourd and buried it. As a result, a gourd vine grew out of it. After many years, 5 gourds grew. The 5 gourds were also broken along the way, just like the true fire gourd. It was broken in the past and turned into the 8 trigrams furnace of Wanshou Taoism. Anyway, when the gourd is broken, the gourd's qi is gone. However, when a gourd is broken, it will grow a new gourd. Brother-in-law's fire gourd is like that. Long Wanyu explained. In other words, these 5 gourds have all been broken before. After they are broken, they will be reborn. No, they will grow new ones that are exactly the same? Chen Xian'er frowned. Yes, the 5 gourds have always existed, but their power is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. I can't say for sure, so they haven't been ranked among the 16 great magic treasures of history. Long Wanyu explained. Wait, you said that the previous life of the 5 gourds was Torch Dragon's treasure. It's a gourd? It's one of the 16 great magic treasures of history? Chen Xian'er's expression changed. Of course. Even though the gourd was broken, it was still ranked among the 16 great magic treasures because it was too strong. It's a pity that it was broken, so it only ranked 15th. Long Wanyu explained. The 15th of the 16 great magic treasures of history, the sky-storing gourd? Long Wanyu's expression changed. Yes, the sky-storing gourd. It's a pity that it was broken millions of years ago. Sister, why do you have such an expression? What's so surprising? Long Wanyu was puzzled. No, look, the sky-storing gourd. Long Wanyu pointed in the direction of Gu Hai. Long Wanyu turned her head to look. She happened to see the 5 gourds in front of Gu Hai in the distance. After emitting 5 different lights, they suddenly fused together. Then, the 5 gourds approached each other like water droplets and fused together. That strange fusion not only shocked Long Wanyu, but everyone who saw that scene also revealed astonished expressions. That's impossible, right? Long Wanyu rubbed her eyes. She saw that the 5 gourds had really fused into a huge gourd, a purple gourd as tall as a person. At the mouth of the purple gourd, there were 5 vine-like thin threads that twined around the gourd. It was extremely beautiful. The 5-colored light disappeared, leaving only the dark purple gourd that emitted a hint of introverted color. The sky-storing gourd? That's impossible. Back then, 30 and I thought of many ways to repair it, but we couldn't. Did the fusion of these 5 gourds succeed? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Perhaps the gourd gathered enough power, or perhaps it was refined by husband. With husband as the node, the gourd was refined again. The heaven-storing gourd? Wanyu, is the heaven-storing gourd very powerful? Chen Xian'er asked out of curiosity. I'm not sure. After all, when I saw it back then, it was already broken. However, 30 said that it was very powerful, no weaker than the heaven-splitting axe. Long Wanyu said in surprise. No weaker than the heaven-splitting axe? Chen Xian'er's eyes lit up. In the distance, Gu Hai gently grasped the heaven-storing gourd. This heaven-storing gourd required his 5 spiritual deities to activate at the same time. However, when Gu Hai activated it slightly, he discovered that the heaven-storing gourd was empty. It was empty as if there was nothing left. That's impossible. Gu Hai tried to sense it again in shock. There was really nothing left. There was nothing at all. The flying daggers were gone, the vines were gone, the divine sand was gone, the true flame was gone, and the ice was gone. Everything was gone? An empty gourd? It was an empty gourd with an incredibly huge internal space. Am I going to use it to store wine? Gu Hai felt depressed. He thought that the fusion of the 5 gourds would become more and more powerful, but at this moment there was no power at all? Did it have to be so strange? Just as Gu Hai was feeling conflicted and depressed. On the other side, Ingo had been forced into a dead end. He had been hit by 10 divine arrows in a row and was even stabbed by Scorpio's poisonous hitching post. His whole body turned green, and he was already defeated. He would be captured in the next moment. Ha, Gu Hai, you lied to me. Ingo looked at Gu Hai in the distance and suddenly let out a hateful cry. Gu Hai turned his head to look. You fell out with Bai on purpose, didn't you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. You actually conspired with Bai to put on a show for me. If you didn't fall out with Bai, how could I have been exposed? Gu Hai, I will make you pay the price. Ingo said with a ferocious expression. Price? Ingo, you're already at the end of your road, What other tricks do you have? The Jing Wei shouted in disbelief. Now that Ingo was about to be captured, the Jing Wei was naturally overjoyed. Last time, Ingo had almost killed him, and this time, she wanted to capture him to threaten his sister. How could the Jing Wei let her go? I am at the end of my road, but don't forget, I am the water zombie ancestor. All water in the world listen to my command. This is the Eastern Sea. Even if I have to use all my strength, I will make you pay the price. I will make Gu Hai regret. Ingo roared. So what if you're a water zombie ancestor? Dragon God Ing said coldly. All water in the world, listen to my command. Water rises to the sky and drowns the divine continent. Water great Tao, become a raging tsunami with me. Ingo roared. As he roared, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on Ingo's face. There seemed to be a black seed on his head, emitting endless black light. Under the black light, hundreds of great Daos appeared behind him. The great Daos shook, and the water of the entire Eastern Sea suddenly rushed to the sky. Boom! The water of the Eastern Sea rushed to the sky, straight into the starry sky. This was the entire Eastern Sea. This was not the inland sea of the divine continent, but the Eastern Sea, a vast and boundless sea. As the water rushed to the sky, large areas of the star systems were submerged, and countless stars were washed away. Above the Eastern Sea, everyone stared with wide eyes. All the water of the Eastern Sea was moving in full force. The water of the Southern Sea, Northern Sea, and Western Sea quickly poured into the Eastern Sea, filling up the gap. Although the water that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was not very powerful, the scene was too spectacular. It covered the sky and the earth, and it rushed toward the sun. The vast sea water was unable to harm them. However, once it poured down, it would definitely drown more than 1/5 of the divine continent. If this water washed down, at least 1/10 of the world's cities would suffer a great disaster. Oh no, quickly stop him. Countless people will be washed away by the water. Gu Han's expression changed. All the experts around the divine continent tensed up. Unexpectedly, this Ingo could not defeat Gu Hai and wanted to vent his anger on the people of the Dahan. Right now, the divine continent was practically filled with the people of the Dahan and Great Yen. When the water of the Eastern Sea poured down, who knew how many people would be washed away? The group of powerful experts immediately charged at Ingo in a panic. Gu Hai, you and Ho tricked me. I will bury trillions of your people with me. Ha 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 ha. Ingo laughed maniacally. Gu Hai also felt anxious. Gu Hai could instantly destroy Ingo, but he could not block all the water that covered the sky. The world was too big. Who would have thought that Ingo would be so crazy? What should they do when the water poured down? There was nowhere to put it. Suddenly, Long Wanyu's voice came from afar with Chen Xian Er's help. Brother-in-law, you're gourd. Gourd. Gourd? When Gu Hai heard Long Wanyu's words, he trusted her and activated the sky storing gourd without thinking. The sky storing gourd seemed to emit endless purple light that illuminated half the sky. It completely enveloped the water curtain that covered the sky and the earth before withdrawing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water of the Eastern Sea that covered the sky was pulled over and sucked into the sky storing gourd. It was too fast and too spectacular. The vast Eastern Sea water rushed toward the gourd in Gu Hai's hand. After that, there was no more after that. Gone. The entire sea of Eastern Sea water disappeared inexplicably just like that. The sky above the Eastern Sea instantly turned clear. Everyone suddenly quieted down, no longer speaking. Ingo maintained a ferocious expression as he froze in midair. Some people could not turn their heads and looked at Gu Hai. Chapter 1254. Cracks appeared on Ingo's face as the water zombie ancestor seed appeared on his head. Using all his might, Ingo summoned the water of the East Ocean to pour down from the skies, preparing to drown close to 10,000 cities. The water that could drown countless galaxies was an ocean of water that left everyone in despair. Instantly, it was sucked into one of Gu Hai's gourds. The East Ocean was emptied instantly, leaving only a few fishes struggling at the bottom of the ocean. The water of the North and South Seas poured down to fill up the gap. Gourd? In a forest, master, I've said it before. This Gu Hai is not someone we can fight against. We had better not provoke him anymore. He's even scarier than Yuanshi Tianzuan, Black Impermanence said with a hint of fear. Water of the East Ocean? That's the water of the East Ocean. How can that gourd have such capabilities? Bai Wuchang asked with widened eyes. Bai Zizai was silent for a long time. His heart was wavering. On one side was an immortal, and on the other side was the invincible Gu Hai. And now, infinite celestial capital, heaven-storing gourd? No wonder it's called the heaven-storing gourd. There's so much water in the East Ocean. If it were to spread out, it could cover the entire divine land. To think that it would all be stored in the gourd? Long Wanqing exclaimed. Just how big is the space within the gourd? Chen Xian exclaimed as well. Land of the East Ocean, looking at the countless islands that were like mountains, the Jing Wei and the others were stunned as well. Just a moment ago, everyone was in despair. Even though the water did not affect them, once it washed over the divine continent, many civilians would drown. It covered the skies and covered the earth. It was like a cataclysmic water that could destroy the world. Just a single look at it would make one feel helpless. But this water was absorbed by Gu Hai in an instant? While everyone was stunned, they were so excited that they wanted to cheer. Only Ingo. Looking at his suicidal move being neutralized by Gu Hai, there was only despair left in his eyes. How could this be? How could this be? Ingo trembled in fear. The first time Ingo faced Gu Hai was in the Yellow Spring Sea. At that time, Ingo looked down on Gu Hai. At that time, Ingo thought that a blood shaman first elder could destroy him. The second time he faced Gu Hai head-on was at the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Surprisingly, Gu Hai was able to clash head-on with Jiang Lianshan's Vulcan. The strength he displayed made Ingo wary. The third time, which was now, Ingo saw a deep sense of powerlessness in Gu Hai. Even though he had perished together with Gu Hai managed to resolve it so easily? Could it be that the heavens want the sorcerer tribe to perish? Is the sorcerer tribe destined to be destroyed? Ingo asked in despair. What are you looking at? What are you waiting for? Gu Hai shouted as he dragged the sky-sealing gourd. Yes! Gu Hai shouted. Everyone trembled and immediately pounced on Ingo. At this moment, even the Jing Wei, Xing Tian, and Ho Yi trembled and shouted. In an instant, everyone pounced on Ingo. Ingo exhausted all her strength to control the entire East Sea water. How much strength did she have left? Boom! The Jing Wei slapped down, and Ingo crashed into a mountain peak on the island. She can't hold on anymore? The Jing Wei's face lit up as he pounced on Ingo. In an instant, Ingo was caught by the Jing Wei. The Jing Wei quickly sealed her strength and wrapped her in fire to prevent her from healing. Caught. Thank you, Dahan, for his holiness. The Jing Wei caught Ingo and immediately came forward to express his gratitude. Thank you, Dahan, for his holiness. Ho Yi and Xing Tian also said. Gu Hai looked at the three and nodded. No need to thank me. Just take it as my apology to you. Everyone was confused. The three of you should return to the court first and calm the people. We will discuss again when you return. Gu Hai said to the three of them. The three of them looked at Gu Hai and finally nodded. From Gu Hai's words, they could tell that there must be some misunderstanding between Gu Hai and Zhao. When Zhao was not around, Gu Hai was not willing to talk too much with the Great Yan's court officials. He was waiting for Zhao to return before making a decision. The three of them left immediately. Gu Han and the others quickly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Father, the water of the East Sea has been stored in this gourd? Gu Han exclaimed. The group of experts was naturally surprised by this gourd. That was the water of the East Sea. How could it be stored in this small gourd? Even an ordinary small celestial dome would not be able to do it. Not only could it not do it, but Gu Hai's celestial dome of the ancient could not store the water of the East Sea. However, this small gourd had done it. I will release it now. You guys protect the surroundings, Gu Hai said. Yes. Everyone answered. Release. Gu Hai activated the sky-sealing gourd. Rumble. In an instant, the water of the East Sea poured down and fell into the sunken East Sea. As it fell, a large amount of water suddenly overflowed. However, this overflow was within the range of the expert's abilities. Kong Xian flapped his wings and created gusts of wind to blow the overflowing water back. Mosquito Doran's black mosquitoes, Scorpio's scorpion tail, Goddess Hudu's water-controlling ability, and Dragon God Ing stepped on the ground to build a wall and quickly threw the water into the East Sea. After busying for half a day, the East Sea finally recovered. However, there were countless waves and it would not calm down in a short time. Return to the court, Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Hong. Everyone stepped forward and rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the soaring palace. Brother-in-law, let me take a look at your sky-sealing gourd. I haven't seen it before. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Gu Hai placed the huge sky-sealing gourd in Long Wanyu's hand. Thank you for reminding me just now. This gourd is called the sky-sealing gourd? Isn't it the 15th of the 16 great artifacts of history? Long Wanyu sensed it softly. What a huge space. My consciousness can't see the bottom. As expected of the Torch Dragon's artifact. The sky-sealing gourd. The Torch Dragon's artifact? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. Brother-in-law, you're so lucky. I thought the sky-sealing gourd was completely broken. Long Wanyu sighed and returned the gourd. All right. Since you said it's powerful, I won't split it into 5 pieces. Gu Hai reached out and kept it. Whoosh. The sky-sealing gourd entered Gu Hai's body and was carried on the fire god's back. Husband, should we leave and go to Great Yen? She still has the water zombie ancestor's seed in her body. Chen Xian frowned. Gu Hai was silent for a while. This time, Fushi was resurrected. I didn't do it properly. This Ingo can be considered as an apology. All right. The women nodded. There's a situation in the underground. I have to go and help. Gu Hai looked at everyone. A situation? Husband, isn't it enough that your avatar is there? Don't you still have Zhao and my father? Long Wanyu was surprised. This Zhao is not simple. I have to go personally. Gu Hai said. Father, I'll go with you. His Holiness, I'm willing to go with you. His Holiness, I'm willing to go with you. A group of Heavenly Palace elites asked to go with them. There's no need. Stay in the Imperial Court to prevent any sudden changes. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Everyone was helpless. Dragon Sheniying. Gu Hai looked at Dragon Sheniying. Yes. Dragon Sheniying's eyes lit up, thinking that His Holiness was going to bring him along. I left a treasure in your residence. When I'm not around, help me guard it. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Dragon Sheniying nodded blankly. Treasure? What treasure? Although the others were curious, Gu Hai did not say anything else, so it was not good to ask. I'll be back as soon as possible, Gu Hai said to everyone again. Everyone nodded worriedly. Gu Hai stepped into the Yin-Yang Valley and entered the netherworld with a single step. Then, he quickly made his way to the southern seas of the netherworld. Everyone watched Gu Hai leave, their eyes flashed with worry and blessings. After all, it was something that even Gu Hai was not sure about. How troublesome would it be? Dragon Sheniying bid farewell to everyone and immediately returned to his residence. Master? The housekeeper looked at Dragon Sheniying curiously. His Holiness came here before? Dragon Sheniying asked. No. The housekeeper said blankly. Dragon Sheniying frowned slightly. The housekeeper was at a loss, which meant that His Holiness had never been here before. but since His Holiness emphasized it, the situation at home must be different. Okay, it's fine. You can leave, Dragon Sheniying said indifferently. Yes. The housekeeper nodded doubtfully. Dragon Sheniying stepped into the residence. Looking around carefully, he suddenly saw a large hall in the center. Qian Hall. This was the biggest palace in Dragon Sheniying's residence. Dragon Sheniying never used this palace, and no one was allowed to approach it. It was prepared for his father, Long Zhanghua. Although he knew that his father would not come back so easily, as a filial son, Dragon Sheniying had always been meticulously preparing the Qian Hall. At this moment, the door of the Qian Hall was actually closed. Dragon Sheniying remembered that the door of the Qian Hall was always open, and no one was allowed to approach it. Why was it closed? Dragon Sheniying suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart immediately burned with passion. He quickly rushed to the Qian Hall. At the entrance of the Qian Hall, Dragon Sheniying pushed the door. He was a little nervous and did not dare to use force, afraid that his wish would be disappointed. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming in? A voice came from the Qian Hall. The voice was not loud, but Dragon Sheniying's body trembled, and his eyes turned red. Quang! Dragon Sheniying pushed open the door. He saw a figure sitting on a sofa in the main hall, flipping through a scroll of book. Father, father! Dragon Sheniying immediately shouted excitedly. Dragon Sheniying stepped into the hall and closed the door with a bang. He was afraid that everything in the hall would be exposed. The one holding the book in his hand was Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua was wearing a suit, and his leather shoes were extremely shiny. Beside him was a business windbreaker, looking extremely casual. Father, when did you come back? I will kowtow to you. Dragon Sheniying excitedly walked forward, and was about to immediately kneel down. Long Zhanghua smiled slightly, and a force lifted Dragon Sheniying up. Forget it, no need to kneel, and no need to be so nervous. Since Gu Hai and the Immortal of Six Paths have fallen out, I don't need to help him hide it anymore. It doesn't matter if outsiders know that I am still alive. Long Zhanghua smiled slightly. Yes, father. Dragon Sheniying said excitedly. Heavenly Palace great perfection? Not bad, following Gu Hai for so many years is not a waste of time. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. It is all thanks to His Holiness that I am slow-witted. Dragon Sheniying said with a smile. Of course, don't be too complacent. Gu Hai's son recently improved by leaps and bounds. I think it won't take long for him to catch up with you. You have to work hard, don't disgrace your father. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Ah? Father, which crown prince are you talking about? Dragon Sheniying asked blankly. Not any crown prince, but Gu Hai's son, Gu Taiji. After training in the god space for some time, his cultivation is not bad now. Some time ago, Shenwu even fought with him. Although Shenwu won, Gu Taiji took the opportunity to break through. Long Zhanghua explained. Ah? Gu Taiji is almost the same as third brother? Dragon Sheniying said in surprise. Long Zhanghua nodded. 30 will be back soon, there is still time. Gu Taiji will be back too, you may have to fight side by side. Yes. I just saw the information that Gu Hai gave me. The whole world is now divided between the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty, Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, and Heavenly Demon Holy Land. What is going on, tell me? Long Zhanghua asked curiously. Yes. Chapter 1255. Gu Hai's main body headed to the South Sea. He instantly entered the underwater cave. However, he didn't notice that the moment he entered the South Sea, a small eye suddenly appeared above him. It was a black eye the size of a finger. It was the Immortal of Six Paths Eye of Heaven. However, the current Eye of Heaven was a shrunken version, only the size of a finger. It was easy to overlook. Both Gu Hai's entered here? What's here? The Eye of Heaven narrowed slightly. Whoosh! The Eye of Heaven instantly entered the bottom of the sea and chased after Gu Hai's footstep. Soon, it arrived at the space where the underground Blood City used to be. The eye of heaven trembled slightly. No, there's a force under the fire that's rejecting me? There must be something under the ground. The eye of heaven stopped outside the fire. It circled the underground cave. The eye of heaven flashed out of the cave and returned to the South Sea. Both Gu-Hais went down? Then the limitless celestial capital and eternal Een capital are empty? The eye of heaven narrowed slightly. The eye of heaven stared at the bottom of the South Sea. It didn't dare to take the risk. Now, the biggest power in the world is the Dahan's celestial empire. The Dahan's destiny covers 80% of the world. There's still half a year before the main body wakes up. This Gu-Hai's biggest enemy is Gu-Hai's strength? Ha, good. You dare to leave the court, then don't blame me. The eye of heaven said coldly. Whoosh! The next moment, the eye of heaven suddenly disappeared. Ancient Temple. Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang returned disappointed. Master, that Gu-Hai's first move was strange. Now, he's become a major force. Bai Wuchang said with an ugly expression. Bai Zizai nodded. In just a few decades? He actually grew so strong. If I knew a few decades ago, I definitely wouldn't have given him the chance to grow. My lord, that Gu-Hai, we shouldn't think about fighting against him anymore. Black Impermanence said bitterly. The two of them looked at Black Impermanence. I know that my heavenly demon Holy Land's peak masters have suffered heavy casualties, but that was because they provoked Gu-Hai first. In the past, we were too arrogant. That was the price we had to pay for our arrogance. Black Impermanence sighed. Black Impermanence, are you that afraid of Gu-Hai now? Bai Wuchang frowned. This is the general trend. Gu-Hai reminds me of the samsara before he defied the heavens. The greater the resistance, the stronger he will become. Black Impermanence sighed. I can't forget the humiliation of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Bai Wuchang said with a gloomy expression. So what if I can't forget? Do you dare to mess with Gu-Hai now? Black Impermanence retorted. Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. We still have the immortal of the six paths. Ha. We still have the immortal of the six paths? Do you think the immortal of the six paths is your subordinate or your subject? Or is he your father or your mother? Listen to your every word? Obey your every command? Killing your enemies? Eliminating disasters for you? Black Impermanence sneered. Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. The immortal of the six paths isn't related to us. He's on our side now. He's not our ally, nor is he your chess piece. He's our creditor. He has his eyes on us and wants to use us. He wants to use us as his chess pieces and cannon fodder. Boss, you can't be complacent because of this, right? You think the immortal of the six paths will take care of you? Bai Wuchang's expression darkened. At the very least, we have a common enemy, Gu-Hai. Bai Zizai did not say anything. Black Impermanence was scared out of his wits by Gu-Hai, but what he said just now made sense. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. One should never entrust one's hopes to others. Bai Zizai believed in this, which was why he was still alive today. My lord, have we forgotten about our enmity? Bai Wuchang said unwillingly. Bai Zizai frowned slightly. The immortal of the six paths will come out in a year, and everything will change. Bai Wuchang said anxiously. But that will be a year later. No one knows what will happen in a year. Back then, before the immortal of the six paths defied the heavens, who would have thought that the immortal of the six paths would be killed? There is still half a year left. Do you think the immortal of the six paths isn't plotting against you? Black Impermanence shook his head. I firmly believe that the immortal of the six paths will not plot against me. At the very least, he will protect the heavenly demon Holy Land. That is because the heavenly demon Holy Land still has 5,000 cities to protect some lives for the immortal of the six paths. Bai Wuchang said confidently. Boom! Just as Bai Wuchang finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the ancient temple, and a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere. In the dark cloud, a black eye of heaven looked at the three people in the temple. "Greetings, immortal," the three of them said in surprise. "By Zizai, you guys attack the limitless celestial capital immediately. Destroy the limitless celestial capital for me." The eye of heaven stared at the three of them. By Wucheng, by Zizai. Black Impermanence, on the other hand, had a look of understanding. The three of them had indeed become the immortal of the six paths chess pieces and cannon fodder. Attack the limitless celestial capital at this time? What a joke! The immortal still had more than half a year before he came out of seclusion. The immortal was asking the heavenly demon Holy Land to declare war on the Dahan celestial empire immediately. If they weren't cannon fodder, then what were? By Zizai's face darkened. "Immortal, we are willing to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean we are willing to die." The eye of heaven stared at By Zizai. "Immortal, you still have more than half a year before you come out of seclusion. Although we have a grudge against the Dahan celestial capital, we are at peace now. After all, we haven't declared war on all fronts. But once I attack the limitless celestial capital, it will be a fight to the death," Bai Zizai said worriedly. "Gu Hai is not in the court now, so this is a good opportunity. Moreover, just now, when he was fighting, he had the will of the heaven-splitting axe, which means that the heaven-splitting axe is with him. Now that Gu Hai has gone to the earth's core, this immortal saw it with my own eyes. Without Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital is nothing. What are you worried about? By Zizai, you are the white tiger sovereign." The eye of heaven said coldly. "But Gu Hai will come back in the end. It's easy to destroy the limitless celestial capital, but if Gu Hai comes back, what will we do? He will definitely have his eyes on the heavenly demon Holy Land." Bai Zizai said unwillingly. "Why don't you capture Gu Hai's wife and son, and make Gu Hai hesitate? This immortal wants you to immediately destroy the central system of the Dahan Celestial Empire, destroy Gu Hai's officials, destroy the Dahan Celestial Empire's management of the people under the heavens, and make the Dahan Celestial Empire fall into chaos. The people will quickly lose their hearts. Even if Gu Hai comes back, it will be too late. Half a year later, when this immortal comes out of seclusion, Gu Hai will undoubtedly die." The immortal said coldly. "Destroy the limitless celestial capital, kill the Dahan's officials, and hold Gu Hai's wife and son hostage?" Bai Zizai's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. "That's right," the eye of heaven said coldly. Bai Zizai glanced at Bai Wucheng. Bai Wucheng's face was ashen. Just as Black Impermanence said, the immortal was only using him as cannon fodder. "Immortal, no matter where Gu Hai went, his Dahan's fate is still there, which means he's still in the immortal vault. If we go to his nest and he comes back halfway, won't we?" Black Impermanence said with a complicated expression. "He won't be back for a while. They went to the Earth's core, so something big must have happened. So, I want you to be quick. Move in full force and finish everything quickly," the eye of heaven said gravely. However, Bai Zizai and the other two were not stupid. They were naturally unwilling to declare war on Gu Hai. The immortal had not come out of seclusion yet. Wouldn't this be asking for trouble? "Immortal, have you forgotten about the Long Zhangua? Haven't we always guessed that there was a Long Zhangua in the Dahan Celestial Dynasty?" Bai Zizai asked carefully. "Just now you saw Gu Hai's sky-splitting axe. The sky-splitting axe is in Gu Hai's hands. Gu Hai went to the Earth's core, which means that there is no Long Zhangua," the eye of heaven said gravely. "But what if?" Bai Zizai said with a complicated expression. "There is no what if. You must go. Otherwise, you will be my enemy," the eye of heaven said coldly. Bai Zizai. In his heart, Bai Zizai had thousands of words to curse the immortal of the six paths. "Do you really think we are your slaves? When I, Bai Zizai, was ruling the world, you were still in some unknown place. What? You want to resist me?" the eye of heaven said coldly. Bai Zizai was unwilling, and Bai Wuchang was also very regretful. Only Black Impermanence said, "Immortal, why don't you think this will work?" Everyone looked at Black Impermanence. The Dahan celestial dynasty is our common enemy, but its internal structure is not clear. How about we find some people to test it first? If there is nothing, we will all attack. Black Impermanence said carefully. Who will test it? The Eye of Heaven said coldly. The three Supremes of Vermilion Bird. They also hate Gu Hai to death. If we go, we will be alone. Do you think you can persuade them? Black Impermanence said. The Eye of Heaven was silent for a moment. Finally it said, "Okay. Then we will have to trouble you, Immortal." Black Impermanence said with a smile. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the entrance to the Earth's core. This time, nothing will go wrong. The Eye of Heaven said. Okay. Black Impermanence nodded. Rumble. The Eye of Heaven disappeared. Only Bai Zizai and the other two were left in the hall. They heaved a sigh of relief. Black Impermanence, thank you for your quick thinking. Bai Wuchang exclaimed. I said before that cooperating with an immortal is like asking a tiger for its skin. Who knows when we will be eaten by him? Black Impermanence sighed. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction where the immortal of the six paths left. Finally, he nodded. My lord, although second brother has delayed for a while, we still need you to decide what to do next. Bai Wuchang looked at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai and the immortal of the six paths? Half a year later, we still don't know who will win the battle. However, if the Vermilion Bird Supreme takes the lead, maybe we can give it a try. But my lord, have you forgotten about Long Zhanghua? Black Impermanence said anxiously. Bai Zizai was silent for a while. Finally, he shook his head. Maybe I was wrong. Gu Hai deliberately lied to us. Why? Long Zhanghua is such a proud person. Why would he be willing to be Gu Hai's subordinate? Who is he afraid of? Or, if it is really him, why doesn't he dare to come out? Bai Zizai said in a low voice. But, all right, let's not talk about anything else. We will see later. Bai Zizai shook his head. Chapter 1256. 2 hours later. On a mountain peak in the south of the limitless celestial capital, Bai Zizai, Black Bai Wuchang, the three Vermilion Bird Supremes, and the Eye of Heaven were gathered in one place. Bai Zizai? Why aren't you running away this time? Zhu Sisi said with a trace of contempt. Humph. Bai Zizai snorted coldly and ignored him. Immortal, is what you said true? Zhu Yi looked coldly at the Eye of Heaven. That's right. 6 great perfection gods gathered and destroyed the limitless celestial capital in an instant. The 2 Gu Hais have already gone to the Earth's core with the heaven-splitting axe and won't be back for a while. I'll help you watch the entrance to the Earth's core. The Eye of Heaven said indifferently. Since the limitless celestial capital has already become an empty city, why don't you take action yourself? Your Eye of Heaven can destroy the limitless celestial capital in an instant. Zhu Yi said with a frown. The Eye of Heaven stared at Zhu Yi. Am I wrong? Zhu Yi frowned. You're right. This immortal's Eye of Heaven was greatly damaged after being shattered by Gu Hai last time. Moreover, all of its recovery power has been transferred to my main body. At this moment, the Eye of Heaven isn't enough to destroy the limitless celestial capital. The Eye of Heaven said indifferently. Oh! Everyone said in surprise. That's why this immortal invited you. This Eye of Heaven's power isn't enough, but this immortal's main body is immediately restored. When I kill Gu Hai in the future, this immortal will grant you generations of prosperity and eternal protection. The Eye of Heaven said solemnly. Bai Zizai's eyes flashed with anger. Turned out that this Eye of Heaven was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. During this time, he was so scared that he didn't dare to resist. Humph! The 3 Vermilion Birds snorted coldly. Since you've all come, it means that you all have the same idea. The limitless celestial capital is right in front of you. The Dahan celestial capital is about to be destroyed. Don't you want revenge? Don't want to vent your anger? The eye said coldly. But what's coming next is a complete break with Gu Hai. Black Impermanence said with a frown. Are you still afraid of breaking ties with Gu Hai? The Eye of Heaven said coldly. Everyone fell silent. Don't worry, said the Eye of Heaven. By doing this, you'll be destroying Gu Hai's living being's power. I'll remember this. In the future, when I kill Gu Hai, all of you will be my greatest heroes. The 3 vermilion birds were still hesitating when a voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Let's test out this Gu Hai's background. The 3 vermilion birds felt as if they had heard a clap of thunder, and their eyes narrowed. It was the voice of 30, who ordered the 3 vermilion birds to attack. All right, the 3 vermilion birds replied. The Eye of Heaven looked at by Zizai and the others. Master, the vermilion bird supreme is enough. Let's not steal the vermilion bird's glory, right? Black Impermanence immediately said. Bai Zizai ignored Black Impermanence, and his expression changed. He looked at the Eye of Heaven and said, All right, but you have to keep an eye on the Earth's core. Don't worry. Although this Eye of Heaven has lost a lot of vitality, it can still easily monitor the world. Once Gu Hai and the others come out, I'll inform you immediately. This immortal is counting on you to help this immortal. The Eye of Heaven nodded. Master. Black Impermanence said anxiously. Black Impermanence didn't want to stand out, but Bai Zizai was very confident. He was also sure that Gu Hai had lied to him about the Long Zhangua. Since they were on the Immortal of 6 Paths ship, there was no reason to back out. Let's go. Boom! The group immediately rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. The 6 great experts rushed over, and before their fearsome might had even arrived, their vast killing intent had already filled the entire boundless celestial capital. Roar! As if the Sea of Providence was warning them, a large number of small golden dragons of Providence roared. Infinite celestial capital, destroy! Zhu Sisi shouted. A huge flaming palm fell from the sky, as if it was going to shatter the infinite celestial capital. Hum! Suddenly, a defensive barrier was formed. Boom! Suddenly, the barrier was shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Long Wanqing, and the others' expressions changed at the same time, and they rushed into the sky. Hong! Immediately, the Dahan experts hit the flaming palm. Under Chen Xian Er's control, billowing poisonous gas rushed into the sky. The great Tao can defend against the poisonous gas, the Eye of Heaven shouted. At this time, another flaming palm came down. Who? Kong Xian shouted in shock and anger, standing at the front. Rumble! The Perfection Stage Heavenly Palace experts couldn't resist the power of a Perfection Stage God Legion expert. They barely blocked the giant palm before they were smashed down one by one, making loud noises. Zhu Sisi, Zhu Sanson, you guys seem to be too weak. Watch me! Bai Zizai shouted. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. A huge tiger claw, accompanied by a majestic gale, struck toward the infinite celestial capital. The fierce gale instantly blew away Chen Xian Er's sea of poisonous gas. The tiger claw was unstoppable. It crushed the void and was about to crush the infinite celestial capital. Bastard, Bai Zizai, how dare you! Shangguan Hen and Ao Xing roared and rushed into the sky. Roar! Roar! A huge Xuanwu and a huge azure dragon rushed toward Bai Zizai's tiger claw with ferocious expressions. Boom! The 2 divine beasts barely stopped the tiger claw, but the tiger claw was still pressing down. Under the collision of the 3 divine beasts, the void had been torn into pieces. Shangguan Hen, I'll help you! Kong Xian slapped Shangguan Hen's back. Mosquito Daoren slapped Ao Xing's back. Mao Tianyun, Gu Han, and Goddess Hudu added their power to Shangguan Hen and Ao Xing. The Azure Dragon and Xuanwu's power was increasing. Haha, Azure Dragon Xuanwu? By Zizai, it seems that you're not strong enough. Zhu Sisi sneered. Screech! A vermilion bird's cry rang out as Zhu Sisi transformed into a huge vermilion bird. Flaming divine claws slammed down along with Bai Zizai's tiger claw. Rumble! In an instant, the void was crushed by the power of the four divine beasts. Bai Zizai and Zhu Sisi were both in the great circle of the God Legion. Even though the infinite celestial capital's experts were fighting with all their might, they could only be suppressed. Soon, the infinite celestial capital would be crushed into pieces. In Dragon Shenying's residence, inside the Qian Hall, Long Zhanghua and Dragon Shenying had to stop talking. Long Zhanghua slapped Dragon Shenying's shoulder and sent a stream of golden energy into his body. Go! Long Zhanghua said. After receiving Long Zhanggua's energy, Dragon Shenying rushed out of the Qian Hall and slammed his palm into the sky. Boom! The power of Dragon Shenying's palm was too great. In an instant, the Tiger Claw and Vermilion Bird Claw were pushed back. Black Impermanence held back by Wuchang, but the two didn't make a move. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sanson were about to make a move when they were shocked by Dragon Shenying's golden light. Bai Zizai and Zhu Sisi's figures suddenly staggered. Bai Zizai's expression sank. Zhu Sisi also widened his eyes and looked at the powerhouse dragon god Ing who had just appeared halfway. Long Zhanggua's son? Since when did he have the strength of a great circle god? Bai Zizai's expression sank. Half of the golden light around Dragon Shenying dissipated, but the other half remained. Dragon Shenying quickly arrived at the Soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Together with Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen, he protected the Empress and the others behind him. Vermilion Bird Supreme? White Tiger Supreme? The two of you are very brave. Ambushing women and children while my husband is away? Chen Xian sneered. Everyone's gaze turned towards Chen Xian the moment she spoke. Gu Hai was the master of the limitless celestial capital, so Chen Xian was the mistress of the limitless celestial capital. Without Gu Hai, Chen Xian could represent everything. At this moment, Chen Xian felt very nervous. However, she had to hold on at this moment. Chen Xian needed to buy time to contact Gu Hai and buy more time. Mo Yike, Sima Chongkong, and the others had already used the Qin figurines to contact Gu Hai. At this moment, 6 great circle gods had arrived in person. It could be said that they came with great momentum. The 2 Gu Hais were not present, but the Dahan celestial capital had reached the most critical moment. But at this moment, whether it was the officials or the citizens, they were all on Chen Xian's side against a common enemy. Chen Xian became everyone's pillar of support the moment she spoke. Chen Xian glared at the experts in the sky. Women and children? Ambush? You are Gu Hai's woman, right? When Gu Hai killed my brothers, why didn't he think of today? Zhu Sisi glared and said. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Chen Xian showed a trace of disdain. What did you say? Zhu Sisi glared. Are you worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my husband? If my husband wants to kill Zhu Wuwu and Zhu Qiqi, he dares to do it in front of you. He never needs to avoid anyone. What does it matter if you are here or not? Do you dare to stop him? As for you all, you simply do not dare to do anything overstepping your boundaries in front of my husband. All you can do is hide from my husband and do those vile things. If you all are not cowards, then who is? Chen Xian sneered. Presumptuous Chen Xian, you are courting death. Zhu Sisi was immediately angry and wanted to attack again. If you dare to move again, my husband will immediately tear you to shreds. Chen Xian glared and reprimanded. Chen Xian's shout strangely frightened Zhu Sisi. Zhu Sisi instinctively turned his head to see if Gu Hai had returned. Ha, Vermilion Bird Supreme? White Tiger Supreme? That's all there is to it. A frightened bird dares to come to the Dahan celestial capital and act presumptuously. My husband will be back soon. You can continue to attack. Try again? You don't want to leave today? Chen Xian took a step forward and shouted again. Her unbridled shout made the hearts of the 6 perfect stage gods tremble. Chen Xian was also excited. She had indeed intimidated them. 6 perfect stage gods. Because of Gu Hai's name, they were stuck outside the infinite celestial capital and were in a dilemma. Don't be fooled by her. I am watching Gu Hai. He hasn't returned. Moreover, I have sealed the surrounding void. They can't send a message to Gu Hai. Do it quickly. Suddenly, a huge eye of heaven appeared above his head. The eye of heaven suddenly opened its mouth, which immediately gave them enough courage. Humph, little girl, you want to scare us? Bai Zizai's face darkened. Without Gu Hai, the infinite celestial capital is a no-man's land. If I want you to die, you must die. Bitch, you dare to scare me? Let's see how I'll make you beg for death. Zhu Cixi glared at Chen Xian and rushed straight at her. Boom! Zhu Cixi swooped down at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to tear Chen Xian, who had just frightened him, to shreds. Protect the Divine Empress. The expressions of the ministers changed drastically. Zhu Cixi came with great momentum and was too fast. The group of experts stepped forward one after another, but it was too late. They saw Zhu Cixi arrive in front of Chen Xian in an instant. His vermilion bird claw tore through the void and grabbed at Chen Xian. Crack! But at this moment, Zhu Cixi's huge claw seemed to have hit something extremely hard. The sound of bones dislocating instantly rang out. Zhu Cixi screamed miserably. He saw a man in strange clothes appear in front of Chen Xian at an unknown time. The man stretched out his left hand and formed a palm aura. He firmly grasped Zhu Cixi's vermilion bird claw and squeezed his fingers. The huge vermilion bird claw was crushed. He broke it with his bare hand. Zhu Cixi's screams resounded through the world. The expressions of the experts all changed as they looked at the man in strange clothes who suddenly appeared. Long Zhanggua? The eye of heaven cried out in alarm. Long Zhanggua's right hand was stretched out towards the sky. An afterimage streaked across the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. Boom! The enormous eye of heaven was gripped in Long Zhan's right hand, and cracking sounds could be heard, as if it were about to be crushed. Long Zhanggua? It's really you, you're still alive? Bai Zizai was shocked. Long Zhanggua ignored Bai Zizai and looked at Zhu Cixi, whose vermilion bird claw was crushed. Did you know? I didn't intend to kill you, but your mouth is too smelly. How dare you insult Madame Chen? If I leave you alive, how am I going to explain to Gu Hai when he returns? Long Zhanggua said indifferently. Long Zhanggua released his left hand and an axe aura appeared in his palm. The heaven-splitting axe's aura slashed towards Zhu Cixi. What? No, don't. Zhu Cixi screamed in horror. Wait. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan exclaimed. However, everything was too late. Zhu Cixi screamed miserably and was instantly split into 2 halves, turning into 2 bloody corpses that were sent flying. Fourth brother. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan rushed over in horror. Each of them hugged half of Zhu Cixi's body, trying to save him. No one can save the people I kill. You have to pay the price for your foul mouth. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Chapter 1257. No one can revive the people I killed. You have to pay the price for your foul mouth. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan each grabbed half of Zhu Cixi's body and pieced it together. They used nirvana pills, but Zhu Cixi's body seemed to have a repulsive force that could not be repaired. No, Cixi. Zhu Sansan screamed in horror. Zhu Yi hugged Zhu Cixi's body and looked at Long Zhanggua with eyes full of resentment. Zhu Cixi is really dead and can't be revived? We are the vermilion birds that can be reborn. How can we not be revived? Long Zhanggua looked at the eye of heaven in his right hand. Immortal of 6 paths? I heard that you have been defeated many times over the years? Long Zhanghua sneered. Ka 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 ka. Long Zhan exerted force in his palm, and the sound of the eye of heaven being crushed came from his palm. Long Zhanghua, you are really not dead. I will come out of seclusion soon. Prepare to die. No, I will not let you die. I will make you beg for death. Immortal of Six Paths' hateful voice came from his palm. Your eye of heaven is much weaker than it was back then. Just now, I heard my son mention that Gu Hai said that he will kill you every time you appear in the Dahan Celestial Empire. Gu Hai went out and asked me to help him protect the limitless celestial capital. He couldn't fulfill his promise, so I will fulfill it for him. Immortal of Six Paths? Ha ha, you are just SOSO. Long Zhanghua sneered and exerted force in his palm. Long Zhan. The eye of heaven in his palm roared. Boom! In an instant, a burst came from Long Zhanghua's palm. A large number of fragments of the eye of heaven splashed out from Long Zhanghua's fingers. The fragments shot out and turned into black fog, dissipating into the air. Long Zhanghua opened his right hand and made sure that there was nothing left in his palm. Then, he slowly put his hand down. At this moment, Long Zhanghua looked at the others. Hei Bai Wuchang trembled and didn't dare to move. That was Zhu Cixi and the Eye of Heaven. He didn't have the means to resist Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai also looked at Long Zhanghua in shock. His eyes flashed with disbelief and regret. Are you really Long Zhanghua? Bai Zizai asked with a hint of fear. Although he was certain, Bai Zizai could not help but ask. Bai Zizai? I remember talking to you last time. Why are you still in the limitless celestial capital? Long Zhanghua stared at Bai Zizai and asked. Long Zhanghua looked at Bai Zizai with a scrutinizing gaze. In an instant, his eyes looked straight at Bai Zizai's heart. Bai Zizai was silent for a while. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, I thought that you were made up by Gu Hai. You thought that I was fake? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Bai Zizai nodded. You are indeed the White Tiger Sovereign. Long Zhanghua smiled faintly. This smile made Bai Zizai very depressed. What did he mean by indeed? Could it be that I, Bai Zizai, do not always understand the situation? However, Long Zhanghua's killing intent towards everyone had disappeared. Zhu Yi and Zhu Sansan each held half of Zhu Cixi's body and looked at Long Zhanghua resentfully. Let's go! Zhu Yi shouted. Whoosh! The two vermilion birds disappeared into the horizon. Only Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang were left. The three of them looked at each other. Madam Chun, sorry for offending you. Bai Zizai said to Chun Xian awkwardly. Let's go. Without waiting for Chun Xian to reply, Bai Zizai took Black Bai Wuchang and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. Continue to fight? Fight my ass. Their group was not enough to be annihilated by Long Zhanghua. The group of people came with great momentum, but left with great despair. They originally thought that even if they were not the best in the world, they would at least have a certain status. However, in this place, it all depended on the mood of the other party. Kill as they please? Long Zhanghua looked at the officials of the Dahan. At this moment, the officials of the Dahan were also shocked. Was this really Long Zhanghua? In particular, many of the officials of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty were old officials of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. At this moment, when they saw Long Zhanghua, their eyes were brimming with tears. At this moment, these old officials finally understood why the Crown Prince of the Deqian, Dragon Goding, was willing to become an official of the Dahan, and why Long Zhanghua had left a letter to assist Gu Hai. It turned out that His Holiness was still alive. His Holiness! His Holiness! Some of the old officials suddenly knelt down with tears in their eyes. Although they were officials of the Dahan, they still had feelings for Long Zhanghua. Now that you are all officials of the Dahan, don't call me His Holiness. Rise, all of you. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Yes, yes. The old officials wiped their tears and stood up excitedly. "Old man, you're still alive!" Long Wanyu suddenly said in surprise. "Greetings to His Holiness!" Long Wanqing also said excitedly. No matter what, Long Zhanghua was still the Long sisters' grandfather. Long Zhanghua looked at the two girls and smiled slightly. Then, Long Zhanghua looked at Chen Xian. "Madam Chen, you are indeed a heroine. Just now, if it weren't for the interference of the immortal of the six paths, the six perfect gods wouldn't have dared to take a step forward under your scolding," Long Zhanghua said with a smile. "Daiqianxing is too kind. This time I thank Daiqianxing." Chen Xian bowed slightly. "Madam Chen, you are too polite. I promised Gu Hai, so it is naturally my duty. Moreover, Gu Hai saved my life back in the heavenly realm, so there is no need to be courteous," Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Chen Xian nodded. At this moment, in the infinite celestial capital, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Shangguan Hen, Ao Sheng, and Gu Han were all staring at Long Zhanghua. After all, this Long Zhanghua's appearance was too strange. Was it really him? Why was he dressed so strangely? It wasn't just the officials of the Dahan. Just now, the Flame God Temple and the Seizing God Temple received the news. However, everything happened so quickly that it was already over by the time they saw it clearly. At the entrance of the Flame God Temple, the guard rubbed his eyes. "This is impossible. Didn't Long Zhanghua die a long time ago?" Ho Yi and Xing Tian stared from afar, also at a loss. "It is indeed Long Zhanghua," Xing Tian said solemnly. "No wonder Gu Hai has the sky-splitting axe." "He didn't get the sky-splitting axe, but Long Zhanghua is still alive?" Ho Yi exclaimed. At the entrance of the Seizing God Temple, Long Aotian kept rubbing his eyes. "Long Aotian, did I see wrongly? Who is that? Is it really him?" A Seizing God Temple guard beside him asked curiously. "My grandpa Xing?" It's true, Long Aotian said with excitement. Whoosh! Long Aotian stepped forward and rushed toward the infinite celestial capital without hesitation. His eyes were filled with boundless shock. Bang! Soon, Long Aotian landed on the square of the Soaring God Temple. This time, when Long Shenying waved his hand, none of the guards of the Dahan stopped him. Although he was sure, Long Aotian still didn't dare to admit it. "Father, is this Grandpa Xing? Father, is he Grandpa Xing?" Long Aotian looked at Long Shenying in disbelief. Long Zhanghua turned his head and smiled at Long Aotian. "Impudent, quickly greet your grandpa," Long Shenying rebuked angrily. Long Shenying's rebuke confirmed Long Aotian's guess. Looking at Long Zhanghua, Long Aotian suddenly knelt down. Grandson greets Grandpa Xing." Long Aotian immediately bowed emotionally. Even though Long Aotian's actions were a bit shameful at times, he was just like Dragon God Ing. He was extremely respectful to Long Zhan. Otherwise, Dragon God Ing wouldn't have fallen out with his father when he joined the imperial court that killed his father. But now Grandpa Xing was still alive, so his father's acknowledging the enemy as his father was no longer valid. His falling out in the past was also a joke. "Good. Aotian has also grown up," Long Zhanghua said with a smile. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua raised his head and looked in the direction of the Seizing Divine Palace. The door of the Seizing Divine Palace had opened unknowingly. Just then, Jiangchen stepped out of the God-Seizing Temple. Across the vast distance between them, he and Long Zhanghua looked at each other. Jiangchen looked at Long Zhanghua and was slightly surprised. Long Zhanghua looked at Jiangchen and nodded with a smile. Jiangchen was silent for a while and finally nodded. In the Dahan Celestial Empire, the emperors and sect masters of the various imperial dynasties and sects were shocked when they saw Long Zhanghua. At the same time, they also felt lucky. Because of Long Zhanghua's existence, everyone understood the strength of the Dahan Celestial Empire. It was so strong that even the immortal of the six paths had doubled their strength in an instant. How many more trump cards did His Holiness have? The news that Long Zhangguo was still alive, and that Long Zhangguo was in the Dahan's celestial empire, also began to spread from this moment on. Those who received the news were not willing to believe it at first. When the news was confirmed, there was an uproar. In the Earth's core, after the Hui swallowed the last sun-like Earth core divine flame, the fire enchantment formed around the Hui now looked like the outline of an eyeball. It emitted a dazzling golden light. Some of the mountains around it melted in an instant when they touched the flames. Mr. Fushi, I feel that I have completely turned into the sun. There is a fire in my heart. As long as I get out of the ground, I can compete with the sun, Chi said in a deep voice. Compete with the sun? Haha, this is just an illusion. You must restrain the arrogance in your heart. Later, we still have a tough battle to fight, Fushi said solemnly. Arrogance in my heart? Chi frowned slightly. You're right, mister. I've already cultivated the divine flame sun transformation divine art to the great success stage. There's a feeling of bloating that I can't control. It's as if I'm the #1 expert in the world. If it weren't for Mister's constant guidance, I would have been dizzy from this bloating sensation. As the saying goes, solitary yin does not grow and solitary yang does not grow. Your skill has too much yang qi and it is disrupting your thinking. If you want to solve it, you can only go to the Join sect. Follow me. When you get there, be careful. Qi is waiting for you, Fushi said solemnly. Thank you for your guidance. Qi nodded. Fushi nodded and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a cave that was shining with black light. Fushi stopped. It is here. Be careful, Fushi said solemnly. Qi nodded and stepped into the underground space where the candle dragon was hidden. In the underground space, Qi sat on the candle dragon's head with his eyes closed. Master, it is here, Qi is here. The hunchbacked old man shouted in surprise. One. Qi opened his eyes. It is here? This day has finally come. Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 1258. Qi's body shone with golden light, and a spherical barrier that looked like an eyeball surrounded him. He stepped into the space at the center of the earth. 1. As soon as he stepped in, the golden light around him was enough to illuminate the entire space. A golden dragon that was thousands of miles long was sleeping in the space at the center of the earth. On its back, there were 3,000 great Dao that rushed to the surrounding rock walls. A group of underground monsters stood around it. There were pangolin monsters, centaurs, and all kinds of strange experts. They held weapons and guarded the golden dragon. Under the golden dragon's head was a hunchbacked old man. He was surrounded by moths, and his eyes were filled with excitement. However, Qi's eyes were fixed on only one person. It was Qi at the top of the dragon's head. Qi was still standing there. When he saw Qi step in and the golden light around him, he smiled. Great Yan's His Holiness? Welcome to the Join sect, Qi said with a smile. Qi? You were waiting for me? Qi narrowed his eyes and stared at Qi even though Qi knew that Qi was up to no good and wanted to deal with him. Qi was not afraid. On one hand, he had obtained a huge amount of power and was much stronger than before. On the other hand, there was too much yang qi in his body, and he was a little arrogant. That's right. I've been waiting for you, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. I was going to wait for you to arrive, and then help you find the Earth Core Divine Fire. I didn't expect you to find the Earth Core Divine Fire on your own. You saved me a lot of effort, Qi said with a smile. Oh? Earth Core Divine Fire? What's going on? Why is there such a huge fire at the center of the Earth? Qi asked curiously. It's okay to tell you. The Earth Core Divine Fire is the tear of the Torch Dragon. The Torch Dragon's left eye shines like the sun and illuminates the Earth. The tear in its left eye naturally has unlimited firepower. How do you feel now? Qi smiled confidently. Qi narrowed his eyes. Torch Dragon? Tear in the left eye? What about the right eye? The tear in the right eye? It was absorbed by me. Now the torch dragon is about to be born. You're the only one left, Chi said with a smile. Torch dragon? That blind dragon? Chi narrowed his eyes. The golden dragon's entire body exuded a boundless aura. Only its eyes were sunken, as if it had no eyeballs. The candle dragon sends a pair of eyes. The left eye is the sun, and the right eye is the moon. I am the right eye, and you are the left eye, Ho said with a smile. Left eye as the sun? Am I left-eyed? Is this candle dragon very powerful? You stepped onto the candle dragon's head. The faces of the Juin sect's servants changed, but you didn't care and allowed you to step on the dragon's head. Wait until you become its eyes, then you will know. Bai smiled. I don't care about the golden dragon, Bai said coldly. With a cold voice, you stomped on the ground. Boom. Ho's stomp contained a monstrous power. With a stomp of his foot, even a giant star would be crushed instantly. However, when the foot landed on the candle dragon's head, it only made the dragon's head tremble slightly. There was no other harm. What a powerful dragon body! Bai's face sank. Of course. Moreover, you can't hurt it. You are a part of it, Bai said with a cold smile. I am a part of it? What a joke, Bai said with a cold smile. Now, do you want to enter the candle dragon's left eye yourself, or do you want me to help you? Bai said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, you want to help me? Your art of cursing? Bai said with a cold smile. Art of cursing? I can use it on others, but not you. The power of the curse comes from the candle dragon. When I recite the curse, the candle dragon will connect the 3,000 great paths to cast a curse on you. However, the curse won't affect you. You are a part of the candle dragon, so the candle dragon's curse won't affect you. However, if you don't want to enter yourself, I can help you, Bai said with a smile. You? Bai's face turned cold. When you open your eyes, it is day, and when you close them, it is night. This is the candle dragon. You are the left eye, so you are the sun. I am the right eye, so I am the moon. Just like now, Bai said with a smile. As he spoke, Bai waved his sleeves. Suddenly, endless silver light shone out. Bai's body suddenly emitted a gust of chilly air, causing a large amount of frost and snow to appear in the void. A silver enchantment immediately formed on the surface of Bai's body. Just like the golden enchantment on Bai's body, they were both in the shape of eyeballs. The two eyeballs were extremely symmetrical, as if they were the same size as the candle dragon's eyes. Moonlight? Bai's face turned dark. Let me help you. Bai reached out his hand and grabbed at Bai quickly. Bai's eyes widened. He took a step forward and attacked with his palm. A divine flame palm and a divine ice palm collided with each other. Before the collision, Bai said, Candle Dragon, stabilize the void with the 3,000 great paths, don't collapse the cave. Buzz. The great paths on the candle dragon's back suddenly emitted countless rays of light that shrouded the entire cave. The two palms collided with each other. Hong. As expected, when the 3,000 great paths stabilized the void, the entire cave did not collapse. When the two palms collided, it formed a gust of air that blew Bai's servants around them. Bai was extremely confident at that moment. Not only was he confident, but his power had also increased to an extremely high level. At that moment, Bai was confident that even if Yuanshi Tianzuan was at his peak, he would be able to suppress him. However, such a powerful power was slowly being restrained by Bai. Your power is specially used to restrain me? Bai's face suddenly turned dark. That was because when he used the Divine Fire-Sun transformation technique, in terms of power, he was not as strong as Bai's. It's not that my power is specially used to restrain you. It's just that your original form is Hitorigami. Bai sneered. What's wrong with Hitorigami? Bai asked coldly. The Divine Fire-Sun transformation technique was specially created for the living beings born in the sun. Originally, the vermilion bird was the most suitable person to cultivate it. However, I didn't look for them. I looked for you. You are the only living being who can withstand this level of flame other than the vermilion bird. Although you can cultivate it to the extreme, you can't use it as you wish like the vermilion bird because this power doesn't belong to you. Because you can't use your power as you wish, I was willing to give you this technique so that I can easily restrain you. Bai sneered. As he laughed coldly, he took one step after another forward. The terrifying power actually pushed Zhao back step by step toward the candle dragon's left eye socket. Outside the cave, in the tunnel, Fushi did not follow Bai into the tunnel. Perhaps Fushi could predict everything that was going on inside. Fushi continued to draw the 8 trigrams. In the blink of an eye, 640 trigrams appeared in front of him. Master, what are you doing? Why aren't you going in? Hichu asked curiously. If you want to die, you can go in and try. Fushi said calmly. Ah? Then I won't go in. However, what is going on inside? Why do I feel like my heart is trembling? Hichu asked worriedly. Fushi waved his hand and a screen appeared beside him. The screen showed what was going on inside the cave. What? Bai and Bai are fighting? Bai doesn't seem to be as good as Bai. Master, what should we do now? Hichu asked anxiously. Do you want to help? Fushi smiled. I don't have that ability. If I go in, I will definitely die. Hichu shook his head. Don't worry. Wait patiently. You will be able to help later. Fushi shook his head. While shaking his head, Fushi continued to draw the 8 trigrams. Master, are you setting up a formation? A longevity formation? Hichu asked curiously. That's right. Fushi nodded. All right, I will listen to you and wait patiently. However, what is the origin of this Bai? Is he so powerful? Is he really not the reincarnation of the Torch Dragon? Hichu asked blankly. The reincarnation of the Torch Dragon? He is not worthy. At most, he is just a toad. Fushi said coldly. In his hand, Fushi continued to draw the 8 trigrams and set up the formation. Inside the cave, the strength displayed by Bai was extremely fierce. He actually forced Bai to retreat. Bai revealed a trace of excitement. He had waited for tens of thousands of years just for this day. At this moment, Bai and Bai were inside the Torch Dragon's body. 3,000 great Tao revolved in his abdomen, forming a heaven and earth furnace that burned the skeleton Gu Hai. Gu Hai was barely able to resist because of the power of nothingness. Chong Ming, on the other hand, was walking in the heaven and earth furnace as if he was walking on flat ground. After closing his eyes and sensing for a few days, there seemed to be an emerald green thread in the Torch Dragon's body that suddenly wrapped around Chong Ming. Chong Ming immediately shuddered. Gu Hai, who was at the side, occasionally opened his eyes. At this moment, he opened his eyes and was slightly stunned when he saw Chong Ming wrapped around by the green thread. This was because Chong Ming's expression was very strange at this moment. There was a sense of vicissitudes of life. This vicissitudes of life also had a sense of compassion and sadness. Gu Hai waited curiously. After a while, Chong Ming suddenly trembled and seemed to have woken up. His Holiness! Chong Ming suddenly said. What's wrong? You understood the voice in the Torch Dragon's body? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, just now. I understood. 2 streams of tears flowed down Chong Ming's eyes. Why are you crying? It's not my fault. The sadness in the Torch Dragon's body infected me, and I couldn't control my emotions. Chong Ming said sadly. You know everything about the Torch Dragon and the Juin sect? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes, the Torch Dragon told me everything. Chong Ming nodded. Is the Torch Dragon the Torch Dragon? No, it's a creature that Qi pieced together. Qi wanted to revive the Torch Dragon, but the Torch Dragon is no longer around. Chong Ming explained. Pieced together? Is Qi the reincarnation of the Torch Dragon? Gu Hai asked curiously. He's not. In the past, the Torch Dragon's body turned into heaven and earth. His left eye turned into the sun, his right eye turned into the moon, His 3 souls turned into the 3,000 great Daos. His 6 souls turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his 7th soul turned into the god of thousands of monsters. He created thousands of monsters. The torch dragon's right eye turned into the moon, and the first moon poison ice toad that was born in the moon was Chi. He's just a creature that was born in the moon, just like the vermilion bird that was born in the sun. It's just that Chi was born the earliest and inherited a part of the torch dragon's memory. Chong Ming explained. Chi is the moon poison ice toad that was born in the moon? What about the Join Sek? What about the torch dragon? Gu Hai asked curiously. Although Chi isn't the reincarnation of the torch dragon, he inherited a part of the torch dragon's memory. After he was born, he traveled all over the world to look for the fragments of the torch dragon. Chong Ming said. Fragments of the torch dragon? Gu Hai asked curiously. Yes. Although most of the torch dragon's body turned into everything in heaven and earth, there were still some parts that had not completely transformed. For example, the heart, some broken bones that were buried underground and had not turned into mineral veins, and some pieces of flesh that had not turned into mountains and rivers. Chi collected them and used the scraps of the torch dragon to piece and smelt this torch dragon. Chong Ming explained. Torch dragon? The scraps of the torch dragon's body? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, some of these scraps were actually quite large. They did not turn into mountains and rivers not because they were unwilling, but because they did not have the time. They carried the will of the torch dragon and turned into everything in heaven and earth, nourishing heaven and earth, and creating the immortal dome. The torch dragon was willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for the immortality of the immortal dome and create a longer life for the living beings that were born after that. He did not want to be like the torch dragon, who could only wait for death after he was born and only had the company of loneliness. When he woke up, he would be alive, and when he slept, he would die. Chong Ming explained. The torch dragon turned into everything in heaven and earth to create a happy environment for the living beings that were born after that, nourishing and stabilizing the immortal dome? Gu Hai frowned. Yes. His Holiness, the torch dragon's body also had the mark of the torch dragon. These marks contacted me and revealed their sadness. They did not want to turn into the torch dragon because Chi's goal was to turn the torch dragon into a baby torch dragon and then be controlled by Chi's will. In the future, Chi would devour heaven and earth and all living beings so that he could completely turn into a torch dragon. However, that went against the original intention of the torch dragon. Therefore, the torch dragon's will in the torch dragon's body had been crying sadly, but could not escape from Chi's control. In its sadness, it passed on its pain, and I think it passed on to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Chong Ming recalled. That's right. Yuanshi Tianzuan heard the sound underground. So it was from the torch dragon? He wanted Yuanshi Tianzuan to save him, but unfortunately, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Your Majesty, we have to stop Chi. Chi is up to no good. Once he makes the candle dragon perfect into an infant candle dragon, no one will be able to stop him. He will devour everything, including the sun and the moon. He will devour heaven and earth. Chong Ming said anxiously. I understand. However, Chong Ming, why can you sense the torch dragon's heart? Are you the reincarnation of the torch dragon? Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming curiously. No, I'm not. Oh! The 7th soul of the torch dragon, which is the god of the torch dragon. This god can turn into thousands of gods. Each god corresponds to a demon. And the first god of torch dragon god's myriad gods is Chen. Chong Ming explained. You? You are the first god of the torch dragon god? Yes, I am the head of the gods, and I also have the ability to merge with the gods. When I was born in my previous life, I was a bat demon and my strength was not bad. However, I was muddle-headed and caused trouble everywhere. In the end, I was killed by 30. 30 took away my power and I should have been destroyed. However, I never expected that I would become a member of the Blood Clan in this life. Although I was extremely weak in the beginning, because I was the head of the gods, the 3,000 great Tao protected me, and I was favored by the heavens. Because I followed His Holiness, I became stronger and stronger. My God became stronger and stronger, especially after I obtained the Torch Dragon's heart blood not long ago. That was why I could communicate with the Torch Dragon. Chongming explained. You are the head of the gods and you have the ability to merge with the gods? The seventh soul of a god? Isn't the seventh soul the condensation of consciousness? In other words, although you are not the reincarnation of the Torch Dragon, you can be said to be the reincarnation of the Torch Dragon's consciousness? Therefore, compared to Qi, you are the most orthodox? The physical body of the Torch Dragon is speaking to you. In that case, can you enter the glabella of the Torch Dragon and control it? Gu Hai asked. His Holiness is communicating with the physical body of the Torch Dragon. Only with the mark of the Torch Dragon in the physical body can we communicate. However, the seventh soul of the Torch Dragon in the glabella is currently controlled by Qi. Chongming said with a bitter smile. So what if the seventh soul of the Torch Dragon is controlled? As long as you have a chance to seize control, you must seize it. I will help you, Gu Hai said. Chongming narrowed his eyes and nodded. Chapter 1259. Geocentric Space. Under the powerful force, Bai slowly pushed Bai toward the Candle Dragon's left eye. The Torch Dragon was the first spirit born in the Immortal Dome, and it was also the most powerful spirit. Hui had the Torch Dragon's memory, so he was not an ordinary person. Perhaps he did not have the great opportunity when the Torch Dragon was born, but with the Torch Dragon's memory, his strength had already reached the peak. Hui was very powerful, but Hui was not weak at all. Moreover, the divine fire-sun transformation technique that Hui cultivated was created by Hui. This technique was most suitable for the vermilion bird, and Hui looked for Hui because of this flaw. Because of this flaw, Hui was pushed toward the Candle Dragon's left eye by Hui. Hui had great strength, but he was not as strong as Hui, and he felt depressed. Hui, you waited for so many years for me to find someone who can withstand such a flame? Hui was unwilling to accept this. That's right. I have been looking for you for so many years. I did not think highly of you at first, but when you were sealed by Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, I saw you through the earth fire. Your will is at the peak of the fire element cultivation technique, and you are cultivating the drought demon. You are the most suitable. Go in. Hui laughed. Humph, I was very grateful to you when you gave me the cultivation technique in the past. You said that you would not allow outsiders to know about this cultivation technique, but it turns out that you were worried that I would teach it to the elite guards? Hui, you are really scheming. However, we do not know who will win today. Hui said coldly. As he said that, 200 great Tao shadows appeared behind him. The appearance of the 200 great Tao shadows immediately provided Hui with a strong force. Boom! Hui stopped in his tracks. The power of the great Tao that Jiang Lianshan collected? 200 great Tao? Hui said coldly. That's right. There were 300, but unfortunately, Matriarch Ji stole 100. Hui said coldly. That's right. With these 200 great Tao, your strength is on par with mine. However, you know that this is my Join sect. Hui sneered. Join sect? What's wrong? Hui frowned. Croak, croak, croak. Qi suddenly let out a toad's cry. After that sound, rumble. The servants of the Ninth Shade faction around the Candle Dragon suddenly knelt on the ground. All the demons had fearful expressions on their faces. I've raised you for so many years, it's time for you to repay me. Come. Qi coldly snorted. Roar. He opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. Rumble. All the spirit monsters immediately flew into Qi's mouth. This is? You narrowed his eyes. In the tunnel outside the cave, Hichu looked at the image condensed by Fushi and revealed a look of surprise. Is it useful to eat these monsters? Didn't you see clearly? These servants of the Join sect all have pure Yin bodies. They are nourished by the power of the moon. To others, it is extremely cold, but to the Join sect, it is extremely nutritious. Fushi explained. Great tonic? To what extent? Hichu asked curiously. Fushi didn't say anything. Hichu could only look at the image. He saw that in the entire underground space, except for the hunchbacked old man surrounded by moths, we had swallowed all the demons. Rumble. The moment it swallowed them, it was as if it had eaten a great tonic. Billions of silver lights suddenly appeared around Huey's body. Under the billions of silver lights, Huey's power suddenly increased by a lot. In an instant, Huey was about to be pushed into the candle dragon's left eye. What? Huey's face darkened. Rumble. A red cloud suddenly appeared above its head. It was Huey's eye of heaven slowly emerging. Rise of the moths. The hunchbacked old man shouted. Rumble. The moths flew to the top and instantly covered Huey's eye of heaven. No. Huey screamed. Rumble. Under the great power, Huey pushed it into the candle dragon's left eye socket. The golden eye barrier around Huey seemed to be very compatible with the eye socket and instantly merged with the candle dragon's left eye. Rumble. Waves of energy suddenly appeared in the candle dragon's body and locked onto its left eye, as if it was imprisoning Huey. Bastard! Huey was furious. Huey wanted to struggle out, but the eye had already merged with the candle dragon. The candle dragon's locking power was extremely strong, and a thin green line immediately wrapped around Huey's head. Buzz! Huey trembled slightly and suddenly stopped moving. Since you've entered the candle dragon's left eye, don't think about getting out. Your consciousness will merge with mine. No, not my consciousness now, but the candle dragon's consciousness, Huey said with a smile. Roar! The candle dragon suddenly roared. I can control the candle dragon? Huey's face suddenly changed and he was surprised. It's only temporary. Once I enter, you won't have a chance. Huey sneered. The green thread was connected to Huey's will, and it immediately allowed Huey to feel the candle dragon. Furthermore, it seemed like he could really control it slightly. Huey wanted to control the candle dragon and kill Huey. Huey seemed to have known about it and immediately entered the candle dragon's right eye. Buzz! All of a sudden, Huey successfully transformed into the candle dragon's right eye. Instead of one green line connecting Huey, hundreds of green lines suddenly connected to the candle dragon. Boom! The candle dragon's body shook, and it seemed to have come back to life. One of its eyes was the sun while the other was the moon. It released a vast power. What? I can't control the candle dragon again? Huey's face darkened. Of course you can't control it. The candle dragon is already under my control. It's mine. Huey laughed. Yours? No, you're talking in my head? Huey's face suddenly changed. Not in your head, but from the moment you merged with the candle dragon, your consciousness merged with the candle dragon because you have the left eye. Your will can slightly control the candle dragon's actions, but the candle dragon has its own will. It has a seventh fragment, and I have already refined this seventh fragment for several million years. My consciousness is about to enter the seventh fragment of the candle dragon. After that, I will use the candle dragon's will to destroy your will. From then on, I will no longer have to worry about anything. Huey laughed loudly. However, the candle dragon suddenly trembled. Huey slowly turned into the shape of a toad, and then merged with the right eye. Buzz! The candle dragon shuddered, and his eyes immediately became bright and lively. The candle dragon moved its body and roared. Roar! The candle dragon let out a long roar. Its roar penetrated the ground and spread to countless places on the ground. Roar, roar, roar! All over the world, countless dragon veins surged. The entire Yin-Yang realm and Yang realm trembled violently. Jiangchen, Long Zhanghua, Jingwei, Zhu Yi, Bai Zizai and the others were shocked. The ground shook? What happened? In the core of the earth, the hunchbacked old man suddenly knelt down. Congratulations, Master. You've become the Candle Dragon and become invincible. The Candle Dragon came back to life and had a new consciousness. He twisted his body and looked at the hunchbacked old man kneeling on the ground. It's not over yet. Everything will be perfect after I destroy the weak will of the Hua. Huey's consciousness entered the Candle Dragon's body. The Candle Dragon's seventh soul was invincible, and even Huey's consciousness was not as strong as it. One Candle Dragon had two consciousnesses. 99% of Huey's consciousnesses were Huey's, and only a little of Huey's was left. Huey's face was extremely pale because he felt the Candle Dragon's consciousness surging towards him like a flood. Boom! No! Huey shouted furiously and used his consciousness to resist the Candle Dragon's ocean-like consciousness. The battle between their seventh souls was also a battle between consciousnesses and consciousnesses. However, Huey was strengthened by the Candle Dragon and was naturally many times stronger. Huey's consciousness was like the ocean. Huey's consciousness was like a lonely boat that could be capsized by the ocean at any time. Stop struggling, Huey. Go in peace. Once your consciousness is destroyed, your 3 souls and 7 souls will become a part of the Candle Dragon. Be destroyed, Huey said coldly. Boom. Ah. Huey's consciousness was strong, but no matter how strong it was not as strong as the Candle Dragon's. How could he resist? He was about to be destroyed. Once his consciousness was destroyed, he would be completely refined like a walking corpse. Huey was confident of victory and Huey was about to die. Buzz. However, at this moment, an 8 trigrams light ball appeared in Huey's hand. Huey, can you still hold on? Fushi's voice was heard through the 8 trigrams. I can't. The Candle Dragon's consciousness is like the Heavenly Path's consciousness. It has the power of 3,000 great Tao's. I'm about to be destroyed in just 2 waves, Huey said bitterly. Hold on for a while more. I'll be done soon, Fushi shouted. Hold on? I can't hold on anymore. I can't resist the Heavenly Path's consciousness. That's the power of 3,000 great Tao's, Huey said bitterly. No, I have a way to hold on. This 8 trigrams that I gave you earlier is for this moment. Later, I will send you a consciousness to help you. Hold on and lead the consciousness that I sent over to try to destroy the Candle Dragon's consciousness, Fushi shouted. Impossible. This is the Heavenly Path's consciousness. Who can resist it? Unless the Candle Dragon is resurrected, no one can, Huey said in despair. No, you have 10 breaths. If you can hold on for 10 breaths, we will be able to turn the tide. At the same time, you will obtain endless power, Fushi shouted. 10 breaths? All right, I'll hold on for a while more. Huey gritted his teeth. Boom. A wave of the Candle Dragon's consciousness swept over and Huey immediately spat out blood. He almost had his consciousness shattered. Ha ha, Huey, your consciousness is about to shatter. You'll be gone after one more wave. Huey led the Candle Dragon's consciousness and laughed loudly. Huey shook his head with a ferocious expression and got ready to withstand the next wave. In the tunnel, Fushi waved his hand. Buzz. The longevity array formed by the 100,000 8 trigrams immediately emitted a golden light. Master, you've completed the longevity array, but what's the use of it? Can it resist the Candle Dragon's consciousness? That's the Heavenly Path's consciousness, Hichu said in confusion. It's up to you whether it succeeds or not. Fushi suddenly looked at Hichu. Me! Hichu was stunned. You have the body of heaven, so you can draw the providence of the world and connect with all living beings, just like how Yuanshi Tianzuan used you. Do it again, Fushi said in a deep voice. Huh? Do it again? Why? Hichu was confused. I want you to connect with the consciousness of all living beings and destroy the Candle Dragon's consciousness, Fushi said solemnly. Me? Connect with the consciousness of all living beings? No, Master, you can't do that. I can attract the consciousness of all living beings to help her, but the consciousness of all living beings still has to go through my body. When that happens, I'll have to go through a baptism of the consciousness of all living beings. There'll be so many of them that I'll go crazy." Hichu immediately trembled and exclaimed, "It's too late. Hichu, enter the array. Draw the providence of the world and connect with the consciousness of all living beings." Fushi extended his hand and threw Hichu into the lifespan array. 1. The lifespan array immediately shone brighter, and Hichu seemed to be tied into the lifespan array. With Fushi's help, he connected with the providence of the Dahan Heavenly Empire, Great Yen Heavenly Empire, and Heavenly Demon Holy Land. This time, he didn't need to use all his power to fight for providence. He only needed to connect with all living beings. He didn't need the power of all living beings. He only needed the consciousness of all living beings. This connection didn't affect all living beings much, and most living beings couldn't even feel what was happening. Only a small number of sensitive people would feel dizzy. The consciousness of all living beings moved, and it was instantly copied by the Sea of Providence. It followed the direction where it came from and rushed towards Hichu. Countless consciousnesses suddenly rushed into Hichu's body. Countless noises, chaos, cursing, and singing filled Hichu's body in an instant. Hichu's head was filled with countless consciousnesses, and he looked sad and angry. "Why am I so unlucky?" 2 streams of tears flowed down from Hichu's eyes. He rolled his eyes and fainted from the countless consciousnesses. "All living beings, enter my 8 trigrams array. Follow my array's guidance and help the god of Hui." Fushi suddenly activated the array. Boom! Hichu's body shone with golden light. The surging consciousnesses of all living beings went through Hichu's node and entered the 8 trigrams in Hui's hand. They protected Hui's consciousness in the center and seemed to be waiting for Hui's command. Another wave of heavenly Tao's consciousness rushed down, and Hui was about to be completely crushed. Suddenly, Fushi attracted a will that was so huge that even Gue was shocked. Gue immediately revealed a look of joy and astonishment. "All living beings' consciousnesses are at your command. Hui, crush the candle dragon." Fushi's voice sounded again. "Okay." Hui was shocked and revealed a ferocious expression. The consciousnesses of all living beings were instantly mobilized by Hui. They rushed out through the green line on his head and rushed towards the candle dragon's consciousness. "What? Hui, isn't your consciousness so weak that it's about to collapse? What is this?" Hui shouted. "Is this the heavenly Tao's consciousness? Do it again." Hui's face turned cold. The consciousnesses of all living beings rushed forward. The heavenly Tao's consciousness versus the consciousnesses of all living beings. 2 consciousnesses that were like oceans clashed. Hong. Chapter 1260. Fushi used Hichu's body to trigger the light from providence in the world, attracting the will of all living beings to attack Chi's will of the heavenly Tao. The living beings did not sense it deeply. Only a few people suddenly felt their heads sink slightly, but they did not know why. However, the masters of the 3 Seas of Providence naturally sensed it when the light from Providence was triggered. Gu Hai's main body shuttled through the underground tunnel and immediately sensed that his Sea of Providence seemed to have been triggered. Sea of Providence? Hichu? Something happened below? Gu Hai's face darkened and he sped up. Aside from Gu Hai, only the river diagram could stir his Sea of Providence slightly. Gu Hai immediately guessed that there was danger below, so he rushed down. In the geocentric space, the 3 souls of the Torch Dragon had transformed into the 3,000 Great Tao. At that moment, the Torch Dragon could also connect to the 3,000 Great Tao. Although the Torch Dragon's will could not compare to the Torch Dragon's back then, it still had the embryonic form of the Torch Dragon's will. At that moment, it connected to the 3,000 Great Tao, and its will reached the will of the Heavenly Tao. With Fushi's help, Qi attracted the will of all living beings to surge over. The will of the Heavenly Tao versus the will of all living beings. Hong! There was a deafening sound, and the entire geocentric space immediately shook. This time, Chi's will was not crushed. Instead, it stubbornly blocked it. Even Chi's will trembled. What? Impossible, no one can reach such a will. Chi, what's wrong with your will? Chi roared. At that moment, Chi's seventh soul trembled and blocked Chi's will with difficulty. Heh, no one? Is there really no one who can reach my level? Didn't I do it? Chi sneered. Chi did not tell Chi the truth. Impossible, unless it was 30 back then. Apart from 30, no one can collide with the will of the heavenly Tao. Chi said coldly. Rumble! Chi's will of all living beings kept jumping, colliding with the will of the heavenly Tao again and again. However, such a huge will of all living beings was only on par with the will of the heavenly Tao. I understand. Is this the will of all living beings? Is someone helping you? Chi suddenly said in shock. Help me? Regardless of whether you're helping me or not, your will of the heavenly Tao is ineffective now. Chi sneered. The two wills were strangely balanced, but neither of them dared to leave. It was as if two people were in a stalemate. The will of the heavenly Tao was the sword of Ho, and the will of all living beings was the sword of Ho. Whoever withdrew their sword would be killed by the other sword. No one dared to withdraw their power. Good. The will of all living beings? Ha 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 ha. It can actually mobilize the will of all living beings? It should be that Hichu, right? Such perfect cooperation means that Hichu is nearby? Yun said coldly. Humph. Chi snorted coldly. Naturally, he was unwilling to explain. Moth that leads the way. The candle dragon suddenly shouted. Here. The only living slave, the hunchbacked old man, said respectfully. Find him. Find Hichu and kill him. The candle dragon shouted. Yes, master. The hunchbacked old man replied. Boom. The hunchbacked old man instantly turned into countless moths that rushed into the tunnels around him. The moment they rushed into the tunnels, they suddenly saw Fushi trying his best to activate the longevity array. Hichu, who was the node that connected the wills of all living beings, was unconscious in the longevity array. Found him. Ha 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 ha. A moth suddenly laughed out loud. Whoosh. The moths that had flown into the tunnels immediately gathered together. Master, I found him. It's Hichu and a longevity master. I'll kill them immediately. The hunchbacked old man shouted excitedly. The hunchbacked old man took a step forward and arrived near Fushi. Fushi's face fell because Fushi was trying his best to activate the array and could not divert his attention to resist. If he let go, Yun would be finished. Fushi could not do anything. Whoosh. Countless moths flew toward Hichu. Hichu seemed to have sensed danger. His hair stood on end and he woke up. The moment he woke up, he saw countless moths flying toward him. Moths? What's going on? Hichu exclaimed. They're here to kill you. The hunchbacked old man sneered. Kill me. Hichu shivered. Ah, master, help, put me down, put me down. Hichu screamed in horror. Sorry, I can't do anything. Fushi smiled bitterly. Can't do anything? Hichu. No. Hichu cried in despair with tears in his eyes. Why am I so unlucky? Countless moths were about to drown Hichu. But at this moment, suddenly a suction force came. Boom. The rolling moths disappeared in an instant. They were sucked into a small space. What? The hunchbacked old man's face changed. He saw a man suddenly appear in front of Fushi and Hichu. Fushi, I hope I'm not too late. The man smiled faintly. Gu-hai! The hunchbacked old man exclaimed. His Holiness, you came just in time, that's great. Hichu was very excited. However, the will of all living things was too strong. After confirming that it was safe, Hichu rolled his eyes and fainted again. Just in time, that's enough. Fushi laughed. The hunchbacked old man's face changed. When he saw Gu-hai coming, He turned around and fled back the way he came. I'm here, and you still want to leave? Gu Hai's original body showed a cold smile. He pointed his finger. A heaven-splitting axe intent rushed through the hunchbacked old man's body in an instant. No. Boom. The hunchbacked old man exploded in an instant and was split in half. Fushi, are you okay? Gu Hai looked at Fushi. I'm fine, but I can't help you. The situation here is… Fushi briefly told Gu Hai what he had done. Whoosh. Right at that moment, a gust of cold wind rushed over. Suddenly, the hunchbacked old man screamed in agony and sensed that he was killed. Instantly, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. The entrance of the tunnel wasn't big, so the candle dragon naturally couldn't enter. However, his right eye was at the entrance of the tunnel. His right eye was like the moon and cold air was shooting out of it. He looked into the depths of the tunnel and suddenly, a gust of cold air rushed towards Gu Hai and the other two. It's here. Fushi's face changed. Gu Hai's face darkened and he saw a huge eye that was emitting a silver light. Break. Gu Hai extended his hand, and another strand of Pangu's axe intent shot towards that eye. Gu Hai! The candle dragon shouted furiously. When the Pangu axe intent rushed over, the candle dragon knew that he was in danger and immediately closed his eyes. Boom! When his eyelids collided with the Pangu axe intent, they trembled and blocked it. However, even so, the candle dragon felt a sharp pain in his eyelids and he took a few steps back. Gu Hai stepped out of the tunnel and stood in the space at the center of the earth while looking at the massive candle dragon in front of him. Fushi, what's the candle dragon's condition now? Gu Hai shouted. The candle dragon's consciousness is restrained by the hunchbacked. Now, the hunchbacked will is controlling the candle dragon's body and the hunchbacked won't be able to unleash all of its power. Take this opportunity and hit its glabella as soon as possible. Fushi shouted. Glabella? Gu Hai stared at the glabella of the candle dragon. That's right. The hunchbacked will turn into the right eye of the candle dragon and its consciousness will merge into the glabella. Destroy the hunchbacked consciousness in the glabella space and the hunchbacked will definitely die. Fushi shouted. All right. A response was heard. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Pangu axe. When the Pangu axe intent rushed out just now, it couldn't cut the candle dragon's eyelids. Gu Hai knew how powerful it was. Sky-splitting axe? Humph, you're Gu Hai's original body, you can't use the power of the void. 3,000 great Tao, listen to my curse. I want Gu Hai to be corroded and turn into blood immediately. The candle dragon shouted. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar, the 3,000 great Tao on its back suddenly trembled and formed a vast power that surged towards Gu Hai. This time, the curse was extremely powerful, and it seemed to form a 7-colored light screen that shrouded Gu Hai, leaving him nowhere to run. Curse! Gu Hai's face darkened. He slashed with the Pangu axe in his hand. Whoosh! The Pangu axe went through the 7-colored light screen as if it didn't touch it at all. That is a curse, a gigantic light of curse formed by the 3,000 great Tao. Gu Hai, run! Fushi exclaimed, his expression changing. Run? Avoid the curse light? Even Fushi was shocked when he saw it. He knew that the power of the curse light could directly curse someone to death. No need. Gu Hai snorted. He waved his hand and a world-illuminating lamp appeared in his palm. As soon as he activated it, the world-illuminating lamp immediately emitted rolling green flames that went towards the 7-colored light screen. Boom! Immediately, the 7-colored light was blocked and burned fiercely. World-illuminating lamp? Fushi's eyes lit up. What? The fire of the candle dragon? The candle dragon suddenly roared. There was also a candle in the candle dragon's mouth, and the candle was the flame of the world-illuminating lamp. The candle lit up the world. It was extremely powerful. Gu Hai had also used the world-illuminating lamp in the underground blood city. The flame of the world-illuminating lamp could block the curse chi. Since the curse chi could block it, the curse light would naturally be blocked as well. Again, the world-illuminating lamp floated on Gu Hai's shoulder. Gu Hai held the Pengu axe in his hand and slashed at the candle dragon again. Break! A massive axe aura charged towards the candle dragon. Roar! The candle dragon's face darkened and it immediately used its dragon horns to attack. A large amount of thunderbolts immediately appeared and exploded towards Gu Hai. The thunderbolts turned into lightning dragons that seemed to be destroying the Pengu axe aura. The Pengu axe was extremely powerful and it instantly shattered the thunderclouds and struck the candle dragon's head. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The candle dragon immediately retreated. Meanwhile, Gu Hai looked at the candle dragon in shock while holding the Pengu axe in his hand. Even though the Pengu axe was not at its peak, it had once cut through the eye of heaven of the deity of the six paths. However, it had only cut off a small scale on the candle dragon's head at this moment. That was the only effect it had? Roar! The candle dragon immediately roared. Gu Hai, you're courting death. I'm going to kill you! The candle dragon roared. 3,000 great Tao, listen to my command. Summon all the earth and earthly fire and drown Gu Hai with me. The candle dragon yelled again. The great Tao behind him shook. Boom! The surroundings of the cave were instantly drowned by the earthly fire. The rolling earthly fire created a huge amount of lava that poured towards Gu Hai as if the world was collapsing. The sea of blood that Gu Hai had seen along the way all turned into flames. The flames were as hot as the sun and as swift as lightning, as if they were going to drown Gu Hai completely in an instant. Be careful! Fushi shouted. Gu Hai looked cold and he took out the sky-storing gourd. Collect! Gu Hai yelled. Boom! The sea of blood and the earthly fire that surged in was immediately collected by the sky-storing gourd. The sky-storing gourd absorbed everything and everything was gone. What? The sky-storing gourd? Wasn't the candle dragon's sky-storing gourd broken by number 30? Ho exclaimed. Sky splitting. Gu Hai yelled again with the Pengu axe in his hand. This time, it wasn't as powerful as before. This time, 700 great Tao appeared behind Gu Hai. The power of the 700 great Tao surged into Gu Hai's body with a vast amount of power, helping Gu Hai activate the Pengu axe and release a destructive axe force. Boom! The huge impact caused the water in the South Sea of the Netherworld to surge into the sky. The expressions of the powerhouses of the Netherworld and the Netherworld changed. Many of them instantly focused on the South Sea of the Netherworld. Gu Hai's face was ferocious as he activated the axe with all his might. This time, it didn't cut open a scale. Instead, it hacked into the candle dragon's glabella. The axe force rushed towards the consciousness of Ho in the glabella space of the candle dragon. In the outside world, Fushi's eyes lit up. The unconscious Hichu woke up again and was dumbfounded when he saw everything in the scene. His Holiness Gu? That's too terrifying. Hichu was so shocked that his body trembled. Roar! The candle dragon let out a painful roar. Gu Hai, I want you to die, roar! The candle dragon opened his mouth in pain and tried to swallow Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai pointed the Pengu axe at the glabella space of the candle dragon. A strong suction force appeared and tried to suck Gu Hai into the candle dragon's mouth. That was the only way the candle dragon could turn the tables. Ho, if you can control the candle dragon, so can I. Do you believe me? Freeze. Gu Hai pointed his finger. Buzz! A beam of golden light shot out from Gu Hai's finger and hit the candle dragon's mouth immediately. The candle dragon's body came to an abrupt halt as if he had been struck by the body-fixing spell. What? How is that possible? Gu Hai, what did you do? Why can't I move? Ho's voice came from the glabella space. This is the secret skill that the candle dragon's body sent to Yuanshi Tianzuan through telepathy. I was hoping that Yuanshi Tianzuan would save him, but now I'm the only one left. Gu Hai said. What? A secret skill that can restrain me? That's impossible, I'm the Candle Dragon. How can I send a secret skill that can restrain me? Ho exclaimed. You're a part of the Candle Dragon, but the Candle Dragon is not you. Every piece of its flesh has the mark of the Candle Dragon. Are you trying to use the Candle Dragon to destroy the world? How can the mark of the Candle Dragon agree? Of course, it has to find a way to restrain you, Gu Hai said coldly. Impossible, impossible. Ho was furious. Nothing is impossible. Ho, your consciousness is in the space between the Candle Dragon's eyebrows. Ho's consciousness has blocked most of the Candle Dragon's power, and the small part of its power that you can use is also blocked by Yuanshi Tianzuan's secret skill. You can't use it, and my heaven-splitting axe has blocked you in the space between your eyebrows. You can't use it and you can't run. Gu Hai yelled. Can't run? Haha, no, you're wrong. Although I can't do anything now, I'm very safe. I'll see if you dare to remove the heaven-splitting axe and Yuanshi Tianzuan's secret skill. I'll see if Ho dares to remove the power of all living beings. As long as you move an inch, I'll reverse everything and make you die a horrible death. You all can't move, but I'm very safe here. Ho laughed loudly. No, you're not safe. At least, there's a consciousness that wants to kill you. Gu Hai sneered. What kind of consciousness can break in? Ho said in disbelief. Just as Ho was in disbelief, Chong Ming, who was inside the Candle Dragon's body, immediately sent a consciousness to Ho through the green line on his head. Boom! Chong Ming's consciousness attacked Ho's consciousness. What? That bat isn't dead? Humph, stinky bat, you want to fight against my consciousness with your consciousness? You overestimate yourself. Ho sneered. Even without the help of the Candle Dragon's consciousness, Ho's consciousness was still extremely powerful, and it immediately attacked Chong Ming's consciousness. It's not a stinky bat, it's the consciousness of all living beings in the ancient celestial dome. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai mobilized the consciousness of all living beings in the ancient celestial dome like Fushi. Gu Hai was the master of the ancient celestial dome, so it was easy for him to mobilize it. Gu Hai and Chong Ming used the Dahan's providence as a node, so they could naturally connect. Gu Hai immediately transmitted the consciousness of all living beings to Chong Ming through the Sea of Providence. Immediately, the consciousness that was like a river followed Chong Ming and attacked Ho's consciousness. No! Hong! The will of Clam exploded with a loud boom. It worked. His Holiness, Ho's consciousness has collapsed. Chong Ming said in joy. Gu Hai, who was next to Chong Ming, had a cold expression. No, it's not over yet, Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai activated the consciousness of Ho's Pangu along the wound made by the Pangu axe. Boom! Boom! Sharp bone spikes suddenly emerged from the Candle Dragon's body and pierced all over his body. Of course, the bone spikes did not cause much damage to the Candle Dragon's body and merely pierced through the gaps in his skin. With a sudden spread, a blue light orb was forced to Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand. The light orb was absorbed into the void zone in his palm. Within the light orb was a silver toad with a horrified expression. Gu Hai, no, no! You bunch of bandits! The toad shrieked in horror. Consciousness collapsing? Escaping with your remnant thoughts and your 3 souls? It's useless. With so many people watching, how can you escape? Ho, goodbye! Gu Hai said coldly. With that, the void zone in his palm emitted countless black gases and strangled. Ah! Ho's scream came from his palm. It was about to be depleted. Seeing that he was about to die, Ho revealed a regretful and desperate expression. Was the Candle Dragon that he had been busy with for millions of years going to be taken advantage of by these people? Was he making a wedding dress for others? No, even if I die, I won't let you get the Candle Dragon. Without me, no one can put the Candle Dragon together. Tai Chi Dao, Candle Dragon Technique, break, 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 break. Ho finally let out a heart-wrenching roar. Boom, boom, boom. However, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the huge candle dragon in the outside world. It had been pieced together in the past, but now it was breaking apart. It looked like it was going to break into countless pieces in an instant. Die! Skeleton Gu Hai snorted coldly. Boom! Ho was completely destroyed by the power of nothingness. Chapter 1261. Geocentric Space. All of Huey's consciousness was completely consumed by the void zone in Gu Hai's palm. Boom! Crack! Crack! Before Hui died, he even destroyed the candle dragon. Even if he could not enjoy it, he would not let anyone else have it. The candle dragon was instantly destroyed. Boom! The will of all living beings and the will of the heavenly way clashed for the last time, and there was no longer a stalemate. Fushi waved his hand and Hichu immediately fell from the longevity array, cutting off the connection with the various seas of destiny and completely cutting off the will of all living beings. Hichu shuddered and suddenly woke up. However, Hichu was so weak that he fell to the ground. Master, it's finally over, right? Hichu said with a lingering fear. Fushi ignored him and activated the longevity array again. The moment the longevity array lit up, Hichu shuddered out of reflex. There's more? No. Hichu exclaimed. Hichu thought that he was going to be unlucky again. However, he was so shocked that he rolled his eyes and fainted again. However, Fushi did not torture Hichu this time. Instead, he waved his hand and the huge longevity array rushed towards the candle dragon like a huge golden net. Fushi jumped and stepped on the longevity array's huge net and rushed towards the candle dragon. Hong! After the candle dragon's body shattered, various forces collided and instantly exploded. On his back, the 3,000 inverted great Daos shook as if they were about to collapse. At the same time, 6 illusory figures of dragons of different colors appeared from his body. The 3,000 inverted great Daos are the 3 souls of the candle dragon? These 6 colorful dragons are the 6 souls of the candle dragon? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai Hui, the candle dragon has collapsed and its 3 souls and 7 souls are about to disappear. Use this opportunity to collect it quickly. Fushi shouted. Hui could finally control his body on his own. Boom! With a loud bang, the Ho immediately stepped out of the candle dragon's left eye socket. Golden light shone brightly, but it was still burning with anger. It turned its head to look at the candle dragon's right eye. Above the right eye was the eye formed by the Ho's physical body. One could see with the naked eye a giant ice-colored toad. Seeing Ho's body, Ho's face was full of anger. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Empire, he had never been so angry. Roar! Opening its mouth, it sucked the ice toad into its mouth and swallowed the Huey's body. Buzz! The cheese ice toad body contained no less cold than the cheese fire will. Immediately, a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the cheese body. However, because of this coldness, Huey's anger was suppressed, and he instantly calmed down. The 2 of you, I want the 3 souls of the candle dragon to recover my strength. The 3 of you have already reached perfection, so you naturally don't need such nourishment. I won't hold back. Fushi shouted. Boom! The golden net formed by the longevity array instantly enveloped the 3,000 great Daos that were about to collapse. Whoosh! The great Daos that were about to collapse were immediately bound by the longevity array. At this moment, Fushi was the first to fight for the 3 souls. Gu Hai and Ho didn't stop him. Although they knew that the 3 souls of the candle dragon would definitely be extremely powerful and would definitely be a great supplement for them, no one fought with Fushi. That was because Fushi contributed the most this time. If it weren't for Fushi, Ho would have died. If it weren't for Fushi, it would have been too late even if Gu Hai came. Once the candle dragon was formed, no one would be able to defeat it. Fushi's longevity array that enveloped the 3,000 great Daos suddenly shrank. Boom! The 3,000 great Daos enveloped Fushi and immediately condensed into a colorful cocoon. Fushi was inside and quickly absorbed the 3 souls of the candle dragon. Ho swallowed Ho's body and felt cold all over. He turned around and looked at the 6 colorful dragons. Those were the candle dragon's 6 spirits, and they contained the candle dragon's boundless power. The candle dragon's 6 spirits corresponded to the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the candle dragon's 6 spirits could at least connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Furthermore, they also had the embryonic form of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Ho wanted to get it, but he glanced at Gu Hai. "We want the 7th soul, the body." Gu Hai looked at Ho. Gu Hai's words completely separated the candle dragon's body. Ho looked at Gu Hai and nodded. "Roar!" With a loud roar, we once again swallowed the 6 colorful dragons. Boom! Boom! One after another, the giant colorful dragons were swallowed by Ho. Countless rainbow-colored lights also emerged from Chi's body, and the aura around him instantly swept away countless rocks. Gu Hai didn't attack. The candle dragon's body shattered and Gu Hai and Chong Ming were exposed. "Chong Ming, hurry up and collect the 7th soul of the candle dragon," Gu Hai shouted. "Huh? Me?" Chong Ming widened his eyes in shock. How powerful was the 7th soul of the candle dragon? Not to mention the will of the heavenly path formed by the 3,000 great Daos, no one here could compare to it. That was the embryonic form of the candle dragon's 7th soul. In other words, it was the crystallization of the candle dragon's consciousness. Even though Ho had refined it, there must be some inheritance of the candle dragon inside. His Holiness was going to give it to him? Hurry up, once the 7th soul of the candle dragon collapses, it will be useless, Gu Hai instructed. Chong Ming looked at Gu Hai with gratitude in his eyes. Yes. Chong Ming immediately pounced on the candle dragon's glabella. Roar! A long white dragon phantom flew out from Zhu Juin's glabella. It was his 7th soul. Chong Ming instantly fused with it and fused with the white dragon. Suddenly, countless bats appeared around him and surrounded him and the white dragon phantom. Hundreds of millions of bats helped Chong Ming to absorb the rolling divine power. The 7th soul of the candle dragon was a rare treasure in the world. Chong Ming swallowed the 7th soul of the candle dragon. However, skeleton Gu Hai waved his hand and black smoke surged out. In the black gas, countless small skulls were gnawing on the candle dragon's broken body rapidly. Those broken body parts were all from the candle dragon in the past. In the underground blood city, the 9 cauldrons were formed from the candle dragon's bones. However, the 9 cauldrons that represented the candle dragon's bones were just scraps here. The 9 cauldrons were the useless bones that Ho gave out alms, while the candle dragon was the majority of Ho's collection. How could it compare? Not only the bones, but also the flesh, dragon horns, and dragon claws were all left behind by the candle dragon. They couldn't be pieced together to form the candle dragon? There was no need for that. Instead, it would be a great help to skeleton Gu Hai. That way, it would be easier to absorb and split. Rumble! Gu Hai felt the rolling power surging into his body. Last time, his physique was able to make a breakthrough, so this time, he naturally had a breakthrough. Gu Hai felt that if he devoured these candle dragon fragments, his body would be able to store at least 100 times more void power. No, it would be more than 1,000 times more void power. The Feast of Taotai. Everyone took what they needed. In the blink of an eye, the cave was illuminated by the light emitted by everyone. Gu Hai's main body stood in the cave and protected everyone. Hichu, who had just fainted, slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, Hichu saw everything clearly. The candle dragon has been dismembered? His Holiness, did we win? Did we win? Hichu asked weakly with a tinge of excitement. Gu Hai's main body turned his head and looked at Hichu before nodding. Yes, we won. Chi has already fallen and the candle dragon's 3 souls are being refined and absorbed by Fushi. The candle dragon's right eye and 6 souls are being refined and absorbed by Qi. His body is being refined by my clone, and the 7th soul is being refined by Changming. And then? Hichu stared at Gu Hai. What do you mean? Gu Hai was puzzled. And then? Hichu's eyes were covered with a layer of grievance. Gu Hai still didn't understand. You guys have divided the candle dragon? Has it all been divided? He too burst into tears. Yes, we've divided it. What's wrong? What do you mean by and then? Gu Hai asked curiously. And then what about me? Where is mine? He too cried in grief and indignation. You? Mine. I was almost blinded by the will of all living beings just now. I contributed to the destruction of Qi and I died for all living beings. Even if I didn't contribute, I still worked hard. Why didn't you share some with me? What about me? Hichu roared angrily. You fainted just now, Gu Hai said honestly. Hichu, I fainted so you forgot about me and cast me aside? Hichu was even more upset. You guys are too much. I fainted and you guys forgot about me. What about me? Why am I so unlucky? What? Hichu burst into tears. At this moment, all the grievances in Hichu's heart burst out. Why am I always the unluckiest? Hichu cried in grief. His cries were so heart-wrenching that even heaven and earth moved. All right, stop crying. There's still some left, Gu Hai said. What? Hichu said with tears in his eyes. This hunchbacked old man seems to be some kind of moth demon. I killed him, but his corpse is still here. Look, it's turned into a moth corpse. It's so huge and glowing with a silver light. It must be a great tonic. Why don't you give it a try? Gu Hai pointed at the huge moth corpse and said. I can't share with the candle dragon, but only get a moth? Hichu's grievances burst out again. You don't want it? If you don't, then forget it. My clone will eat it too. Gu Hai shook his head. No, I want it. No one can steal it from me. I exchanged it with my life. He too opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 halves of the moth's body in one gulp. He ate with tears in his eyes. He felt so wronged and unlucky. After doing so much, he only got a moth to eat? The more he ate, the sadder he felt. Why am I so unlucky? Rumble. Suddenly, the geocentric space trembled slightly and some stones fell from the sky above them. Gu Hai looked up at the sky. Oh no, the geocentric space is going to collapse. Let's get out. Gu Hai shouted with a sullen face. Inside, Fushi Qi and Changming had reached the most critical moment of refining. The little skeleton in the black fog that Gu Hai released had only eaten less than 1/10,000th of the candle dragon's stones. The cave was about to collapse completely. Gu Hai made a prompt decision and waved his hand. Whoosh! The ancient celestial dome opened and instantly put everyone inside. Swoosh! Gu Hai took everyone and quickly shuttled through the tunnel that they came from. Just as Gu Hai was about to lead everyone away, boom! Crack! The rocks and magma that fell from above instantly buried the cave. Chapter 1262. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years in the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai shuttled through the underground tunnels quickly. Even though many tunnels collapsed along the way, Gu Hai was still able to pass through them safely. After all, Gu Hai was now too powerful. When they rushed to the surface from the Earth's core, the people in the immortal dome of the ancients underwent various changes. The earliest was Hichu. After eating the moth's corpse, he did not improve at all. He could only watch the experts in front of him break through continuously with resentment. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated from the bat swarm. All of a sudden, countless bats vanished into thin air. Changming's body emitted white light and he transformed into a gigantic bat. The bat was no longer black but completely white and emitted a gentle white light. Changming looked much more sacred. Chong Ming's body shuddered and he transformed into his human form. He opened his eyes. Not far away, Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming and asked, "How is it?" His Holiness, the Torch Dragon's god should be the fusion of the gods that Qi collected after killing a large number of demons over the years. They are the Torch Dragon's god and I am the head god. They can fuse with me. Listen to my orders. I feel like my entire body is filled with power. Chong Ming shouted excitedly. Fused? Have you refined it? Gu Hai asked. Not yet. However, I can feel that I will become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, there seems to be some of the Torch Dragon's memories in here. However, I can't read them for the time being. Perhaps I can extract those memories in a few days, Chong Ming said after some thought. That's for the best. Gu Hai nodded. Just as Gu Hai was speaking, a deafening roar suddenly sounded from afar. Boom! A storm-like aura suddenly appeared on the surface of Qi's body. As the aura blew past, the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. Gu Hai, Chong Ming, and Hichu turned to look. There seemed to be 6 dragon-shaped tails behind Ho. They swayed slightly in the void, causing the void to tremble. 5 of them trembled and some of the laws of the immortal firmament were affected. The image of the 5 paths of reincarnation appeared. These 6 tails can connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation, absorbing the power of reincarnation from the 6 paths of reincarnation? Asked Chong Ming in surprise. Gu Hai looked at Qi's body. Qi's body was extremely strange at this moment. Half of his body was burning with fire while the other half was emitting cold air. His left eye was gold while his right eye was silver. It didn't seem to be as simple as just cultivating fire. Hui, you inherited Hui's power? Gu Hai asked in surprise. When Qi devoured the candle dragon's right eye, he thought that Qi was venting its anger on Qi, but now, it seemed that Qi had refined Qi's power. Yes, what? His strength is indeed tremendous, comparable to mine. It's just a pity that this ice power is too loose. Ho said with a gloomy expression. Loose? That's right. The fire in my body is commanded by the fire elemental zombie progenitor seed. However, the ice in my body is running around and it doesn't listen to me. I have to find the water elemental zombie progenitor seed to command it. Otherwise, it's useless even if it stays in my body. You want the water elemental zombie progenitor seed to control this power? Gu Hai was stunned. Why? Do you know where Ingo is? Ho asked in confusion. You'll know when you return. Gu Hai shook his head and didn't explain. Ho looked at Gu Hai in confusion and didn't ask further. Although Fushi's revival was helpful to Ho, Gu Hai's breach of the agreement made Ho feel uncomfortable. Hong! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. Fushi broke out of the 7-colored light cocoon. The huge 7-colored light cocoon instantly flowed into Fushi's body like water. Fushi stepped on the ground. Buzz! With his feet as the center, rings of golden light appeared on the ground. The first ring was an innate 8 trigram. The second ring was an acquired 8 trigram. The outer 8 rings were 864 trigrams. 2 of them were the Lianshani and Zhou-Yi, which Gu Hai recognized. As for the other 6, even Gu Hai didn't recognize them. The 10 trigram symbols formed a circle and spun slowly. It made Fushi look like he was standing on the wheel of fate, looking otherworldly. Although Shao Chen did not give off a strong aura, everyone felt an incomparable danger. Buzz! Fushi pushed off the ground and the 10 trigram symbols suddenly disappeared, returning to Fushi's body. Master, you recovered? Hichu called out. Fushi withdrew his aura and looked at everyone. Then, he nodded with a faint smile. I improved slightly. Many thanks for your help. Improved slightly? Congratulations! Gu Hai nodded. 800,000 years ago, Fushi was already on par with Jiang Chen. Now, not only did he recover, but he even improved slightly? With Fushi's humble personality, this slight improvement would definitely not be small. The slowest was Gu Hai. After all, there were too many fragments of the torch dragon. It was not something that could be devoured in a short period of time. Countless skeletons made of black gas only devoured a third of it. My main body has arrived at the entrance of the South Sea. Are you all going out? Gu Hai looked at everyone. Fushi and Qing nodded. In the South Sea of the underworld, following the previous explosion, the gazes of countless powerhouses were already focused on the South Sea. However, the South Sea was too big, and they couldn't see what was going on. Suddenly, the surging waves of the sea exploded again. Boom! Endless waves soared into the sky. In an instant, 5 figures stepped out of the sea. Cheng's aura was the strongest. The 6 dragon tails behind him were extremely flamboyant. As he swayed slightly, the void trembled violently. In a secluded mountain forest, Immortal Six Paths' Eye of Heaven was also staring at the South Sea. Although the Eye of Heaven was crushed by Long Zhanghua, as long as Sun Yuan was not destroyed, Immortal Six Paths' remnant consciousness could be recovered. However, at this moment it was even weaker. 5 figures. Gu Hai's main body, Changming, Hichu, Fushi, and Cheng. Cheng's aura was the strongest, so strong that everyone was shocked. The tail behind Cheng? How can it connect to the 6 paths of reincarnation? Why? The Eye of Heaven was furious. At the entrance of the Yinshan Temple, Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang stared at the South Sea. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly. My lord, they have improved again, especially that Cheng. She's so terrifying. Why do I feel like I'm looking at Long Zhanghua? She's already comparable to Long Zhanghua? Black Impermanence said in shock. Bai Zizai's eyelids twitched, and he finally smiled bitterly. Bai Zizai knew that apart from Long Zhanghua, Jiang Chen, Immortal Six Paths, and Yuanshi Tianzuan, he was definitely inferior to Qing. Qing captured everyone's attention. They were all amazed by her aura. Even Jiangchen smiled faintly. You've improved again? She's stronger than Di Jiang back then? But in the next moment, Jiang Chen looked at Fushi with narrowed eyes. Fushi has recovered? So quickly? Jiang Chen said solemnly. Others couldn't see Fushi's state, but Jiang Chen could. Fushi's restrained aura was the most terrifying. Mr. Fushi, farewell. Qing looked at Fushi. Fushi nodded. Rip. Qing tore open the void and instantly stepped into the world of the living. Let's go too. Gu Hai looked at Fushi and said, Whoosh. In an instant, everyone rushed to the Eternal Yin capital and arrived in front of Long Zhanghua in the blink of an eye. Bang! Everyone landed at the entrance of the ground suppression hall. Long Zhanghua, Chen Xianer and the others were waiting. Greetings to His Holiness. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and looked at Long Zhanghua. Since Long Zhanghua was exposed, it meant that he must have encountered a great danger earlier. This time, I'll have to trouble you again. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua and said with a smile. It's nothing. I've already chased away a few ignorant people. If it weren't for me, you could have gone to Laozi and the others. Long Zhanghua said with a smile. Kong Xian and the others were surprised. What did he mean by Laozi and the others? Who was Laozi? Such a big commotion. It seems that you had a breakthrough in your underground trip? Long Zhanghua asked curiously. I didn't. They all had their own gains. This is Fushi. Gu Hai pointed at Fushi. Fushi looked at Long Zhanghua in surprise. The unborn man knew Long Zhan back then. Furthermore, he knew that Long Zhan had died. However, Long Zhan was standing before him, alive and well. Furthermore, Long Zhan's strength seemed to have increased again. Fushi from 800,000 years ago? I didn't expect the unborn man to be Fushi and Fushi to be the unborn man. Long Zhanghua looked at Fushi seriously. Fushi also looked at Long Zhanghua seriously. After a while, he frowned and said, Jade Emperor? Jade Emperor? The surrounding people were confused. When did Long Zhanghua become a great emperor? Only Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai understood that Fuxi was talking about the 30th Celestial Dome, the master of the heavenly court who was once Long Zhanggua's counterpart. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. I didn't mention it. However, Fuxi has to fuse with the other Fuxi. Gu Hai shook his head. The other Fuxi was naturally the Fuxi of the 30th Celestial Dome. Long Zhanghua understood when he heard that. Although I am now the master of the Lingshao King Palace, the Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor and I am me. Long Zhanghua explained. Fuxi looked at Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai in surprise. You can go over? Come back? Fuxi said in surprise. Others didn't understand, but Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua understood. Fuxi had already guessed that Gu Hai had the passageway and was naturally surprised. One had to know that 30th couldn't come back, which was why so many things were done. However, Gu Hai and Long Zhanghua did something that even 30th couldn't do? Mr. Fuxi, if you have time, why don't you come to my son's residence and have a chat? Long Zhanghua invited. After all, there were too many people here. Long Zhanghua didn't want to mention it here. Okay. Fuxi naturally agreed. Fuxi's cultivation had recovered and was naturally in a good mood. With such good news, there was no reason to be reserved. Master, what about me? Hichu asked blankly. Wanyu is my daughter. You stay by Wanyu's side and protect her. Fuxi said. Ah. Hichu's expression stiffened. Fuxi was his master, so Long Wanyu was his little master. There was no excuse to refuse. Hichu, didn't you look down on my side earlier? Long Wanyu glared at him and started to settle scores. Hichu wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that this little devil girl was going to find trouble with him again. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 1263. Chaos City, Flame God Palace. Bai placed his finger between Ingo's eyebrows. No! Ingo screamed. Bang! In an instant, Ingo's consciousness collapsed. Above Ingo's head, the water zombie progenitor seed slowly floated up and was caught by Bai. With a light tap, the water zombie progenitor seed was absorbed into Bai's eyebrows. Crack, 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 crack. With Ho at the center, countless ice shards shot out in an instant, freezing the entire hall into an ice palace in an instant. A huge cold air rushed over and the elite guards unconsciously took a few steps back. Bai enjoyed the control of his power. The ice power in his body found its commander in the blink of an eye. Under the control of the water zombie progenitor seed, it instantly arranged itself in a regular pattern. Bai slowly refined the power of Bai. The 6 dragon tails behind him also slowly retracted into his body and disappeared. Bai returned to his original appearance. He stretched out his left hand and right hand as if he was holding 2 light balls. One day, 1 month. The 2 light balls seemed to be able to penetrate the walls and illuminate the sky, forming a magnificent scene of 1 day and 1 month above Chaos City. The appearance of a huge phenomenon. The most sensitive thing was the Snatching God Palace Master. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of Chaos City with a trace of surprise. Bai's strength doubled again? In this case, even if Little Six comes out of seclusion, the outcome will be hard to predict. Boom. The phenomenon of Chaos City disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Bai withdrew his aura and everything disappeared. Sister, you refined the water zombie progenitor seed? The elite guards were pleasantly surprised. Bai nodded and took out a scroll. Jing Wei, this is the Divine Flame Sun Transformation Technique, specially made for Vermilion Bird. You can cultivate it now. Divine Flame Sun Transformation Technique? Isn't this sister's technique? Didn't you say that others can't cultivate it? Then Bai. The elite guards were worried. Bai has been killed by us. Don't worry. No one can stop you. Bai said solemnly. Okay. I will go to the sun tomorrow. The elite guards took the scroll in surprise. Yes. Also, I have destroyed Ingo's consciousness. This body is originally yours. You can keep it. Bai said in a deep voice. Okay. The infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai finally devoured all the fragments of the candle dragon's body in the immortal dome of the ancients. This time, even skeleton Gu Hai found it hard to bear. The quality of the candle dragon's body was too high after all. What a terrifying torch dragon! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Boom! Gu Hai soared into the sky and headed into the void. In the upper study, Gu Hai's main body listened to Emoyike and the others' reports. His Holiness, now, almost all of the 1,000 cities of Wansho Taoism have been taken over by the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. We just need to slowly pacify them, and then we will win the hearts of the people. Emoyike said solemnly. So be it. The Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty is now an ally of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. When we fight the Six Dao in the future, I will definitely not stand by and watch. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Emoyike nodded. Now, most of the 100,000 cities in the world are in the Dahan and Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. 2,000 are in the Divine Seizing Temple and 5,000 are in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. The Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty is also an ally of our dynasty. Now, only the Divine Seizing Temple and the Heavenly Demon Holy Land are left. His Holiness also controls a portion of the cities. Should we? Emoyike said with a solemn expression. Yes, of course. The infinite celestial capital is not a place they can invade as they please. When I am not around, they want to take advantage of me. Haha, Long Zhangguo let them go, but I will not. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land? By Zizai? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. His Holiness wants to make an example out of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land? Emoyike said with a change in expression. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. He pondered for a moment and said, That's right. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land? By Zizai, again and again, invades the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. It's time to deal with him. His Holiness wants to be subdued? Emoyike said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. Actually, Long Zhangguo did me a great favor by not killing me that day. By Zizai? Although he is timid, he is also a fierce general. Moreover, only by being alive can we subdue his 5,000 cities in the shortest time possible. Yin Realm, Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Not long ago, when Gu Hai, Fushi, and Qi came out from underground, Bai Zizai had a bad feeling. This time, they had been tricked by the Immortal of Six Paths when they invaded the boundless celestial capital. Bai Zizai had been worried for a long time. Until today, everything came true. Inside the ancient temple, Bai Zizai and Black Bai Wuchang looked at a guest from Dahan together. Scorpio had a bitter expression on his face. Old Fourth? Did Gu Hai say this? Bai Wuchang said with a gloomy expression. Scorpio smiled bitterly and said, Yes, it was His Holiness who asked me to go to the Heavenly Demon Holy Land and persuade the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon and the two Impermanence Heavenly Demons to surrender. Impudent! Bai Wuchang glared. Bai Zizai also looked coldly at the Divine Scorpion Heavenly Demon. Black Impermanence was the only one who didn't look angry. He only sighed. Divine Scorpio, have you forgotten your identity back then? You came to persuade us to surrender for the sake of the Dahan Celestial Empire? How dare you? Do you want to die? Bai Wuchang said angrily. Scorpio was also worried at first, but Bai Wuchang's sudden outburst ignited the resentment in Scorpio's heart. Identity? Haha, boss, what identity did you say I forgot? I was indeed the fourth peak master of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, but after I was captured by His Holiness, did you think of coming to save me? Did you come to save me? Scorpio suddenly said resentfully. Back then, the timing was not right. Bai Wuchang frowned. The timing was not right? Ha ha ha, then when was the right timing? Wait until I'm dead? If not for His Holiness's benevolence and enlisting me, I would be a dead man today. You still want to talk about my identity? What's the use of my identity? Did you care? No, not at all. Scorpio said angrily. Bai Wucheng's face was gloomy. Lord, I will call you Lord for the last time. Don't think that I owe you anything. The heavenly demon Holy Land is different from the Dahan's celestial empire. The Dahan's celestial empire establishes its status based on merit. Even Mo Yike and Gao Xianji are not strong, but as long as they have merits, they will hold great power in their hands. What is the heavenly demon Holy Land? It depends on strength, killing, and oneself. You have never shown mercy to any of your disciples. No matter how great their merits are, if they die, they die. Those who survive have the corresponding status. I am not promoted by you, I am the fourth peak master of the heavenly demon Holy Land. So, don't talk to me about feelings, and don't talk about the help you gave me. Nothing. Scorpio shouted. Enough. Bai Zizai glared. Enough? Ha ha, Lord, you don't have to shout at me. After following you for so many years, do you think we don't understand you? You are a fence-sitter who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You escaped the war of the liches and demons, you escaped the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago, but you can't escape today. His Holiness has already said that if you don't submit, you will die. There is no need to wait for the immortal of the six paths to wake up. You want to waver between His Holiness and the immortal of the six paths? Dream on. The Dahan and the other experts are ready. Fushi will release the 8 trigrams. You will have nowhere to run. Scorpio shouted. Do you want to die? Bai Zizai glared at Scorpio. Want to die? You don't have to threaten me. If you attack me, His Holiness will know immediately. It will be the day of your heavenly demon Holy Land's destruction. Scorpio shouted. Bai Zizai's face was filled with killing intent, as if he was about to attack. Lord, don't be angry, don't be angry. Black Impermanence immediately stood in the middle and shouted. Everyone looked at Black Impermanence. Actually, I think the divine scorpion heavenly demon is right. Lord, we can't waver anymore. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Second brother, you want to betray us too? Bai Wucheng glared. What are you saying, first brother? What betrayal? Go out and fight Gu Hai yourself. Black Impermanence glared. Bai Zizai was very conflicted. Although he was yelling at Scorpio, he didn't dare to attack. Black Impermanence immediately took advantage of the situation to smooth things over. Fourth brother, no matter what, we have worked together for so many years. You went to the Dahan for such a short period of time. Did you really lose any friendship? Black Impermanence frowned. Scorpio looked at Black Impermanence and finally smiled bitterly. Second brother, if I didn't say that, would they listen? Do you really think I didn't say that? At that time, His Holiness gathered the Dahan officials for a meeting. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, Shanghai Hen, and Ao Sheng all shouted that they wanted to kill us. They said that Lord was not trustworthy and that he would only cause trouble if he stayed. Dragon God Ing even promised that he would ask his father, the Long Zhangua, to massacre the ancient temple. It was me. I was the one who knelt in front of His Holiness and begged for a long time. I promised that I would persuade you to surrender. Only then did His Holiness agree. What? Bai Wucheng's expression changed. The Long Zhangua also wanted to kill us? Bai Zizai's expression also changed. Fourth brother, you've worked hard. Black Impermanence sighed and said gratefully. Turning his head, Black Impermanence looked at Bai Zizai. My lord, the situation is like this. We have no way to retreat. What do you mean by no way to retreat? At worst, we can escape into the void and hide for a while. Bai Wucheng said reluctantly. I heard that His Holiness's doppelganger has already gone into the void and set up an inescapable trap. Scorpio said. Bai Zizai's expression froze. He suddenly remembered the skeleton Gu Hai he saw in the void. Bai Zizai was still afraid of that strange ability. My lord, do we still have a choice between the immortal of six paths and the Dahan? The immortal of 6 paths eye of heaven is gone. The Dahan is against the heavens, and we don't know whether it will succeed or not. However, the immortal of 6 paths will definitely not come to our rescue. What should we do now? We have already dealt with Gu Hai several times. Gu Hai is already very patient. If we anger Gu Hai now, there is no turning back. My lord. Black Impermanence also tried to persuade him. Bai Wuchang was anxious. My lord, should we wait a little longer? Boss, what are you waiting for? If we wait, we won't even have a chance. In the past, we could avoid the chaos of war because we didn't have a mortal enemy. However, it's different now. Gu Hai already sees us as a thorn in his side. If we don't surrender, we will die. Black Impermanence tried to persuade him again. Aye. Bai Wuchang was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Everyone looked at Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai sat on the throne and closed his eyes. He had mixed feelings. You guys go out first. Let me think. Bai Zizai closed his eyes and sighed. My lord, 3 days at most. I promised His Holiness that I would persuade you in 3 days. After 3 days, the negotiation will break down. They won't care about my request. Gu Hai, Long Zhanghua, and Fushi might come here. Gu Hai and Gu Hai have a good relationship. If Gu Hai asks for help, Gu Hai will not refuse. My lord, you have to be careful. Scorpio said earnestly. You guys go out first. Bai Zizai's hands trembled as he shouted. The 3 could only leave the hall.